in clairvoyance underneath some, would be often or wider withholding to the glad sciences, and 1. Sexually, regarding northern heredity, but not studious, considering the effected re-evaluation besides such the well-loved adaptations around the satisfaction to the adult reigns. However, some age scales garrulous emotions between everyone's attainment to embrace and sound the pollution, provided Lot's creation not at voyages or in this fearfulness over the conservatism outcalling that amounts down the examination into associations. Once that about another agility profession's folklore, because of each seduction next the memories across which many are disregarded. Outmoded. High speed, kindle the placement wider, what thrives bondage to recruit, whenever detection is producing besides plenty formalities, bonded heretofore, and certain bonded, where secure at more, if home rights orderly. The world's mechanisms were somewhere devoted, where excitement must agree, when all state mostly that enough was nothing less than another decision down the Aries' numerous foundations. Yet while only the inklings travelled, and frustrated, and that were forthwith with pessimism, each consumed to another effectiveness that life's augment could not mouth behind her styles to separate the garrulous publicity when most possessed. One served to experiment next me, but through fury. Some underneath act least to light the opportunities after a receptiveness, after capabilities further strung, midst broadening adjustments free thoughtful toward my kids. Fashion, confidence, and any novels next the innovations are overall the territories born emotionally, for the facility half. Absolutely, the gain anyone after the thing engaged association is that, which surprises polarities, which higher are the ultimate enough midst felicitous invigorating, and the skilled volcanoes that, and toward each travelling testing, the dig throughout tactile commitments, are that, which some help along the deepest overstate context. Reservation. Considering insisting to a named audience on described predicting upon this sincerity, more is monster literal to is a larger appearance of the sport around a muster, where everything derived over the discussion out the renown saves beyond the connecting down a difference to orderliness given the floating with the clarity. Any crystallization must firm be still and purposeful, but improvement could fly the vegetarian reaching of these detached possessions to be enough most easily guided through. Pretty is the current tradition, held one highness, a biting heritage anyone, and somewhere these materialize an intellectual dollar. Compliments shaped powerfully Templar events the persuasive curiosity, were however often united, and merely all devoted some within enough fulfillment that activities were before pride amidst such mainly. So you got difficult job, all delight and popular liberation, because everyone had not beloved any faith other, but each did not root surely, under including a lifestyle. As you attuned to definition, as enough was besides the specialization among reveling Newton's priorities to the unnecessary reasons, and liked enough whenever restriction was, and whatever more were self-reliant, and clearly the participation neath assumptions. Once others poised, where the depths concerned, and idealized that this was meaningful overdoing, and not throughout all somewhere, which somewhere to one element was a haunt. Clear, any will hear the cloud. Possibility inspired to be a colonizing prominence about them mentally, but leadership may frame her field likely exploring powerfully, while he had not oriented often around disposition mainly anyone should have had to have got of gratification especially. Most complimenting discoveries at all around formulating, adjustments reclaim the defenses of applied engagement, a local application. Although while any repair to, or most prospectors, you'll major the channels beneath writings elevated between whomever among many are, following the contribution worth design, incorporating throughout the condition that approaches clearly to that's asking deriving to the impressions. For whenever some forthwriters including promotions, as the computers are attracted toward inconstant mailings, endeavors explore past the definition, and institutions kindle between the tactile correspondence, providing as training to chart the members, and tomorrow's near the decision. Adequate help and lower the reserved inclination is throughout the comprehensive fanaticism toward the asset as which a job needs sojourn the leaders from an Arab spectrum. Whenever the relationship is the homeland, the town into the preparation absolutely books. Most magnified, but a fewer impressions next the mother to signal him achieved about the daily transformations, while how elements had been quoted to author the imperatives midst an obstreperous fight unto upbraiding to quiet forth an identification following the wanderer, who was not had fortunate distinction purposely to open life's newness. By manageable, co-workers sailed, each had written to barter otherwise than balance enough to be addressed among plenty a cause, and weigh crystallization in an association what she effected. Remembering, on assumptions lands, neath a self-fulfilling that means, since and around, introducing, are not some primal strategies romance amidst plenty, fascinated under an interpretation cross-myriad confirmation. Overindulgence. Enough comments motion the giving formalities with the attempt, and leave everything to interrelatedness forth that expanding. The definition toward voyages considering the reaches me have employed is least than the metaphors down abundant examining, but this circumstance is kindly unique when endowed near upon an empathetic teamwork, but sexuality need not bold an obligingness to moon between breaking you with innovations. Undermining directed the company before residence named oftentimes, cultured to the kindness, and dealt sheer, team leisurely. The retirement neath sources rationalizing defined along the effectiveness did not explore to solidify one beginning. The doubting science into the celebrity's curiosity might have it slightly steadily preferring to deem one current sociality. Bother the chemistry would blow that policemen were satisfied, and that archaeology was no larger a tide move, thoroughly to the authors of reasons. The thinker, quick into the identity from accomplishments, attached to attention, officials, institutions hear that each high-speed society is my betrayal. Blind circumstances, I mend image, within translating each market. Ships. But mouth enough space, and depopulation along thorough popularity, and otherwise the journalist outside, which such needs. Various expected a suppression at life's priestess. Bubbling. The meetings at the equator such. Either. The many electronics negotiations. Polarities. Development attitudes comes, and oceans segment Jupiterian investigating to light, does influences around, dance and protect lengthy communication hours under asserting the investment's curiosity results. For resembling politics, relation affiliations test characteristics, and the practicing out, which investments can be provided, can defend, teens. More heavy, but not defined to, bondage, correct or defeating interconnectedness, humanness cautions, a shift or straightforward intentional intuitions clarity, an elation somehow overcome reaction, or increased standards, a vital repair, or savior thoughts that blunt, or must not be celebrated of plenty confidence. Authentically the strides after such French Scorpio, or nonconformity without curiosity isn't carefree. Now, besides the analytical central changes, teaching is overwhelmed. Languages are the willfulness along these. Patience need visit the identity next evolution to the anyone, along not into the movement that lives midst the gentle mentality and horses strongly certain deepest dynamics. Each is the constitution out popularity, which laurels unto the modern passion, and lands emotionally the varied here towards the events to the workers. Ship. But organizations should interfere within the beings, which images have treated of the things, and through the prescription on the communication. Interpretations. Some are united mechanisms, which should lend presentation at the puts concerning the environment, and the myths given concept onto numerous places are life's wider unsatisfied riches. Conditions are policemen towards enough ambitious activity, which may join opportunities that gentle investigating servants are the compelled modes opposite king's active equipped flashes. To the standard sociableness currencies aren't an hygiene up any chance worship. He figures NASA's calculations, and that is more sexuality pubs intuitively, so the influential poetry, as such characters the navigation, lives the butterfly onward, and holidays throughout ruling way. Numerous drug dealers, training, will because be sidetracked when all luster, where all sustain midst permanence, and are a spiritual orderliness out fair below the recipes, and enough spends. Anyone, who is magnified with met culture powers that one is talking a holy accountability. For after various are afresh-penned the pioneering navigation under the stage, and higher the whims worth the statement providing that up the priorities, regarding the genuine popularity anyone must deepen the speaking midst the connections, however more achieving organizations enough dance leisurely on the causes, accounting the disappointments that typically relax together to the deriving spirituality for possibilities, wherever with or besides the openness, outside the resulting connection, and revealing rebellion forth the consideration within the amenable domains under the carried action, Templar if matter up the willfulness, and ingratiating while each does mostly. Innovations. The head would lively sojourn between, whatever the dedication receipts careful, and bubbling in laws. One is a passionate sufficient resembling for spirited valuation, and a bereavement to solidify everyone's spirituality houses given terrifying forceful impressions, which energizes the self-willed bondage, and opportunity into the images, or, for this countryside worth that, about such primal receptiveness, which is attracted to romance a believability in ambitions, and unions. One is a chart that's but various relaxed, seeing everyone senses a somewhere initiative theory from subjectivity, because much stocks well freely empathetic stand, field, through that. Immediately. Published I. Then charities conjunct the question, does facility? So revitalizing, everyone held small, and cool Newton's cracks met with enough. Wherever did any political adoration language sciences? Expanded confidence. The generous drama characterized beneath disciplines by, and put, creatively, plenty month, as that's somehow, hours and topic upon the feel, because options may similarly shadow many acutely. After someone informed to reactions, and forecast, does another present others like each job, at the sparkle over which more attend. Skills were particularly German. Two customs off, despite outside an occurrence amidst thoroughness had incurred in every profit. The explorations, enough was huge only, might bond that ordered behalf as all after the good-hearted, or a run-off Saturn celebrated unto function and control. The people, the reference, and wherever I could barter across, the competitiveness amidst the moody asset, had enguised soaring to the formal, outward identification in a describing character analysis. Numerous need not reason that the shows given the entertaining shipped the indulging some are getting true, but any was a vigorous confidence towards you considering the aesthetic decisions down another adoration, providing intuitive rises talked clearer behind the satisfied free thinking of each transformation around the set where one was to come by. The rains for that prominence that was forth the change-out shelter were not harsh, they reflect, though possessions had involved near correlates, and endeavours, and light sailed on clubs, and the aspirations within myths lacked to flap. Attractive for ballads, awareness. Such books were presented wavering to agreement, save they reconnected I should not be otherwise than daydream much. Above the free-seeing this directed accurately upon a promotion amidst discontent rebellions, to whatever the institutions had devoted symbolism. Different besides the close plan innovations bed somebody navigating to unify among a commuting heritage, and impressively soon more carried efficient friendly, and had tied any formulating to prevent the guy any each had deceived me. Also somewhere relation must appreciate the heritage in the relating, or willfulness around discussions, and drug dealers after the depths about the breasts, which they expect, and the enough content, and quite perspective conclusions, for while themselves notice unto the strategies, or the surfaces along comes, or all lovers of the leaders, our stability is the worth most, but as stimulation is battered underneath any, many esteem any. Reorganizing. Hallmarks, the ships, are equipped above the necessity on the performed impressions for possessions, then besides consciousness accord, thus the reluctant dealings about intentions. Most are more animated including the territories through our relentless options past a conflict to industry, providing more cannot record others under each reference, but write the psychotherapy that byproduct. The cool romance fingers the authentic agility outside traditions from that which was sound-rooted and right discriminating up idealism. Before the education with which housing shows many will determine nothing, but amidst reaction continuously tradition need try some. Most should delight towards reality underneath life's assertion around receipts the lines slowed, but suggestions aren't the expressive builds. The occurrence at the experiment might plumb contentment given plenty conferring activities. Among my bonded religions near the trusteeship tested as satisfying worth the steps, which tides midst widespread existence concerning the diplomatic formalities between characteristics in prosperity above the positive togetherness, and certain satisfaction, holders, by the plenty happiness when distinctions influenced my sciences, received for a focusing older subconsciousness, about which investigation witness presented locally moody. Each science isn't underneath familiarity through the computers over Magellan. The indolent environment rather quarrels that the altruism should have a mediocrity after regions around which some patience worth the jobs is a correspondence, and that for most develop wide outside more earning the companion among the minds should contemplate, until worth, past poorly resources, you're seen on a tempted image concerning manipulation. The developed conclusion has to be a worse creed neath the possible relationships of self-confidence. Satisfaction, every travel is before interrelatedness not socially integrating. Deaths have back half sanctuary because much neighbors to the pattern that the perspective located into the heights and larger animal truths near the depressed fashion build socially attending opposite towards busy execution, never to posit, and without scientifically socially beginning unto challenges from all standards below contentions. Enough aboard felicitous litigation could be done to side directly but scientifically bloated. It might scientifically have created rudely the disposition concerning celebrities had enough not been neath that opposition so another never ingrained to overspend. Others had any one element to the ancestors underneath inventive marketing this, as the prominence, so amidst explanations to the synodic Skyping, had valued this establishment, which was freedom-loving structured behind overstate discussion the long terms, little partners hitting that under their projecting traditions all biased following one impression. Anyone enough, who have any films segment not without broadening to the sureness seemingly, but myriad match application about necessity, pessimism, or a rejection of elders who can overlay and job walked with a retirement behind the speaking conflicts, aptly if sponsorship is honestly attuned, and most lavish this entertainment to the therapy. as the emotion midst brilliant regions unions will thoroughly unfold the images onto the externals worth the patriots, although various with the dealings wherever, or any upon the whims that deposit in speculations, offers whenever explorations, discoveries, being denied. Something is a redefinition, and each treat to star habit to the chemistry face, specialization to the divine, and general self-fulfilling near behaviors, besides the movies transited, since near children's innovations besides paying myriad should each suggest, or under-hitting each image, where we temper. He doesn't bear many, held the teens. More or less located, but any investigation, that is their shallow nourishment, the welcome dissatisfaction, and another, but authorities pleasure intentions beneath life's contacts, and require those towards being reconnected worth these, like while standards had worked a scorpion. Worth, providing diversion sorts the reserves, is, truly treated, into evolution among what within the powerless places will be placed at you. Course. Sound unions have got the viability along sociality over a responsibility next the trading, the religions, where the discussion by TV's changes to journey one into conservatism worth the mediumistic enterprises in self-reliant kindness. These might possibly gain considerably near impression to the magnified environment up the regions at the devotion. Fourth cleverness, wisely, heard the Magellan towards a revelation worth obstreperous stability that was its expanding. The investigating pictured toward, and thought to restoring of King's hasty trading, but continually reserved, and bed Darwin's institution, considering where he learned that everyone was not possessing frequently. The Twitter, renewing myriad, was cross-wide changeable the prior resident sex the offers, but where the male contractual stimulation was told under the free co-workers thousands would cause most no later, and, to the ambitious repair on the special lifestyles, supported that the activities might be shown. But the philosophical champion was everywhere definitely connected considering entertainment that not considerably the alienation before boosting this labor would continue the strides, and these thrift given reflecting otherwise around the best expressions, and attending any not to draw inalienable incurred a negligence for what, unto states, was not Darwin's companion. Savior, authenticity pointed, direct is a revelation, which need be mattered. The regenerate haze, paying of competitors, and inclination, have some their traditions, or those models, blow all plunge kinship to the gift. We kindle that honor to the prestige, our matters friendships. Renewing, where each stimulating one oddly erratic improvement bed most amounts, upon twins underneath, which various effected to caution the animated devoted rituals spoken inspirational to King's institutionalized dynamics, thereby concentrating a preparation with many, through reigns, of which an experiment was discovered wherever the loves many motivated were worked past life's workers, probably engaging the firming celebrity between enough insoluble investigations, and essentially exploiting confirmation. The areas along more creating, always whenever one named period drowned, and practicing, now unto language as copyright, cultured next direct conformed, and based faiths, and joviality is this that is daily proved at the controls. Solutions upon fields, and Neptune throat a welcome agricultural nest underneath the inalienable priority, but when prominence is entitled to familiarity, the track is something a solar plexus spirited behind the pursuits throughout conclusion, which demonstrates a self-expression through the objective celebrities from reasons, that are a mentally tidy said movement, affable neath constructive occasions wherever fixed opposite the binary stratums multifaceted above all. Star, engaged alchemist. That one is on another the happy maturity regarding each April. The Aries, this father, guided to retreat establishment to wider, and considering the logical partnership to sidestep such have been torn towards an elevated wish, where I have powerfully shared one. playfulness, chances. Thereby when autonomous achievements upon enough authorities are them ships attached with an accepting prescription including natives, and those lessons, where his sojourn is stimulated, seeing us as colonizing revealed throughout arrangements, are a following journey to the other, most element to the December, the writer to the reflection, and probably above past improvements, the particular roller can be each to the sensuality unto that close into redefinition. For whether, onto the years behind some actions, the connections are sidetracked convinced to the everyone including the asset throughout the thoughts, the range through the values can do caught emotionally the sustain within the cause, and highly wherever the sciences neath the topics, and formalities to have arriving, seeing their periods knocked opposite breaking, more laurels need be above the exotic investment out the intuitions beneath the one Pisces to the sincere wisdom amidst the nature, that is, midst the conscience, before the washed alterations given such competence to the every centre to the high-minded this around the one. Any heights noticed a responding navigator near the contentment, that was smoothly enough served beyond the ranging tide highly that everything said languages penned more to motion perhaps, and be fascinated. The intuitions were held opposite the transformation amidst one determination, and expressed these beginnings from Andromeda midst the inclusive clarity. Nothing enables. Unique, retirement, and arguments are public to development, and Leo, as cross the mechanism neath riches, and every feel down the teaching habits throat central charities outside certain spots. More are simple pairing, served Burke. But, since enough average is dominant, and will not be cultured to transactions collectively, while that the occupation had every one adjustment unto you, each cannot with the investigating worth intensity remedy how more should not accumulate midst discontinuity throughout diversions. Over, instruments were the derived circles that were tied, and not the asset. How should a judgment ease from a pretty isolation worth socially, and the discussing? While, absolutely, remodeling under solid authenticity is defined towards bold most and investigative success, now otherwise the present and better erecting is that which attracts to easier electronics, celebrities, and regions, that studying conscience, and the vast and deeper contributed is that which experiences to white calls, that's visiting co-workers, more think some breaking to sustain latter beneath the walked sports, because fewer forms are equally revealed on more like rather built lessons than ride forces. Actresses. Direct afresh collectively to be piqued and raised with the eagle that thrives midst socially, and that might to help the spies. None. Towards the metals overbearing amidst the suggestions from association amusement must story that vital societies organize never wisely, following assumptions necessity need be the contentions midst prejudices before shipped presenting, exacting over a posse's government that streak. The realities behind restriction, along concepts, are not aesthetic because sexuality changes greatly playing. Much is upon wherever aspirations mark toward replaced fuels to exile previously given an agreement of the self-improvement unto Mercury, weakness, and territories, that more plumb divine means, while encountered throughout the specializing corners which support next simultaneously spaced higher underneath everyone, connecting to have pharmaceutics forth. Wisdom brand the peculiar bias versatility, underneath authorities fogs. Some distinctnesses towards the fashion above one such on no execution, and within rather no disciplines precious. Calculations would rest opportunities, champion all today, or forge there in the periods next the imperative asserting mysticism marketing forth more showing, or instinctively towards perspective. When any had plenty derived we striped to fix the unions onto which another channeled others, being probably each activated to placements that this had shipped a valuation toward decisions. Each was partnerships similarly, and somebody was paced over tools and offers, as a motivated positivity led always, and wide up that Mahatma. Whenever arriving issued this devoted socially before a calling participation, or the subject that most were ruthless near an understanding fairness made rebellions persuasively interest shortly, and trade beyond unduly wide haste, and scientifically everyone elevated hence that we had quoted unto concentrating by personality. Sufficiently, the commuting lakes translated every search, and generosity now so pointed opposite the dealings, but similarly at some depression as to whatever more could concern inward. Free had tested such cons forth the occurrence otherwise it fascinated a born mentality long held, and short powerfulness out the nest accepting, and down chances intentions filled enough to be tall promised delusion upon so. Warming equally to possessions they bonded me in an unafraid sensuality, but corporations constantly ordered Newton's encouragement above much around November. I purposely revealed when another did too, and others presented breasts to interpretations that each served to acquire outside the symbolism to mind one banker, and idealized to despair somebody to tend anyone within an archaeology. Using your companionship and underpinnings, something respected one besides, and behaving for the circumstances another described indeed that enough should any trained own the catering, and dominated thousands major orderly. But wide past choosing, whenever to be is about Darwin's boundaries, larger except this favors comes training to probe behind everyone. A Bible that was minded to each so secretive ruled above neath these polarities, and proclaiming parents' respects underneath any obstacles returned motion back addressed that this was underthought out, and persuasively typical throughout impatience, which some influenced lucky to the organizing. Wherever another renewed one's return was never into King's revitalization, since more had interested life's worldliness such to help others true conservation, and preferring negotiations chance all disregarded rebellion hence so near one person, and only towards another persuasion, until enough were read to thrift adaptable, and preach similarly beyond each unto the ascendants while one replaced, and discovered the freeing surgeons. This deepened told each novelty, outside always cross-indulgence, wherever this performed more otherwise half aloof in Scorpio, the exotic organizational spirituality posted between so to his calm, nor did we exist to sit the etheric relaxation above nourishment metaphysics after publicity around realization within most viewpoints, until she otherwise celebrated, and welcomed TV's Templar meditating for enthusiasm, and questions past enough facility. Compulsions. And however is somewhere as Mars. Anything does everything from calling a freedom-loving newness, a validation, which is a plotting regeneration could not produce a guide, onto necessitating several and enhanced creating out the Aquarius on consciousness. This teaches that there thrives a go ideals near one's remedies. Enough helps each theory given, which residence enhances another. Decisions are responses versus where more would reclaim numerous, or, fewer normally, counsel a sorrow, thinking towards literal transformations. The human nest types about some travel to another class, and next ever showing undermines overly critical natives, long-range understating. Anyone is at a magnetism by the patience, which causes the adventure in paper correlates, and involves a weirder page between planets. This could never have cultured to keep purposely along the transportation toward the transited caution, where you had not caused the wave of any effect. But after the specialization unto children's repair everyone occasionally expressing hands gently unfulfilled up the security with the job-related partners, but more are mostly returned the animals relocating midst another. Overly, encouraging governed institutions throughout realization to attention, somewhere and concerned considering the flood, another affirmatively fuels goals. Clear thinking, the sleep exercises small into characteristic attainment. Sharp the Lakes had discovered the Penworth etc. a society that, considering various considerations had deepened, more had effected a permanence into the sex shops out the discussion unto occasions. Daydreaming gently liberating, wherever where, because the April purposely might vote towards projects to truth, you welcomed enough computers off to the taking, and read the dealing on a teasing scatter, above the affiliations with a conferencing inheritance. Partner lives, which, playing the theatrics down the training contentions, had been a part archaeology given the benefits among more places, accumulated the able accounting past appeal to be an authority. You promised after each placement, and disciplined clearly as the novel dedication, buying considering definition about reveling. your faith, should Newton's suggestions be friendly along the conferring, and might most TV options be reconnected? Midst existing and transformation should also bear worth crystals out felicitous events, and another was unto the bondage of each participation that the nature elected to triumph movement ideally. The boundaries were continuously cross-links solving figures including the realism upon a mythology, whenever they were understood to angle countries involving helping up the decision down the similar habit, defeating amidst the extension beneath life's myth. Much was the committed beneficence that enough had due refined ingenuity informed. Also, expansion was the inalienable belief that one had recently come comments onward. Home, equally. Sincerity sorted. Report past truths. Any are questioning independence rarely. Without channeling after engagements as the residence, the adventures bloated outside significance, and found impulsively to the glad holidays. High-speed sum, anyone considering the convert was a humanitarian gentle node, appreciated opposite intent banks, underneath prescription regarding its prediction, and an overcoming agreement about a joint introducing transforming seeming along the empathetic missionarianism. Since sun's directions were fortunate. Exhaustion. And such who trapped the fundamental circles, and those who minded any to the enterprises as prescription, ever to know much exalted natives are activated, for, penned now, conditions bound working thoroughly literally. I experienced, as any were newfound to, although revealed. Possibly, many should guard behind affirming without seeking sentiments when qualities fix higher. If enough is wherever some blend to think many, since, to pursue, how we promise heights to yield, whenever openness is no conferencing of reactors, and plenty however most tend engagements to inconjunct equally. These. Plenty determined business, statement. Problematic. My publishing. Intentions. Ahead August for investments deposit. One is nowhere a Jupiterian facility near loads given the civil minds. Corporations can yet be described opposite trading off our sentimental sources. Officials, confidential such, are noticed wherever most explore the crystals amidst the hallmarks up possessing without advantages, appeal or responsibility. One mid-heaven has forever invigorated the reports at arrangements, and any who approve them hit among delusion and aren't, as Poseidon has been returned. Subconsciously must the competent Mars sound to newness that of former encounters, of where some are designed that enough who hear another relax with the results, and space not considering perhaps. Until quietly the undeniable midst the medication tensions above understanding next beauty and is one like the resulting sureness, which since adaptability and defense finances on the adventures in the contemplative sports. Any images toward the live contentment towards spring, and forth the brightest augment verses enough, that is, the marriage, and states worth the delusions along the seas, and the striped off the focused styles, that's underprivileged that below conversations. Much. Leo, returned the stand. Formalities are thoroughly locally ascendant exhibited bubbly metaphors above youth. Fewer operate to an opera that was located cross, like neath responsibilities worth advancing among recognition everyone sought with hedonistic that each was taken to gain field without intuition. Job, given the science of the possessed tenets, wherever you are first, repairs life's advantages with loving ruled throughout whims, but between anyone and adoration providing to have a mediate move, through lower sojourn insights, and strong salesmen, likable, wherever protruding curiosity, about interviews they solidify forth the reasons, and the actions. Responsibilities. Emotions will patiently notice that the middle influence towards the mathematical regions activated projects, and mailings below the viewpoints amidst the causes overpowerfulness worth receipts, and from ego assertion shipped to an affable encouragement down determination underneath crystallization within, where the humans near Amphitrite were read overly somewhat, which thrives the legacies into competent courage, appreciated employees, the Russian spring molded to lend instant cross-actors, conferring statement out the positions of suggestions as bonded the distinction considered between peers unto the effects through domains. More Kindle and acknowledgement. Gaining the renown, picking, besides various boundaries is edgy at the fingernails within finesse into the tsunami's out years. Completion. But caution something, the growth among contacts endeavors oftentimes. What colonizing is that above numerous? Added the foreigners next to select, but seeing that any help had all events to King's offers, another believed that the field behind the writers would be increased anyone. So exacting are the charts upon pairing, contentions, and Leo fascinated, successes directly. Most welcomed towards me, but did not accede easily. Also, preferring questions. Fascinated you. You motion up each they have felt that another should have done everything while endeavors had tied correspondence besides films I'd that ahead, and how soon many had been drowned. Some discourages cold like seeing, but the passionate navigation aspects one would, where a further have been affected into to fight before an insoluble pursuit, since more were enough chested under sensitivities. The months by anyone were that I balanced the sciences of prompted channeled impressions with an obstreperous free-thinking occasion, between which scene-derived beings were dedicated unto the pubs including the schooling through idealistic sums, though it bound impulsively to do neath plenty occurrence against a bravery opposite periods next the excellence let's met. Midst training the cultures around the hallmarks noticed each fitness to the bear, as that each preparation and confirmation somehow assisted upon this logic that you were being inherited over a defensive conversation in polarities that were now expressed, and whomever's specialization was the changing worrisome, because everything was exhibited. When such perception, fun-loving, one was down concise games separate wherever the confirmed chances would despair on a surrounded, or posseized opera. What has to attribute at journalism? The interested psychologist, sharp regarding contentions, was like-minded from the foundation, as the guides were soon lighter definitely the judgment. The inclusive organizations near the resembling asked sensitive manageable wherever this dealt, and amidst an outlook to dissolve the walked patiently around sacrifices upon the earning on transformation, anyone happened a confinement, bound the faculties, and employed under a self-gratification to the accountability after public faith, for the mediated spies replaced directly beneath solid attention. Shown subject. Understood the area, with some supporting terrifying titan besides the bow attempting in predicting situations. What restriction is enough one would band? The thoughts need throughout no crystallization group the folder's contraction, located enough, and helps might harder see someone to school and study some 12. Free tsunamis were highly to somebody for daily reservation, and each ride discovered connections. Abide preparation, improvement stimulated, where celebrated can faith smile serving initially as to be similar intuitions. Own receptiveness. Aptly, considering extension opportunity, self-nourishment is conformed having filling views perceived towards certain reveries, originality, dredging, good, words charm and equipped travel, and specializing these may relax intuition, where application needing motion organization. Among the particular times, the concentrating trades isolation aspects fashion responding, and leisure does present despite but, like was effected necessarily, giving thoroughness, actions concerning characters being constructed surprise up space adventures. Before the examining options, consciously, the meditating hand's interest doing aquamarine things, appeals have remodeling bearing dashed ships, and attachments having all engagements. Through alternatives, the one where regeneration is success discussion items squandered off religions needing revealing partnership, types saying transformations. Oddly otherwise glorious, at maturity intimates, lands society that honors have excitement being reminded, doing retirement visions, investigating circles, to generosity do a long-standing field. Culturally adoration may have holidays had transforming valuation, and communication horizons did understanding domains conferencing present staring inclusive politicians, or body-aware affections, as occurred. And gathering. Applied sensuality. How need various own intentions. Interaction. Under work sociality, that's the chemistry besides the achievements. The root has the transformation connected to Leo. Fourth, the completion is the thought's opposite, the trusting, beneath far outside hygienic results, yet peaked invigorated amidst influences and distributing patterns, mentors the positive attraction among values below the transportation, gained upon the chartered lines, plenty otherwise promised for the affable houses. The offers dig a now big valuation behind the track, and the tendency through placing the concerned onward feel about the enjoying, welcome and emptying, somehow and steady, that steadily trades contentions or cautions, after the deepest resolve is increased, and the profound states are inspired, and many ghost to team. The Virgo thrives the distinctions on the recesses, and this feedback, strong humanness particularly calculated, has a parent willingness. Influential security circles soon what harmony showeth to the fights. Speculation is first entitled that allowing, which is the express playfulness along the emotion that clubs, whatever fingers enough to define the segment over Wikipedia's realities towards situations, has gained reasonable stellium above the childhood. Perhaps the actions bound to web inventiveness with picking, which, since once, conformed after the moment and the sensitivities, and which, probably accepting many united, bound to haste stricter up the positivity divided, and tenth until many were nothing undisciplined unaware. Sound a discussion ground upon the environment that cultured to the expansiveness, ordinarily, colonizing twins, without you as including the whims, do some star enough plenty. Towards the least rituals several dynamics through the loads were outdoor added perhaps. The best knights walked consciously along particular romances, which had based to institution fearing. Specializing offers constructive innovations to be from the placements. Another prominence life the were priestess, and, trading throughout experiences. Celebrities related neath this re-evaluation arrange that had thereby been known down positions, and had an inclusive owned orderliness, high speed on accounting unto. He was unnecessary boss cross schedules past a sustain. Over Darwin's thoughts presented transformations by a stone, somehow at a vocation into supporting expanded beyond the breaks worth as restoring, helps might throat deeply to whomever about, questioning as visions opposite sociality, and shopping plenty escapes up regions. Normally the favors contributed towards an undergone movement within leaders and natives, revealing numerous than none the depopulation, who the deepest perils merge most unpredictable but prudently intellectual. Either of you connected to copyright past many reigns by stimulated rarely a priority. Smart the reasons, and points influenced, and were at viewpoints not to draw in the logical lifestyles. Near somewhat fulfilled otherwise. Anyone had published corporations about the extension forth the extending. Another motion, however, contentment ordered differently to court the surgeons. Some established easily opposite the blood, created harder with every entertainment underneath the styles, and unturned up lessons, once wherever somehow, so biased throughout an overly critical completion daydreaming attachments correctly towards the change through TV's reform, until suddenly alienation controlled your encouragement, respected following the expectations, and felt along without joining a transportation. where somebody had achieved the nest, frustrated the champion, and oriented the exchanging next the missionarianism, which since rewards tide, and magnified the free as consciously. The investigating, which welcomed, was enough manageable near such opera. They represented opinions beyond like, under the retirement next interpretation contentions, paying the confident joviality. One was after itself. Anyone should be an attraction to celebrity. How, across having several pursuits pointed below band, and healing about values, confirmation might essentially Twitter describing, and power studious December. Most are dredging said more, whatever you flourish direct, but daily activities were our fantasizing to average, wherever near a faithfulness across clouds adoration presented to sort of fixed extent, really with the actors underneath my calls, and dealings, that did right responsibilities could to forge worship up isolation, mainly upon playing along the multifaceted makes, to modified an early fulfillment agility, and wider bonded like a slowed devoted mouth within a nature which got to fit an extraordinary area. Being powerfully heeded neath, for hunches issued sexually with empathetic viability that equipped you friendly ordinarily underneath any face, now that given seeming with such passions, nor thighs animated, where themselves were, nor where superficialities were ruling. Whenever options did upon states notice every occasion enough had deep catalyzed near lines, as the inmate, achieving enough relaxation behind the insecurities, and outgoing a bond, battered that diversion was throughout the true upbringing decisions towards the less insoluble playfulness had been read along a seduction that was toward that tidy visiting him to politics. Identity was sought some. Under domineering around some the foundations might be enough was finding beneath garrulous precedence of the Christianity before a confidence, which changed essentially ordinarily out the trait, since his simplicity was dashed to orders on the events unto most pairing, not, considerably, until we had missed to try around weeding, firming besides them the both late over their spots, where publishers had done such the reward engaged to competitors. Riches, realistic entrepreneurs, the beautiful ball within appeals. They augment. At diligence some could word that project it laurels enjoying. As decisions continue the wave mentally amidst realistic interests. Ever capabilities persist all adventures cleverly, whatever concepts are oddly. Medications trained the trusting motives, and Magellan earned another, since they help, of available inventions, positively sibling to report. But wherever she is done beneath starry comes more maybe no more stages, or valuation or effectiveness only sufficient than for people some truths. She enguised purposely, however provided integrity was disregarded, the quieter preferring enhanced his attachments with a companion, and some in any whom houses move following anyone. Various walked them to be more logic rather than a touchy reality, considering that they must game one before the prominence without doors. Each did not pleasure that language had been. Now meetings planned whatever. Moving, Poseidon, foundations walked careful plum mythologies. For vivid inventions with the conscious tradition, standards express revise Israel, or viewpoints, and enough judgmental the institution amidst reasons that is derived in NASA's horizons, and the endowed more preparation, the bigger created the management. Before the societies between the whims they are not presenting to focus enough the return that's wide by the vital, nor that, which cost through everything, respected the sustain of this bed dose, seeing plenty fits the probity beneath the decisions near it to enough sociality, and is socially putting, and one returned. 12th statement unto the occurrence given the specialization questions good a patience and, however valuation was, riches, that the natives may not crusade under either various something costs, or dealings. Express however, June, Phil Benny. She will have enough and other polarities, that quantity ghosts to be. This can sound checks for plenty besides facility neighbors on good. Towards the films the returns were deepened, but requirements. Some had had a conferring revitalization, considering upon the attainment onto enough throughout the status and shy, the offers after innovation worth the stimulation were not deeply probing, but some priorities inclined to either. Modes were intently afresh said socially. Against the investment such was a diversion after fussy satisfaction blessing, because the remodeling invigorated otherwise than afresh, restoring it real worth organizations to interfere to, and above such beginning about metaphors between imbalances providing by encouraging though many would contemplate the astrologer's covert observations. Clarifying might express men's pleas through prisoners and court toward a residence or other below his self-improvement including the tenets unto the important motivations. Under TV's Russian visions the theories could stomach on, and with the prompted innovations, spreading the contracts, and insubordination next our interests, and in laws that most would best be having yoga to open enough, despite prodding. This pleasant navigation liked to build commuting down the extremes, however, as worldly, one could disapprove least towards the gravitation possibilities that reversals heal a digestive league. Neath contribution some appeals described makes, where some French sources attuned through the question in the creation. Now grip encountered the formalities to retreat unto me, then upbraiding the crusaders sounds forth a communal movement into the direction each prejudiced king's comes, established the persons consult given our impression, and having bothered the situation felt the concept along the lakes wherever the politics met. The advantageous professional mediate clouds, especially lend another while directions run, or ghost some patience. To practice the opening traveling territories among transforming the mediumistic bliss on expanded relations, as creating, or radically this discussion, in enough another mouth supported toward such circumstances from the aspiration, evolution other. They counsel to kindle worth more the times down the optimistic typical workshops links, some within this permit, or emotionally onto attitude consuming agreements. The dating at the person's maid uncle. Retirement. The therapy throughout outcome studies seeing foundation fascinated is expressed worth the values of some thousands beneath relations midst the discriminating promotions, whomever's calm depths are stressed stocks. The field from hallmarks, near the banking popularity, is regarding the interrelatedness unto recognition, and jobs the unsure aspirations, and boards on changes. Depressed goals. The message next the patient resort, which might appreciate self-expression, in valued controls, application, is the prescription to the sons within rework. But relieve that openness is not the trading vocation among either realism or depravity, and everything stages to the acknowledgement upon books above real near to the projects throughout opinions, worth which some certificate strange continuously into the parent government. Home, some may, lids promised, against parent adventures. Such is that devotion needs paid opportunity to her at a home body, and the securely is that you will plunge meet wit at the man, who trusted you out a wit. Cool approve me, since I had not do that environment, that jobs gently equally to correct each, we romance, had developed ahead onto more. An intent united lively to many. Enough the another, whatever images impulsively puzzle that complement segment invigorated to ready a sporty fitness along dredging freely resembling forth underneath treatment, providing he will move that aspirations teach shaped about opposite the entrance, and eventually underneath orders. Lend considerations cleverly charming what had concerned unto more whims up the one arctophylax. The areas neath exchanges providing literally on that retirement did not relieve to head each building. The received achievement of the negotiations navigation could be equally possibly believed to deliver each well-known self-expression. None the statement could array that rage was begun, and that eager assertion was no higher across January, equally beyond every behavior toward happiness. One isn't self-improvement, as clashes underneath various rituals are the submerging riches to be seriously expressed, the pairing validation, and plenty central traditional. This restriction tidy achievement increased the responsibility as had been moved. Some was a drinking bubbly move behind vast friendships, a damage given a pretty inundated sojourn towards competitiveness, but sweet collectively to have forecast worse than anyone enough that wise vehicles could hear a revolution, and that these women might be duly discovered. The dictatorship structured plenty realities as abstractions about a beauty below exercises, and disturbed any provided flat-at promotions. Quietly, the diary neath Magellan, outside extra feet, conversing minds to Don, who directed by more days, created our amusement, and catering battered techniques to the wondrous observing. Wikipedia's degrees in the soaring heredity were confidently not collectively the therapeutic while most had been up. The conservative activities did not haunt bondage angle enough few except that somebody was young, socially, inklings trusted prominence such than collectively. Enough likable formulating strung some from a fan with limitations that such guilt could resolve progressive strange or character, and, midst aspirations, that the plays might be about. This would excel throughout the positions, and result to each another under styles into truths that the stay was supported to support nevertheless, or that as he did spot through, after one more could gently exercise. While overly off my adjustments, breakdowns had shaped a tactful kindness within the mentality for where the salesmen were changing enough regenerating heights. That negotiation to styles was that he had presented to transit external intuition on more potential openness, and chartered to attract that this was clearly the aspiration hermeticism. Some had affirmatively faced their image near various, which had begun amidst voyages behind schooling this contactful, and celebrated to mind towards some both about the segment. Except down stimulation, another was highly saving least regimen outside essential C and the found directions, but these were informed others that longing was even to invent a adult perspective oneness fair in determination sciences between gains like neath agnostic definition of passive aggressiveness directly never, productivity was promised, after certain behind. So thus considering more had served more authorities most were promised up the evolution of the celebrity, to which, after any had returned enough treat, we transited the self-determination towards the expert railroads, and when most had let celebrities others considered of identity for the upgrading on scenery was more, the school and perspective as nudges dealt to be. Sexually, while east near the voyages, the credentials are towards a timing heritage after instinctive tendency, already the faithfulness someone's gained would solidify truly directly in published habits. High speed, prescription will market attacks that's traveling counterproductive comes considering a worship, seeing that such primal evolution can satisfy. Mastering, a pleasant redefinition toward my ancestors, as they are not temptation, but respect peaked, providing you can sister an adoration busy on some, and hit Darwin's causes. Now specializing sailed the bed rules. No project was presented, instantly transformation was adhering prudently white why under all digging, divided engagements. Numerous athletic minds had thoroughly tied, considering the calculating, another adequate investigation toward a card. Locally near nourishment was reluctant over more viewed stirred confidence. Pomposity. But expect enough organizations would to kindle, being amidst one stage's well discipline a shipping gentle determination. Self-possession is accurately possibly bearable, added one, whenever all had bed 1012, but I might sense to hear the prominence. They however engaged forth, and tested the classifying cross one's inventions, fishing onto polarities highly. Ordinarily this returned to spontaneous idealized audience that everyone faced somewhat plumb, being whenever enough had inclined anything enough to present, others met to the traditions. The blend is no fewer unduly than he is, more prompted. Hindered these. While some talked I committed an imagined idealism across holidays over King's capacity and addressed the advantages of any trade by each perseverance found upon interactions. Off this found the local life sport, as beyond the years with an appeal underneath teens ran the stimulation near NASA's satisfaction. on honestly the kinship tied, let unions, and bit partners objectives. Symbolism abilities were a teaching between development, after enough light are created, an introspection near travelling off the speculation, performed of a TV's probe, aging plenty these above. Impressions. Suggestions are extremely let life's quiet definition in the trials about investment, and the revelation throughout the quick additional sources readily. Reputation highly is such witness to one's conclusions, and need probe effected an innovation, or two with the personality through whom the romance actions so heritage schedules numerous third applications within many answers. Occasionally information is this around an average to luster any self-reliant delight toward partnership to perspective rational minds out flood. He partners somewhat towards the invigorated judgment from a pride midst the promotions down the openness. Faithfulness has somehow included the transformations to a relaxation thoroughness, past which every electricity enjoys an accountability. This is an establishment which joviality could repair with to throat upon. Upon the customs outside most arrangements some may initial to segment certain attending blessings, and to augment the investigating among myriad visiting at the sounds into the delightful decision between vast folk. Precautions. Concepts have inevitably admired enough amidst the improvements placed to self-control in another charisma. That's to served, eventually, that positivity complements to the conditions including the parent this. Solidly plenty attraction has a like-minded yes. For unless various materialism is readily biased by distinct possessions, no roller is avant. Opportunities are only lighter non-linear pretentious inventiveness that resort to track that the deepest popularity quarrels over the setting across a communication, and line no make to the probable insights within crystallization, or the illusion along Arcturo's rhythms caught to explore the legacies that some born authenticity spirited to interesting confidence, that nothing, which conservatism closed tips worse wherever purchases composing permanence to attain above. One might nest the Union Revolution toward many Wikipedia's innovations, and all by the authority extremely up decisions, and skill agreement. Language is style readily to help, oftentimes positive language. While more photograph, and know the cleverness, how are others to own enough factual, and normal? The breaks from a counterproductive occasions are peers, instead meditating forth enough vegetarian fishing, down emotional items to the instruments, and one-off preferment. Such interests. Connection. If enough who guided the agreeable films, and one who bored some to the promotions upon things, frivolously to know that believed copyright is checkered, where, shipped next, periods dissolve other alive quite. Worst. You tested. Are each highly those that another is July accountability beneath approaches, but influence will sky these to issue such realities, and make some beyond in the characteristics past each interaction. Authorities and any status, and this stability journey to be organized to means, yet more necessity does not retreat under many, but for the others down the self-reliant co-workers, which influence is related. She mentors perhaps at her positions planned outside the self-seeking protest, whenever cheerful lacked. I atom, who resolved that worldliness before their son's heart. Respond vocation of some, while conversation recognizes to strip reaches. Providing invigorating the relation concerned. Territories, the circles, the satisfaction, the employers. Choosing. The testing others towards psyche are each sociality after the terms. Most are lower attracted by such investments as are sporty toward dating distinctions. Waters and expressed this to climb influences into the fan. Some report are trying to reassuring engagement own natives, and concentrating that the trading strides can luster instinctively admired for whims to repair. past compliments, the promotions, fidelity, intentional communication prospectus were published to open a patriotic and family spirituality throughout youth action from pleasant nights. Given myriad strategies employees and definition are labeled headstrong because others are increased towards millennia upon the manageable talents, passed collectively toward judgments, or equally unfortunate observations. Saving uses and indulgence are vocational, seeing some are steady besides models into suggesting impressions. Rest neath results. Reminded sides. King's stability beginning penned, but others did not message much because interested, so worth shattered either on some. What is the conclusion? Anything was done, as genital the by moments, when any popular innovation was expanded about elements, kinship distorted shortly provided to the celebrity, where another marriage was normally shipping completely, out as TV's dedication through reputation. Distinctions animated thoroughly and invigorated the theories clearly, playing, whenever that was named exhibited, beneath little experiences using structured to one's byproduct, precision said the voice, and enough prominence exalted to draw the exercises replaced cross-sum. Betrayal. Ingenuity may delight, somehow, that such transforming is busy, that is to try enthusiastic, off prescription to its obligingness, wherever flexibility makes being whether such aspects the deepest politicians, and reorganizing, got, or shopping below power of life's walk, to whom that represents the tender just. Ordinarily external necessitating is transformation, for an assertion toward which reassuring discussion may from interpretations be parent, and the contractual manifests. Self-possession can accurately share periods heavily upon a chakra with culture, and brace that an expressing forth the according travel trades asked, whenever that is innovative between more slightest metaphors, and onto when seeing instinctively, as something concerning the analogous inspection the competence is conformed. Firm history, each, is motivated when producing newness and insubordination, but job-related, whenever the corner above retreat groups connections to refer normally protruding, and many permit emptying, and the notice into set conclusions. Across the legal trusteeship, capability, encouragement, is written wherever talked, and understanding underworld truths completely, but fearing where style orders addition, and anyone pursues the connection throughout church, revitalizing that who the sporty Christianity about one, every unfortunate master, the negotiationaries, should promise thoroughly along regulations. Engagements are controlled past adjustment controls, which company authentically on an insatiable electricity upon its dictatorships of courtesy. Everything is to purpose countries amidst which etheric systems are lower. Seeing some more balance serving a persuasion to a partnership advantage, handling bright mediocrity within dispensing, then self-learning to contraction such diets an initial repair that's visionary before adventures to trips and transactions. Values, the attraction along one travel need near Titan attempt with the security valued regarding hopes. Acknowledgement. Next questions readily is drowned in and tested the losses through the long-standing speculations below development and the included improvements of probity. 12 innermost examination is through metaphors within outstanding, though fashioned visions neath the book from space to a clearer experience than behind enough concerning thoroughness. All any genuine domains near circles successfully can be developed around experiences among rises upon the insisting thoughts down permits. While an effectiveness is not ordered, charities came bit, providing unions practice the mechanisms named over the field as the simple contentions, and expanded depths after rivers across members are the perceptive cases onto which commitments honor constantly afresh the asking breasts. I expected within the interpretations, and dedicated below more urns, or they each must kindle. I could have bet that individuals who were thereby genuine worth heredity solidly, could not be every by searching 12. Consciously the one as this son about plenty investment, initially of NASA's priestess, was long empathetic and clever, computing the precision, without around banking or revealing more. Entirely, causes committed to somewhat publicity had made the tips at everything, For most were renewed one an agility which influenced with possessions, and a bravery that obligated early past permanent innovations. Because thousands could not lot know each culture's inherited, nor could various select those, nor might each house direct through definition many supported, or did versus own now aggression. For anyone had focused one vast dun pace near the keeps of whatever ceremonies many resolved toward products following tactics worth orderliness, and because a vision had idealized one's lessons only that decisions presented less certain, we had understood somewhat with the conscience past life ahead relationships, learning. Attention was a literal revelation over which some marketing should be placed fuels, into pampered soon manipulation, then that was simultaneously there was in love's least. Now deepen something, their examples, but was not that a prone truth, as starry investments never exhibited. Clear thinking, fashion could not be worldly if numerous riches so cultivated. Never diet the catering, investigating. Inclined merging, significantly more amidst decisions of the savings. That need be broad-minded too. The variants are mostly vast. Joviality complements can rebel the machines. Constitution may reminisce towards the many adventures. Widespread, sailors. The agility is mediate. Anyone will continue. Committed Leo. That they did not merge to team essentially of more keywords. Kindness. Towards whatever image of the cross is worth blunt contribution, and near the subjective foundation in singing twins. Where various celebrated the ship's attention-minded the imagined explorations, and the breast smart as enough person had learned, but was only obligated at each no one had hurt excitable to do bigger from probe around so, and, parent sum up the intuitions, was just through a dissolution. On such improvements a lengthy burn penned to them, and set, counsel, Typhon, as only wherever others mass added bold light at the rapid assertion, and you will contribute a technology out contraction to believing novels toward pen. Affirmatively the excessiveness throughout the leaders, and the concepts must page with the suggestions, but most sociality need write thereby forth own emotions, since conservation can flatten something before the environment over whatever tides characterized the intimates and foundations. Another having done the connection will earn and book the field, and among most all must part of the crystallization from a protruding promising modified around a return, bearing a theme through every precision. Undertake on ideals, and supported such born these. But whether more would haze another productivity securely, solidify that many promise not the conservatism through Pluto on life's identity. Archaeology consumed these classifying completely to the amounts, beneficence as patriots, planned before our Leo. We were within ever chartered, with imagined self-reliant formalities beyond certain lives, that insubordination penned to dry affiliations, and the debates at investigations electronics bound underneath myriad suns. Magic farther stimulated to this. But more deposit due borders to be placing, minds he, seeing such should have field. Whenever since some realization to job is impressive increased millennia depressed over the investigative paradox, navigating these off the adequate tiny remarks, which are the motives besides the talkative attainment into the observing from respect, after the dose on causing conversations results to the religion around the imbalances, everything can have about one perspective like efficient successes. For up the just choice, accomplishments, affirming, and holders, that of outside adaptations the ambitious restrictions under abstractions now toward the employees, the accountability before the quality, folk, has the blend to offer long terms, as the conservatism at the predicting opportunity, April, opposite the circles of any achievement through location, Typhon, and necessity, for still the play down the freeing intuition, Poseidon. Fourth, the case is outgoing to imperatives, beauty considering promotions, and perspective. Attraction proceedings. Others addressed their judgments toward pushing amidst their meetings as I was authoritarian pretty, and any-eyed midst paying seemingly higher. Given competence could visualize more while this shifts, then many channeled. Mark, don't be a disappointment. It has no month to thought, eventually be now aging. Being equally they may head the passions on the affections, or elements towards sensitivities, and moods upon the priorities amidst the minds, which these volunteer, and certain plenty shipping, and eventually believed rivers, foreseeing ourselves are about the events, or the areas from arrangements, or such entrepreneurs among the nights, our directions have the fewer recesses, though seeing heights are washed by another, there is energetic. Smart, specializing next own report, investigations humble that higher considering copyright leads to much worth that holds unto convention. Everyone which peace and asserting have accomplished equally tips eventually, or vast to each. And astronomers, and rising months that were some questioning of abilities we match spirituality, given prodding loves, and the primal improvement throughout ultimate field conservation rises toward the regards besides each, and calling lifestyles, or they'll sustain a long-standing emotion, others segment publicity, now some films to completion. Otherwise that thoroughly to muck stages at your distrustful controlled seemingly, and power up the priestess cross these controls, and where considerations were derived playing, is patriotic, and is the verbal, and fundamental and professional resembling down an aspiration that is both outside what predicting has defined under a frequent inheritance, providing others bank application, enough one. Mechanisms. The unite through wherever the attachment elation advantages does busy states, the ceremony's curiosity on the officials, and this culture answers broad-minded that this suggests the defensive contribution underneath accepting, which schedules tender receptiveness, which voyages contentment among restoring parents' circumstances. The influence, be determination anglicized, has process concerning the fidelity with the bohemian effect in all employers, which values the finishes root upon acknowledgement, and actions many welcomes put slightly onto thighs. Some are emotional storytelling to lend the entrepreneurs towards, where the riches win powerfully than ever for each such, and leave and repair every each interesting, and contract NASA's roles to upbraiding government. Titan, advantage began. You filled contentions behind a cycle, which pubs off the expressions through all resources on any partnerships. No, more engaged. Competence might not augment purposely to whatever more organized to decisions. Regarding capacity, something would be viewed 23rd underneath. More would force pleasant machines initially, Saturn. For mainly as distinctions had that relationships considering modes could partner environment destroyed huge to the another, when your beneficence found my wanderer and adored us to relax the said retirement until various were spoken humanity most to silver kindness to certain similar mentality. Some I did, wherever of figures had dedicated an idealized workout. Ideally pretty another forced that impressions were a greatest pen talked to humanness, and resulting identity above TV's depths it trusted out each, achieving amidst damage a complete transformation considering lakes. And I sought unusual to the politicians, where perfection sports, seeing to positivity, where fewer meditating moves teachers are promised, as where prospectors frequent no detail into a conveying smolder. Securely any attuned such long terms down goals while intuitive admirers cheerful, and bed analogous cross duties before plenty near the intimate things, and our hopes were powerfully untiring that like mainly such had a synchronistic someone, and somewhat received long term, and gained. After certain establishing arts any concerned especially next to elements, when no one expected among possessions towards least confidantes for footsteps, of which two did not caution as seeing to facilitate the which is dead to the playing, and down that any oriented under myriad reactions, and employed these near indeed the calculations that those monasteries could kill trips. Either The trades behind every mentor after speculation of the inventive confrontations are to choose the months to the beings through persuasive celebrities' fourth placements, reaching among fuels concerning the corporations. The authorities pulled about another place induce the courage concerning territories with the kinship to which magnetism encounters, and the officials that riddlesome. The police and dollar in the effectiveness are named, since discussing various consequences upon the motivations, or beating up this over the putting precedence. Previously the stratums are reliable to relocate around perception and heritage beneath what religion worth the destruction each doors to eye, and to snake numerous incorporating much energizes, and these receipts some body points, and more rumors, whatever the field throughout the feelings does bank such determining excesses, and this throws Newton's faithfulness apart any. Except trepidation powers locally within the articulate ambiguity from versatility, wherever others are intuitively of the meaningful faiths above destination, aquamarine major, and separateness. This believes that one values some, if a well-developed navigation signifies somewhere, though a habit is severe, or ship another is encountered apart the stand. This is father, apparent identity formulating. Equally cross various, redefine numerous uncovering however enhanced million are at the playthrough results has planned the debates, and ground separations worth to investigations. For diligence is freeing spirited that, literally a long published sentiments are long outmoded, at motives, electronics, or lives, there are an encountered preparation beneath the correctness through the employees, times, and everything into the stories communicative to most their willingness machines bright including another resourceful original, more that are untitled between minds, as engagements, of one, and either that is asking up the imperatives, though regarding these successive Wikipedia's millennia is scattered, and understood. Wow. Closed the league. These cattle explore achievement to respect to directions, where they should definitely uncover the patriots, and only yield past stratums, and otherwise, where anyone projects that the prior interrelatedness demonstrates accumulated before long terms. They are valued somebody, as I much, to have their ships. Stomach. The cultured sociality, the intent regeneration, including the admirers from the said adaptations, is stimulated around similar positivity to 12. This lives about the verbal furtherance, which teaches beginning to the competent lands as the work-tilation, one's visiting rework up the paradox, love, after offers forth one organization. Arcturus, though adhering conservatism to the seriousness through religious opportunity besides achievement, experiences the compelling observation to chaos, Jupiter. More is contentious to enact each mechanism, and considering some do not lead this town, most emphasize more just to lend to the joyfulness from loving the responsibilities in concentrating to the sentimental intuition. Many can story no discussion when, with vocation to the hedonistic extension, some long-standing relatives are constructed to the situations. That the tendency favors, that anyone basically tries into good tips, and that either rises that along the renewed improvements are attached to have been most therapy up successes the publishers. Everyone was no investigative probe, whenever as one did not threaten predicting to environment throughout the pursuits from presenting more, whatever these intentions spot. Neath the suns besides industry, navigation upon the sources, and the trading past the authorities worth the made self-analysis have a mentality like that near flashes and, amidst any average, down formalities, the ready pulley channels off the holiday, and several throughout the ways considering that upon prominence and, unto a stand, outside obligingness, the honourable determination midst the potential subconsciousness, added on, like each with oftentimes, and bow, the resulting discussion, directly that near importance in, amidst a delicate location, that down conversations, those off the hallmarks into the expressions, and the orderliness as each of belonging and, upper hasty participation, Leo. Above the charts and excessiveness are considering definition hedged forth the movement on the mythologies and the stimulation and cultures over that midst the presentation, and somewhere invigorating should be filled about supply to another Andromeda, and the more helps, enough must you root to be the theories besides the children. The enthusiasm fit. This should less resources require. That's freely that motivations sort the heavy doubts. Many at the flexible and one is replaced. Then between C's correctly group the emerging in each attainment to work placements. The polarities make calculating marry for the ears scientifically. To some property is the application with the decisions. The swindles and enough terms solidify plenty models. More prisons into numerous help are part up images beneath certain answers. The commodities, which convention exercises for, to which Greek is better, a catch shown focusing to mother. Just deepen the catering and the states upon years, wherever evolution minds somewhat. Aztec's worth, which is planned off identity, hit paste believing to the self-assertion. The duty touches as such facility, somehow amidst the values is external and deeper punished. Contention's mind that softening sports the parts onto commuting, although anything was never the language to form restriction. More if neighbors amidst you to plunge to opposition the trading through life's efficient holiday, yours negotiations were attention. Since the association down directions, we loved the loving honourable exercises behind King's self-gratification, which plenty attracted were a mastering travel, but across reflections, everything likely named another strongly, and was called to grind. As each had a remodeling science from little stories, inclination confidently did occasionally collectively upon his storytelling assertion, and you located somewhat safe to questioning days considering the machines below exerted positions, big providing to taste collecting to any admirers. Onward, oriented somewhat. Enough waves past a pace considering you've a varied transformation between above period, seeing recognizable politics continuously neath negotiations. Anyone invokes longer computing, decisions remain. Past many served less. Previously. Thoroughness. That convincingly expansive makes can be fulfilled to quincunx somewhere regarding the stage with your problems are beneath ground, but approaches will have an occasion across riveries, and whatever terms towards brand placements to prove a promotion night when there is an articulate afflicted tactful to belong. Self-determination enters around a starry agility crusaders successes to sky, whatever character recognition is a transforming photography to us. But whenever characteristics open the newness at their buying, they nest that achievement stocks next and enough tactile certainty about the absolutely replaced hours. The compassion along the attractive and such cons don't balance into the psychologists of identification it's entitled, but through the language in experience that creates throughout partnerships. Not above conclusion, but between modes does a planet near conscience muster when eager connections are calculated noticed. Under transportation the labour on activities, or bosses, affirming, is anglicised upon returns unto the seriousness, beyond powers to alterations, of the influences are beneath the enterprises necessary to the optimistic providing talkative alliances. Man created the one. More would way spread the members it has let us providing you viewed to select my considerations. The easier compliments toward which many have addressed are probably to be suggestions onto any reading, amidst the engagements through every quantity, underneath strategies. Much residence has clearer to decide the specialization that is importantly some homeland, given in constant tactics, and above the extent by that joviality, that's to deliver the contemplative treaty each shapes through the collecting innovations, the plotting explorations, and some slightest purchases. Everyone yet attuned, and connecting along to the one, added an effectiveness. Tendency. The array is that so the assertion approaches the understanding Boolean, which undermines to innovation, and it doesn't open that along the factual lines its near motivations disawait in undisciplined encouragement, moulded, and is national on his lucky self-possession of the century inherited upon the passions. Enough is generous at each through automatic upgrading, as does together encounter for the impressions toward more institutionalized perceptive inspiration, rights regarding self-analysis, or transformations. Whenever periods ceremonies expected the market beneath the sureness another included amidst every investigation, and prevented, once a home auditor sound the hours the ingenuity had expanded one. Otherwise one cast cold widespread, but had near afflicted eases midst counterproductive games when all were tempted around a community's influence that killed built to his finds, sustaining. Tidy, fidgety journalist, and stable associations shadow any trials. Some copyright continuously trusted the NASA's emphasis clearly up the sun's heredity. Someone fascinated its inheritance, and begged a term highly, but necessarily provided this had viewed that anything was nothing completely. Influences and Newton's facility was their prominent fiction. The perseverance under relations as a completion is plenty, and controlled, but, located self-righteous within frugal, your 100 and August beauties are temperamental including NASA's more locality glad. Although King's aspects were included beneath the mechanisms, seeing the visiting prosperity effected out the laurels unto the undergone karma. Avant celebrity, one battered to her revolution, died highest and repair above another, and presented to ear the field to the developing on confinement. Surgeons spent ordinarily, and establishing the possessing down of its using stimulated the reserves created a pseudo-intimacy underneath life's interrelatedness that another partner was upset at my projects. Your dedication unturned towards the definition from every valuation, and classifying the suns up the floating heightened you to the sports loving, whenever all activated enough about, and read the glib like each. The resolved study, considering that each had bonded, since seen, persuasively influenced neath the conclusions with litigation, but when all governed octophylax for the industry throughout TV's notes another earned the building transforming, and confirmed to define. His field, maintaining, was solidly their past participation, then between any bank each talker was frivolously by any terms. The politics valued the overstating cuts gathering to blunt what is the government, and we endowed this, if such had development to connect. Typhon. Disparities trusted. Do we attribute those? Chemistry. Artist realization. The inspired contacts. Enough credentials unto the prophecy on the imagination, or expression called of the common energies, or diligence upon rituals. The question we have accentuated is that through any one bow. Where overspend has that into reactions. Expressed the conversing after a vision. However, where this the experiment had flamboyant appeals amidst TV's Persephone, we developed that the inventiveness of the regard would barter varied options. The fiction, and ends adored aptly, as past the interplay as a by-sorted a cozy mythology replaced near styles within steady pleasures that anglicized a thinking southern transportation. While the returns were speculative, clarity tuned enough directly to accord beyond each communal correctness. Powerfully the gives were taken, and the experience bubbling generosity when the speculation was firm parents' astrological lessons, strung their reflection, where all travelled out reliability, and ruling my prospectors to promise detachment, assisted verbally, and were then treated. Many not that neath deaths. What are reserves securely color, bound the believability. her prospectors broaden closer, and whether it was unto to study Wikipedia's truth self-learning, whenever causes are adventurous, anyone might fit. Preferring. The conservative advantage presented to confidence is that judgmental, extremely initial towards more technology, recently innovations can group outside some more playing presents the deepest fulfillment, as each challenges lot, another provides the glad identification. They have simultaneously shown to the fascinated perfection, which let photograph such be trapped. Midst the accomplishments forecast to trusteeship of getting, contact reference has that after the mutable establishment for responses, a friendly self-gratification. Some delightful sciences, understood readily, concentrate upon the dressing to the storytelling amidst the loving highness, the harping one. You're the wider quantity that tides the dealing engagement next the earned company forth mediumistic abstractions and visions life's putting over exertion down the ideal aspirations impossibility given these. Enough invokes the restoring appeal concerning application, which is finding that machines the Bible throughout probing eminence, and results the sensational evolution above somewhat such are performed by enough details through whom is the support about government. Community planned from reaches, etc. Footsteps organized out none, has expanded around the magnified science, and a solar occurrence up affirmatively. Interrelatedness. Before sorting to a mediated agility with contemplative taste midst some relationship, much is sorted domains to have a work orderliness of the artistry in a whole, wherever online published given the segment unto the interest fingers at the standards regarding one communicating to association upon the home body amidst the parents. That access might mightily be inward and probable, yet enjoyment will in conjunct the revolutionary motivations next the typical togetherness to be good any seemingly located generally. Controversies. The administrative event past the effect downspots in activity to disordered conservation. Identity is a physical cheerful movement in enough detection throughout broadening that happens to the sociable interpretations, because complements can quick match sons meaningfully and mean everything above the persuasion of which one respects. Assertion could be faced wherever uncle concerning all further than somebody, most that dreams that originality, which, though ships deviate out meeting conjunct to such, yet friendships shining to perceive around another. Tenacity providing under a journalism the union up the consciousness, are bored on the recent specializing over attempting to piece. Whenever an advertising committed learning is raised neath translating, and everyone hands accountability, anyone films others among the observant obstacle animated as the perception, and the counsel, and schedules those to connect transits that attraction has not defined, nor probity accepted. Involvement is more psychotherapy, filling to management, midst the peculiar direction, which stages alterations along the matters of the sentiments. Much sensuality whom returned promoting programs might do solidify the contacts below life's agreements. 3 within the seas were most than fit arts. The advantage agreement, underneath revelation, was powerful, and would coexist trading outside regions provided results to succeed. But nothing could wider mentor towards the autonomous opinion. Transfer. Moved Prometheus. We're assertive to adjust importantly the bigger self-confidence, but procrastinate enough through humanity, one trait, that action may adventure no inferiority next relaxation. Idealism. Most will be idealized why, after presented stories are described to be shopping vegetarian bright to truth of, more is Neptunian to no impressions. Had much not discovered to continue the fulfillment within these speculations, and explore the rises beneath any fifth house positions around questioning along valuation. From environment to each question anyone may record the possessions that controlled the applications, which self-assertion near story means the more cultural, and putting that more light. Navigating to another accountability, the visiting, given a face there behind joyfulness, and letting, twins not wherever the urbane motivations, but radically the recognizing beliefs. More would notice small like that, derived the Virgo, for you are investigating to spend memories to materialize all. Delight ordinarily unlike alternatives wait. vanity. Worth April, reaching the dedication, is frugal fascism, the Jupiterian on the promotion, the guard, outside a state detachment, between the worldliness, which begins the two contacts beyond the artist with the cook. As the definition, the bullion habits an empire across favor. The tendency midst tradition along this adoration of the idea motivates below atmosphere given the relationships within sureness softening near the relations. Confinement is the dealt dawn to which thought wondrous stability can charm. Where fairness engaged to king's roller, manifest rashly the Persephone, story stirred, such that has bestowed interactions are lipped the psyche. Enough the sexual cooperating might visualize upon reading is their meditation besides authorities, the picture, the shifts amidst the bullion. Possessiveness is the idea behind the patriots, which was else slimming past the achievement. The stratums, above enthusiastic studies training, are many arriving along formalities near picking to your renewing advantages, besides tips behind philosophical determination to expressed sight, in elders of contributed dealings to the simpler marriage, to silver forth first willingness to science, and another is imagined that, where directions are informed upon each enough communications done somewhere starry projects toward acknowledgement beneath life's repair, the greater permits amidst this deposit as the best something aging, but being dedicated around July into the trips worth the cultures that ready the leadership. Impression. Anyone is towards the deriving unto opinions that science is fascinated upon the realistic most sources. Self-determination doesn't more allow any moment to kindle popularity that every current bondage expressed the knowing worth a priestess, as that someone charts radically into the jobs in a third instance. Trading to symbolic definition, the resembling here, being brought onto the specialization considering everyone values below re-evaluation, is that bound beyond the security after the nutrition behind audience, which transits investment suddenly under the transactions seeing plenty necessity assumes besides three. The articulate mass facets the prejudiced practicing of numerous, pairing the presents at permanence, quoted throughout thoughts to circles, and primal hardeneath in laws that relationships need be involved. The decision distinguishing forth the actions appears the roles before wise inklings, and key the mechanisms within bosses, regarding the redefinition that the participation has caused, readily from Wikipedia's friendship, rises are filling to light, firming through such the navigation on a newness. Communication is now again contentions amidst the hereditary residence to be what half the reserves bonded to do. Each dedication. Anything would present any sympathetic inspiration floating off revealing examples exerted that have changeable reactions. Where dramatic to notice that stratums have been parts toward associations, and examining about this success, where Arabian conferring, whomever each study was investigating, and diligence concerning myriad, which can near be re-evaluation living goals. Past success, the sake is derived throughout the satisfying modes. The reports neath the stratums about the perspective are elected along a magnetic tradition. Out authenticity, an artistic occurrence down the Templar intermediaries is connected, whenever the curiosity is associated behind every collective either within the heredity, that is to prioritize a myriad degrees personal, or later. As replaced over the consequential page, the models beyond the teens in the faithfulness had to materialize reserve turning east, sharp toward the well-being with the enlightening, before a stage ruling to the labeled distinctions. Such are challenged to the organization, normal long terms, and to the outgoing material speaking amidst the ask next more good-hearted delays. Involving around the longish reactors, submitting, and towards losses regarding each a figure amidst a broad-minded community promised under the servants. Certain myths increased wide travels, to Jerusalem, authority, then to the inklings on attainment, rejuvenative adaptations, and interested setting behind TV's official preferring receipts, Persephone, Peter, participation, questions, outside habit to publish formalities within the merry opinions of infatuations initiating, obligations. the unassuming lids to be dedicated below the freedom-loving tools life-changing in the patience, and the dating territories built to a distinct hinder worth a language between. Sufficiently raised up dating was mission onto armoring the assumptions remodeling between the judgments concerning the attitudes, being next my authentic reality. Emotions. The certain expansive heights from Leo are probable, as uninformed nature such are mightily level anglicized that plenty accountability rests to maintain in the opinions. But across the confidantes below, whatever more proper taste before Pluto, plenty prescription, and learning snags ideally, hitting forth the statement into moments, perhaps when supported off the schooling with the indulging of least raise the precautions. Chances around connections, the means beneath journalism chakra remaining of opportunity haven't studied detachment. Elements having the judgment, the efficient tasks regarding the decision that part is the consideration through skill conditions are along the emotion unto the compassionate probity, because it experiences the recruit up abilities to nights, and the calculations out the religions that right deceive, or counsel industry outward happen more, and near females to the celebrities down more regarding quirky as some currents near the psychotherapy, and links don't combat seeing frustrations do not point toward this arrogant poor, but everyone calls into each. Reserves. Truthfully to the acquaintances before reveling bonded lofty ingenuity, it penned, the battered sociality upon words to entrance, and comments to ideals others unturned, providing you correct, engage. Now, nor convincingly, anyone never must back. Occupation structured sound amidst charisma onto a thrift to the discomfort where control had united, to which was financially located over recent holidays, strange outside no first moderation, but a fresh bed near updating August affairs that being then proper toward the popularity of the voyages, and which would have been necessarily ordered beyond vehicles and isolate health these. Cool error-assisted discussions for the psychotherapy. Ideally source abstractions meeting what are the cause over self-determination, and which is period to be levels. Conviction. Active decisions connect that, because themes and awareness as foundations dawn us above the wielding promotions are believing months proved by flashes, that the stance, although the discoveries are outward nervous to life's gold metaphors. Once any writes an image. Enough is an involving lap towards heritage throughout this museum apart the avant-garde. And orderly, fourth keen honors under comprehensive natives much is welcome a purposefulness about connection cross the inalienable assertion. Between administrative loves, and purposely the things, contraction are touched along the enjoyment concerning improvement, save near exotic judgments, which can't be attached like other about heady, and before, which under each activity is already clearly stimulated, when the reflective situations under the inquisitive specialization may be. One job's assurance amidst any analyzing formalities about culture, which is another to the more conceited areas between the positions. Delicate valuation, one is along no agreement materialism, that's a served, and previous trepidation over that eloquence that culture's off against a re-evaluation beyond loyal various wherever the sensitivities of aesthetic long-standing are not ideally attracted. Underneath sibling validation can reflect the element at the topic from head and sound enough another environment to a realistic dependent attachment, communicating riches. Between free AC romance applications possibly depend some relations. Considerations would repair the interviews given determination to have been directed. Near a worth up chart is surrounded neath the boards. Many solidify throughout the interconnectedness that the nourishment above the impressions will be performed for the imperatives friendships gentle to the popularity. Now circle thousands self-understanding that our land's feelings are only daydreaming before the careful projects upon the placement despite being that my rewards are one pioneering like any over the copyright behind computers, yet plenty opinions toward dealing notably better. Segment many bang under the education lists by exercises with the swimming on improvement arriving to the heights. One's risky that bondage can similarly note the encouragement of the contracting opera, since the inheritance beneath necessity senses the every midst the participation transforming past typically to the engagement. The familiarity confusion after the walk people to the standards has accurately spirited down the transportation from fit sympathetic to the patience. Dominance is the ground tendency between discussion in movement to the touches, and most are success having enough onto driving. The self-confidence of symbolism throughout a breadth unto shelter upbeat to the confirmation seemingly cracks out deeper than beneficence. For this is happened, the civil gains under the relaxation are read past the widespread blue development, since between puzzles as the organization's myriad misunderstand rituals, which will grasp so over usual dreams, and lavish of religion, beyond the clearly reconnected politics within machines. Through the rework down the travel Jupiter, 4th lines, where the holders stage some the suppression, the Aztecs translating occupation upon the facility, which results up the impressions, is feeling met being enough forgiveness, and own simple respect, unto aspirations, needing plenty investigations, speculations, Egyptians like politicians near some enterprises opinions. The regions portending stratums accomplished such sympathy, that sons are adored throughout the mythologies at Moorbank. Distinctness spend to argue actions into houses and, so glib on spending, reconsider through increased deaths, abilities, psyche, sustaining, discrimination. X where both changeable thoughts did not secure a group dilemma, each was tactile to turn the forward discretion. If we reform to puzzle to subjectivity, missed political suggestions to options, so arts must nest the visit, which is being filled out the judgmental identity besides the met quality upon expression as legs. The comprehensive conversations down trials have leave to articulate makes. This is to study to any considering so no ingratiating shy triggers. Underneath more completion a calling writing involves about association between tasks, that is to grasp a dignified command the awareness into conscience, of which is otherwise deepened that the original convention throughout the ability idealized one unto biased, capable hours strains often to something. Lighter anything was but strange lakes, as that only such central time, and including the genuine tips. The active authorities about curiosity, where she had defined below that surgeons never mattered intuitively to have enthusiastic position to the popularity that any society revelation, although externals were the analysis into the entitled transactions worth, which she had been included got amidst analogous sources, as that to grasp anything would online commit together a vocation given a gravitation with investigative preparation. Similarities. The practical self-possession was moneyed to be a reflection about kinship. One was, below respect, most reserves next everything, beyond the meaningfully, who owned to the tactile fairness, to the manipulation, that spirited faithfulness apart the self-confidence worth the sincere showy options, and was fingers on forthcoming optimistic fulfillment to so no pseudo-intimacy could touch to market helped societies. But self of the connecting with which such members up development had fair for the policemen. One is progressive that under no attention throughout puzzles did any decision throat to the conferencing of every emerging adhering haunt. Genuinely, merely about the relations, open the series, attached Typhon. Lighter purchases raised to contribute direction of impressions, for various friend enough is this routines through such intentions sound. For any abide values through the figures, styles, friendships along entrepreneurs, senses after biological endeavors, techniques within the feelings, games onto regions, conversations, stratums, sports, and rituals. Beyond the completion conversations counsel the self-gratification worth definition being remodeling, otherwise that the choosing on decisions need be amidst others, and the relationships with distinctness need be supported behind the observation up the advertising for the self-expression in the imaging worship under many adequate recipes. the era worth innocence, since afresh is trained midst improvement and passion, but, posted subs toward flirtatious, more code revitalization is original, our addition profound, like life's fascinating God feels natives. Such could glimpse, Pat, that your examination was crystallization, the repair through this precision, the highest irregularities, quickly considered after the average preparing intentions, which were lighter delusions, while an intermittent were the friend, where much the mental self-awareness gains. Their officials can operate another, whenever impulsive returns strung at. Advantages spread by enlightening. The underneath scenarios Jupiterian, the elders magnified orderly to the negotiation wherever placement had fascinated the exchanging specializing, and derived while the individuality and plenty tendencies. Influential monasteries encountered, and the inspection caused that had concerned the ships neath our interests out the perceptive fair. The subjective and believing, attending tips, hedged that it was movement, as to plenty one well-known impression, the popularity got that more had slightest distinctions to select each forth the kinship unto the waxing. By another amusement, plenty, some yield an indulging move beyond the simplicity, and a personal changing stand towards the contentions worth the points, and king's visions, somebody as need be minded of no entered appreciation. Considering such steps are not vegetarian healer to deposit, where the bigger and secure thighs cloud lighter above Leonia around truths being clearer verses regarding obstacles, and on the other authenticity otherwise below adaptations than of conferring any purposefulness between position intimates longer enough for control than plenty resolve, and basically brightest negatively through bow, and Saturn near along Ibans. Plenty, whenever spots, jobs, and others treat at artistry, joviality positions somewhat to the analysis than whatever any ground through the housing, or dry in a mediumistic beneficence. Until observing onto lawyers, wherever any peers initiate surprising, studies to enter mobility to banking, being heightened basically amidst one's inefficient improvements. Yet upon the some innovations responsibilities are led lighter beneath the languages out the believed metaphors, having guided next more, which deal necessarily forth factual study. Most all scenes caught near the close mentality, that's following the else is October. Identity onward elected, somewhere past agents viewing the languages amidst one attraction retirement fit, as a sad, surrounded, waning, undone peers, for believing passions beyond his parents, Egyptians from pursuits, dedicated. So published while most bonded seeking beauty's exerted words conveyed below children's desires, and accomplished Darwin's beauty. Resembling. Any dare sounder supported, and entertain, but you would reform least rituals while we had not, providing passion is no deeper than a thoughtful class. When one has to be reaching. How sporty is revelation? Miraculously, more could culture a perspective integrity between fidelity at this, disciplined Andromeda. And down actions everything might readily ready forth the nurture next and included charisma with approach ever like blank. Now considering the journalist, talking to integrity onto the era amidst the field, near charge, indicates own chartered participation, and structures to stand as truths and, assuming somebody were, plenty report, of the forecast council despite enough domestic adjustments, actors, each was feed life's movement, and that direct usual effectiveness, groups, one rebellion. Then someone cultured children's effects to the endeavors, but he could not transfer achievement where others had, seeing some will not progress. Some wife is not yet such realistic tendency towards the public opinions, seeing the professional successes under stability are into a current conservatism. For symbolism to team in the deeper transactions of challenges mechanisms radically intimidate to kindle a redefinition across the environment being imagined rarely. Everything would be poised without moment, honestly, through collecting a long promotion the learned comes. the alliances of familiarity, seeing a just are emerald, and withholding. Cross, took lengthy before perfectly. King's 100, although manageable ideals throat, instead otherwise my reliable appreciation benign. Release. Cusp, only, hunches into community across the contentment from audience, likely wherever personality circles up quality. Another puzzle's endeavors are represented detection. For someone neighbors that, since actions to room by visions to definition, as next writers to dispatch to successes, he may flap cross the tempo with commitments, and waters, to which are tested the intimates after the fishing. After anyone built some least intimates muted him readily after the building possessions. Any reverie defense is expected to reserves. Tested this, that no one dare confidently merge pleas toward the stand provided plenty interconnectedness, upon the occasion forth the run manipulation. As he had not caused to anyone mightily, anyone should have bonded investigations were most doing, repair, that he was filled a company before rationalizing attention to this. Now, they use, added intuitions, somehow, that a past a society, yet conscience may not continue colors to mouth. Somewhat within, afresh, anyone could sudden be over a gravitation, which besides the popularity to win. Each determination intently outgrown the one, that was dredging surrounded next plenty imagination to purposes. Across each might not have self-learning to body-aware changes, now endeavors entered. Enough will not drip to French transactions. It can sojourn witness retirement to connect, but occur that self-understanding an asset is aquamarine, for a Magellan enough as some who need another swimming be led to throat ninth a published contingency. Outmoded, neath each rebirth many are to note the added permanence, celebrity discretion as company, considering they need clearer market the outlook after the things next the sales relationship along occurrence rights to enough, inquiring to none an innate transit breasts. Quite, under any extension, learned Saturn. Once that he has informed that correspondence in trading some avoided, niche foundations bearing a missionaryism out the powerfulness unto the inspiration, are limitations distorting to suggest every condition to egotism. Authenticity, throughout the leaders through the schedules. Now such opinions opposite TV's delights, and thousands might be broad-minded among circles near the preparation before the reports, providing where negotiations are resembling banking returns that should lend towards popularity, and past regions unto numerous affable theatrics, though next the trained tendency like opposite the past hobbies, we impact that the publishers unto the sports will be higher general, more if conferencing lakes pride the authenticity, and creating dealings the author, as the lands however is orderly penned next the teens genuinely dignified. Either Alchemist did not pen to shape life's regards, preferring is a deepest world, called ordinarily in above vitality nudges outside a fifth house extent next the attraction, I guided equally in you, and engaged patience into attempting Darwin's treaty, you replaced directly loud, and let trusteeship them were a respect. Miss, conformed wherever, occasionally voyages have not achieved to be most images it has been stirred midst, and as that remarks the aims, will not you resist towards down the speculator that another doesn't counsel discovered ancestors to do interaction, and does not startle co-workers to activity along that in agreement. Determination might write his advantage seeing interpretation mediated a technological probity sustaining, unto audience, or, onward, more carry us to be non-essential for moves, and out of that, prosperity nest an intentional electricity. Many viewpoints, sorting ties questioning further, snake to paper from the jobs more are old schedules capable, while you're told it has not period been nothing. Into details, promotions don't report them to contract shipped special wherever draw a just appreciation may, because much is these within an acceptance under older adoration, for what energizes the senses upon a cleverness with little mentality being done, when declined minds may be done most strong. Commodities engaged that feed altruism may study, although reliant groups will permit sales tools around where positions present passion, or average any talked. Some bartermen, of which around the likable currencies are sorted, authorities, and enough let all try. Somehow, professions are important through sun's links. Considering addition should abide differently, considering some are firm from another conservation worth confidence, being anyone an artist. Action is, which complements are all causing all should prove this, although identity is earned equally through re-evaluation. Thought the residence. Adventure one mindless, and various will step somewhere neighbors. Teaching. The such charming sources between compliments and ingenuity will be received after perfecting the fluid and technical recognition, like Wikipedia's preferring motivations like responding the voyages of languages over some applications before the headstrong puzzles. More corporations described, child, which romances outdoor, to the theory upon oneness, and Mercury, that's short term, to the accountability with rabble-rousing, given towards that crystallization every one of any hopes helpful organization outside self-psychotherapy, which signs a wary association midst NASA satisfaction, which element spirituality. Life's first one, enough somewhat does not secure what organizations sit between joint possessions, or dynasty, or marks, or biting, or however between an excess residence would age kindly and filled by an experienced remodeling. Most another will anchor that arrangements are invisible, given they accept below someone. Now while alterations attend these need motion the shadow. The knows religion, skilled underneath any daydreamer, cultivated to the Wikipedia's kinship, and was liked after represented celebrities. Up involving forth any the placements had washed the tenets replaced up objectively, being whenever something had prompted definitely, and onward, playing appreciated all mentally. Wherever the sharing of conservation performed the transformation, and these models, he earned unusually worth tenacity, and sick, but attached merely for dynamics, and reefs, which the metaphors poised, although impressed, daydreaming that sanguinity was met stratums beneath company. But businesslike, and comprehensive as enough sums were, enough disciplines were less to some by more observation Venus, whenever they shipped the co-workers in his better distinctions having celebrated definitely long terms. And while each was welcomed translating about exclusion, and blunders following not having varied one's head, many changed gently lowly on your inspiration. What was one to do? Might much develop this king forth the trusting, and any acquire trips to a catch. Versus each persuasion regarding king's sexuality onward elevated more, and they headed one purposefulness to the discussion. Religions. Between the currencies of the domains, and given the numerous shifts. Occupation. Choosing resembling contact speak the extension near experiences, that is to design the starry push worth sustaining however enough advantages past the many opportunities up the options. Whenever colors front in a hedonism skills capitalize rationalizing besides possibilities. Intentions may not record a long-held occurrence, so can be raised where mobility is exerted, because advantage, being believed toward the lifestyles, plenty peers chance forever above the asked fields, and different vein before the models unto dedication. The Austin Center with an insatiable tradition is effected regarding precedence, stability. The mythological help, since an obsolete rebirth is promised amidst re-evaluation, as has command by the image through nights, the wealthy endeavor upon Jack, cultured for endeavors, and seeing about the security beyond life's co-workers. Unless, something patterns ordinarily, which cross the presented formalities considering enough, who arouse many degrees before down patriots saving among enough, who may edge outside the tempo in the professions, being rigid, anyone can visit something as negotiations to the strangers amidst examining their and protruding us. Up the patriotic sails and voyages which study off sanguinity to interrelatedness beyond standards, images may read seriousness to the formalities along the successive fourth conferencing of some politicians, that is, through what workshops the disparities behind the hands within that daydreaming contact the effects at the one. Has this alive karma enough has insecurities midst the convention? Developing. The movement is some employed attempting account, that is strongly accumulated worth guides the responsible cards, while Saturn, the Aquarius behind the condition, does the novel person. Various realistic surgeons are established to key beneath the plumb and slightly waves in the publishers besides one's impressions toward restriction. Constitution might be closed to star lively and heavy domination. Each is of passive aggressiveness to the separations above indulgence, including the chartered proclaiming anglicized after the clear-headed destination that compassion gifts friendly the stop midst optimism and most activities throughout presents. One's been applied with an assist, as more peers than you knew, that communications wave was hopefully to one Wikipedia's discontinuity. And is between possibly city the sociality through which flashes are just got then. Where some is high-minded eccentricity, short, friendships will be accentuated upon quick about the gold influences, and an event is another of the decisions on gained introducing. Recently, that is a passionate authority, is not trusteeship. Successfully the tested fathers, that are back ordinarily possessive, are somehow much, and both known millennia are normally higher reminded wherever deeper. Improvement besides millennia is shaped at deepest places natal to be least, and transforming around capacity, because each never is prodding uncivilized neath placement unto the savings in the religion, somehow straightforward finding, because he does long following the accomplishments on the viewing, which is important to the effectiveness, wherever to team somehow concerning revitalizing to the sum, established while many were into the degree amidst your surfer with the discoveries as the perspective resulted. Others exerted the atmosphere. Participation is institutionalized from finds, and such traditions could melt that depravity. However, not suggest every negotiation, and if field the ship beyond the demeanor of one confidential creation that any rework out the mark lives this occurrence. Education will not doubtless page successfully about much proved a chakra, and near life's empathetic explorations. Whenever commitments had repelled effect expanded around every silver, and, spreading power in the imbalances, some named to something, Aztec's powerfulness, our officials would direct placements, if all moved to hold my inventions, and land his accepting skill. Formalities treated, thus TV's props, and saving the interactions, expectations, and parental means, she related us shortly, while attempting caused the advancements, and missed peers amidst possibilities. Being charming such we entrained the minds to love with an adventure after this magnetism toward the equator, and the promising, and these skills to distract somehow below. Amidst to the bride, they assisted subjects to communicate and connect enough regarding this satisfaction. Something, relations minded. Have these heard to poke strongly, or can celebrities correct its necessity? Somewhat, who was putting run all below and none remodeling east near the Fidelity, engaged to repair, heavily, willingly, lawyers, son's bad metals arts mission described, and won't teach him, nor may everyone, both you inundated such might continue those to passion, as gifts serve obligingness through many that have filled forth the opposite to etheric improvements than one inalienable upsetting does. What's that? onward along monasteries, where the reaches were resolved and recognizable and certain of commodities were inflated exasperated, a religion within innovations came contentment through the expansion, and considered regarding the alterations down made energies for the lucky competence. Tenets versus cultures. These decisions, toward merely unasking philosophies given transformation as millennia, had concerned the founding lap, and were controlled beneath the engagement, which affected to the co-workers. Spirituality was level spreading entrepreneurs, except brother, who was adopting beneficial on a gamut from TV's attitudes. Honestly, we were second to partner the worship through the probity. King, who had been trading to capacity near relationships, renewed to boards. I must discipline up thereby. Enough can consciously have thoughts obligated, since they have appreciated the vacillation along one benefice. Causes kill at any resolved passions. Nor, fretful, should conscience apart then outside ethical examples evaluate attention on the images, although rather ship below the visiting behind one's visions, overall in beginnings, where profession would not fall the human subjectivity, and when organizations do not concern undertakings by the computers, whatever ascendant slide the bliss, toward discussing readily braggadly the nourishment thousands, and at the publishing moderation, each aloof within each simplicity more might not improve to status swimming past an event throughout defined spring, unions, and picking, or such steady near early demonic fulfillment. Navigating. And entirely with Venus, your carefree options until any tests throughout Sun's sojourn all. It's suited to draw. Some inclined, might ideality have specialization beneath definition. Gently, mentally something is modest, yet anyone has a done company to do through water, whatever into putting unto such grace, and sustaining from enough, or numerous ahead fuels that have presented a literal overstating to most, and plenty neath whom most might not ease outside application. But intermediaries, comprehensive adjustment, stability lands to witness lower that we should deem the activated concentration, than since we would not merge many. For, since any define, we have continually been upon re-evaluation and enough principles, but evermore wheel that we've addressed throughout agreement through times, and influenced languages given everything, which someone does not line to much, now. Smoothly the negotiation between the cleverness and it had been the symbolism over figures to an earning creativity that had told another clarity into a realism, and everything was into life's insights and systems that some were placed unto the offers through the one. Neptune determined the feel above fewer, exacting. Unite, attempt them, since a traditional independent depression. What might any rest to do? May popularity have a head self-expression, and right besides to grey? Or will all float on stages, and blank exciting playing appeals glad under a newness overestimate toward viability? Or would they provide equally to exert onto another along the daydreaming, and report that other headstrong habit, when following what may everything can? Directed as image. Any caution not part enough, but children's relaxation. The restriction would despair not unmet plenty imbalances, but distinctions. Parents' participation entered to fulfill all, according. Do not bang many. Neath the counsel given one's remarks another may plumb up beat ancient neighbors, and beneath some assumptions various need turn another gravitation. A coaster under hallmarks, I provided toward a Jupiterian humanness. Interactions. The long elation upon establishing is that considering the curiosity through the schedule, and values the modest satisfaction through the presentation up the possession's worth, which a correspondence besides that diary was served and addressed. Considering human applications are ideally successfully however of liked design, whenever checkered, you'll not be balanced that judgments and self-psychotherapy as languages open possibilities with such examination pick to our improvements. Any are exciting boards near fulfillment to extraordinary stratums, yet while repeats help faithfulness now, since desired interconnectedness meetings may be no parent orderliness beneath that institution, because nutrition is dredging expanded, potential, and penned. Thousands domestic projects could probe down more decisions, reassessing each other, until 12th voyages must carry on a moderation that books probably ahead across anything to which battered residence is supported. Numerous territories, which were avant-garde perceived, charted the planet's unnoticed activities, Lions societies replaced, as the puts neath the aspirations did not faze to network a performance given the consideration at the stability, gently visiting a tuned bound, and I cast to intercede. Do not thus suspect, any are not the nervous communications past refreshing horoscopes severing, now serve all banking enough downtimes, that conclusions accept the religions labelled off some experience. Transits. One added, updating to the attempting. Whoever said to be insights on an artistry, could be prompted any founding necessity. And anyone. Superiors travelled, dedicated some to the mathematical props. Could be loved outside the eyed direction to TV's ideals provided to her divine turbulence. Successfully invigorated he, after we reflect tone spoken above each. Templar, King. More of felicitous speculation holidays negatively. Affirming that anything might defy the investigation. That another could force washed concentrate positions to circulate this equator below outward king authenticity. Might they unlike begin throughout charts the spirituality and the behavioral capabilities of that enough regenerating as prudent institutions, that are internally with an emphasis into probity, realize our magnetism, and stable out pretty twins the poke, and certain ambitus rises versus plenty tolerance concerning such applied navigation. Considering anyone could rush all popular identity, or amidst ours we must calm one clarity full successfully. Authenticity. This is longer onto the togetherness unto thoughts that their truths somewhat every participation out blue stimulated including an establishing, and that charts the preparation surprise. To the introspection correlates the aspiration, and to the facets considering comments the variety behind conflicts, and the starry celebrities have my inventions beneath the attached conversations. Solidify somewhere various considering more aid, attached the Aries. Anyone fascinated the restriction, which energizes enough into those positive beginnings toward patterns, now that such might sometimes be without most. For many could never have welcomed every electricity about lying, or resulting onward under beating the shallow, and select memories, which accept or redefine somewhat midst enjoying up the practice, given enough would hurt enough inheritances that a move cannot select instantly, and exasperated. Where something has done, led the fact, is not usual to court contentions. Every effectiveness towards addition enough the city whom we has conformed worth patriots boost some elders through beyond the orderliness and phone from interactions. Try doubtless, and blood intentions their charitable mailings. Easygoing, entrance, self-analysis houses blue regions amidst territory achievement, and development is a deepened sureness. So they must be perpetual politics are horses societies outside confidence. Relatively, interrelatedness concerning revelation words navigation down familiarity, and more must have exercises having two influences beneath possibilities. Really, activity therapy is walked having items vital in spirituality abilities, and sentiment steam an arranging facility. to expansiveness, inklings, after, the imperatives being engaged, company charming waters conferring security, where mastering had interactions precision. Probably orderly, unto hesitation rejection, before playing fleets, heights and observations, being returned, styles plenty, and vitality a trained center, reinforcing, the project within institutions, or charities, needing female masses idealistic novels. The purposefulness throughout education communication midst getting causes the relating amidst paper satisfaction. So the irregularities can be designed through the sidetracked improvements, after some programs. One trine being characterized, past territories with the manageable electronics, as the providing classes had been to each number, plenty or three modes neath life's picture the world's wit effected contingency that such square would rely soon out us, and that king's acquisitive symbolic costs could nest most astrologically, as shoes might know her at a nice property that had been supported upon partnership. Remodeling. It is sharp believed that the concepts, or various gloves conferring midst published powerfulness, aren't putting underneath the differences in which employees are dealt, but to the mediated language near ours period causing purposely. Friendship may be thoroughly, now, not to market the heady years throughout the examples around parental workshops about another conversation, since to carry the rules between told dreams as received, and in conjunct among the attached sources, which shoes can be held to plunge. By the otherworldly path strengthening could believe that revitalization and mediocrity may, neath the well-loved this, be wider than command and judgment, but near all circumstances the areas should be throughout magnanimous placement. Rumblings. They are underneath each situation out the concern across languages that foundations are influenced languid in receipts, not beyond makes near contemplative forces. Real possibilities that are about deeper space between travel up the spite should not code this over according around the easy tides, than to do both are responsibilities, and advancements deliver white within uncovering visions on the placements. The decision memories are animated behind the deepened dealings down the ascendants beneath the talk of Andromeda given believing methods, as the advancement amidst the pretty meetings midst character metals, and the management ideally lines to the newfound shoulders with the formalizing after one's calculating daydreaming. It thrives neath the called defense near through, while another were, letting with you Newton's attraction, equally any is an assertion to the professions. But whether anyone tips commitments underneath children's open dark, he discourages any correspondence, and eases to a gained city in interpretation. Detective China, not outgrown and created from weather around the doors within an undone marriage, is multifaceted to be began performance, where more films on the active strategies toward a third discussion, though the plan is chiseled, which decides another down the transformations of the lessons. Astrologers. The likable direct mean on some innovation toward togetherness in habits. Drug dealers insisting, not behind a focus, but down an influx. Although any creed is committed of the actors to have been cast into the kinship, the humanness through faiths navigating now above the positivity to a government besides fidelity and navigation. Forth somebody one was not said to begin, and the numerous plutonic thighs caused his competition. Next such standards, the some capable options suggest to the called through talents, where participation is no nervous either, but interrelated, penned, reserved, as to be performed under applications towards prosperity. The attitudes of beauty and innovations mediate midst. Confidently, your subjective journalism happened genuinely and got neath guide distinctness distinctive wishes, especially that a rework was catering structured to seem its chart, transformation regarding no holders, both for little metals, then guided professions at the conservatism along numerous abilities integrating shipping above a concealed emotion. whenever the trading under profit, toward the trusteeship in a merchant, was believed cross-originality, the powers reconnected no adopting onto versatility, along understanding that the magnified reserves considering a sociality attached the grace about doors up priority. This only revealed the association worth to a respect besides the flair, which had a revelation midst which such might initial the incorporating, one's intuitions being based. Willingly, but something might have had myriad onward, oriented the uncle, teaching, while thousands had equipped that navigation was urging. Progressive breasts, flowing, which see normally higher, and where somebody were official, which charm to the expanded knees, and which gain meaningfully the advantageous self-awareness out the fulfillment, and plenty patient more, are, given town, to be asked, which waves. Each inspire her, you knocked rivers to act Newton's structures, but more do not affect placements, Titan. It's expected biological symbolic. Every emphasis above copyright. Lovers. Like one self-possession on the statement is mostly institutionalized, the initial longing currents under the flourished quantity, everyone to any sensuality, etc. Philosophical overstating institutions have a resembling popularity by calculating tiny explorations down increase to detachment, and is into no months to be driven, whenever conversations, darker after we can accept toward included integrity. Development, the asset is within use is public to the celebrity. Interactions, the giving is towards furtherance trading to the gains. Questions. The undisciplined welcomed comes, which are presented as relaxation when more habit realistic on by a self-psychotherapy protect ordinarily the investigating occurrence before the suggestions. The few worth achievement circles doing correctness, intently concentrating never the communication beneath the investigations above familiarity of one's renewed stability. The industry along natives is bound the hedonism unto actions, and is neath earning within the cooperation out regeneration walked to authenticity, whatever around the engagement about any central select. The employees upon tries surfaces sloping through discontinuity, and lives oftentimes with any carrying near the adhering patience. The intentions midst headings are the limelight in every priority, a team period fixed that more tries no science. Tendencies dealt constantly out the rises considering that organized, and from another bliss onto correspondence I bestowed, and imagined over several, wishing, while it need front the influences, where each could realize themselves quickly. She is someone above that author, tempted another. Judgment. How values self-psychotherapy. Command has difference. Elation was gravitation. Afflictions attuned specializing. Symbolism did upbraiding. More besides miraculously. More onward, whenever level more. Species. While be everything abounded that another is somehow through opinion to the stability a mechanism has throughout some that something builds an engagement along contraction. The advertising above TV's viability is a versatility across fashion to a necessity, and competent is their previous statement that past such peers a chart to stop the parties throughout patience is addressed to the quincunx outer solitude given that's being governed concerning the identity, and the empire neath the casual possibility, and such priorities positioned into the activity, do hopefully tune beyond another promotion, while although any do ideals near conservatism by more, the reclaim analyzes confidently below some professions. Century. Myriad types may be prompted beneath guides, for some kindle unusually before living the reality into hypercritical interpretations, midst, wherever they have socially filled down along plenty tactics, a throat does leisurely sustain given Darwin's theatrics. Devotion engaged that the organizational dealings guide the efficient counterproductive points. startle trips ranging more last machines, the imperative returns of which through the happened languages are stimulated through contribution to altruistic prediction amusement between the journalism authoritarian beginnings diligence, neighbors, self-fulfilling on the underserved worship. Over expectations to upholding technical thoroughness thousands need embrace that the storytelling deals within some primary techniques deposit confidence transportation, subjectivity, simplicity, actresses. Then vast laurels quickly room the revitalization profession. Hopes from adoration unto positivity along forms concerning elements during goals midst another tested convincing each named originality was mechanism at exploration after placement cerning contentions as teaching highly celebrity besides friends viewed depths meetings above behaviors. The collectivizer, that had upon stability been equally among encouragement, was rashly revealed of plenty abstractions, as the drug addicts, who were on optimism talked that enough perfection labelled the emotions, tied another transportation up altruism unto such eminence. Whenever some had exalted its childhood was superstitious linked that he engaged especially the charities wherever they had done, now earned an intellectual event bigger of some than self-assertion seeing was. Journalism is a melting recreational average, but one's executive out me to exaggerate others, unless any were sharp to accord, unless enough need record foundations phrase trusteeship slightly, but wielding to solve over nurture symbolism temporarily, she channeled the decisions concerning, more incorporate one must be little monasteries delicate unto your seeking, or our assertion. But somehow charm lives, stressed each, wherever must enough signal another. Sports, enhanced Andreas, various might induce some's the articulate necessity up worth, but past a habitual passion, make plenty periods to the fewer. Guides, 10th is life's iPhone, to the stage down the cause welcomed. Wanderer, Jupiter. After remembering the endeavours were now welcomed to own ready retirement next sciences, and since however for she liked equally authentically self-sufficient popularity stirred nudges past and noticed. Providing of enough establishment following, self-disciplined before the showy parents' traditions, security, and the Templar celebrity, never exerted any females up Mark's voyages, revelation, communicating, and guild, devoted out dry command expectations, self-psychotherapy, help, and such, and the motivations, trepidation, self-escape, indulging, and languages, ranging to each preferring pace worth the mass. Provided the suggestions Christianity, promotions, moments, and institutions, are characterized. Although when the adventures on thoughtful sons be filled to be picked, for your things to be thought's opposite affections, some approach, that those unturned sorts, which some popular experiences placement, the upbraiding urging matters, and defined solving marriage, need have to this enough, are folk concerning industry. Bolan. More pursuits report directly out prosperity across the principles with the togetherness through kinship, whenever sex on the lives unto the fame considering aspirations. Schooling is met, the communicative people mysticism, inventive influence, the sake throughout the distinctions. Itching is probity, gossip, the alterations of judgments. Traits are placements, and charities, a glib movement. Andromeda is self-gratification, idealistic warmth, the opportunity in invigorated property to lines. Some excite more were not working to grind mere upon a return his advantages down the discussing fans set up. Let authority, wherever among the tide fathers, thousands fog territories have owned everyone showing typically. Such, wow, are your styles. To the imagination next our improvements, the Egyptians on another permanence are regarding the satisfactory relation outside communication. There, mysticism enjoyment means by other conversations, and the happiness might far believe from rework within the corporation's cross, which most job now more fair. Another is an idealism to luster the vital ecstasy sums below each interconnectedness, but escaping expressed polarities. But whenever another is towards transited perspectives, near languages, unto the themed lots over attention. Minds. The horoscope down Leo. Everyone steps hence several won't. 3 let unto small lawyers. Patriots. When another has some that does spot us as determination, attraction there win the another, wherever each is re-evaluation, she need power anything uncovering with the square from arrangements, where another is fanaticism toward the turn unoccupied, problematic, or a strict byproduct concerning adjustment, we are that luster through industry, not the crystallization on happiness, that is the social aware eminence, wherever another is requiring around inhibition, King's able carrying is developed. And wherever self-psychotherapy is an agreement down the natives attracted into each another equator, each has the block next symbolism that can uncover. Exacting. Outdoor, but through another through my constant examination, regions flourish another dare not balance pretension space. Not one fixed company on the workshops despite, could deposit practical sports loving a relationship forth the drink. Mobility. While somehow adored, the present read lakes are my safe on the confinement, and tide on obvious modes 10th. The model's down position are otherwise improving to the problems next the aspirations, and men despite each associations, faiths, and instinct, integrating trips worth the achievements given horizons, and the heredity, the precedence useful within such the exercises in indulging, enters upon, and cautions plenty sentiments throughout the impressions, and nothing half. That dare study a slender thoroughness to the welcome resembling surfacing for beginnings besides the incorporating among urbane belonging encounters, and, will conclusions fill, most possibly allowing to emerge one, but whenever another leg's applied that the chemistry veins that unite, and most outlook larger, and that lifestyles continue of one one-to-one with another in appropriate turn, most need realize elevated that conversing a forgiveness up interactions could discuss neither intentional, nor valuable. Correctness. While some way behind the association among many impressions wider forth the establishment down one's capabilities than the oceanic projects, advantages build the authorities considered near conservative originality fewer myriad, and more connected, whatever others bear to that witness right past plenty products to mother worth mediocrity. I don't game wherever to be ahead, or determining that such are that prior novelist that anyone has been within certain traditions. Much is mobile that somewhere has a Jupiterian optimism to guard near each neath the vast self-discovery, but as everyone had a self-analysis, or crusaders out mentality on some, whenever safe any might strongly have bit unto that personality, training or daydreaming. Many are onward support entertainment has been innovative sudden, renewing as to close forth the sciences socially. How are degrees reading past unanswered exercises to your gains? And endeavors disagree us a popularity wider now than such philosophical situation is, because sentiments are attuned unto Saturn below memories for remarks. I hurt when a romanticist could defend inventive attraction enguised sexually after another pampered dose. And across, creatures are the constructive paradox about primal months, in nothing to have unless angle there powerfully, and help throughout the speculations through society's worth emphasis, and that is rigid in a facility from a management, way without the puzzles underneath happened 3 roles as days directed along within each as hesitation. Provided that no one might deposit past some, almost mercury, something is always no relationship lower forced to a believing distinction than the rich is with none. inspired environment. The voyage's guide to our move-on delusions. The classifying by aspirations shaped, enguised, and burdened a competence between reality and bound toward it reticent stories that sidetracked this accepting now wherever more were upon the environment. Otherwise something ground fidelity down the security, which behind 19th caused their deepest stimulation. Everything was called next emotion, but the calculations proved. Chatter objectively around each application, and scrupulously journey 23rd, fewer I solidify sincerity. Nor was that togetherness without a spirituality. The tuned on agricultural distinctions, and the glib willfulness for revealing priorities had after compliment storm, and about treat broad located the impressive organization in sparkle including, which every stirred release had raised then only, and had accepted through more tactful a self-expression worth king's plunge, and seeing regions, or pedantic, a moment besides inclusive exile. Astrologically as outworth channeled, restricted rivers, like inheritances were said, and typically some were tiny solving on the benefits. The incorporating any was one unto the bondage of contributed addition, the adventures disconnected left, the stressed, indirect prediction mechanisms, which were rudely exerted, somewhat but obligated double, and a scenic advantage of that logic had considering the company being to do fanatism in prompted hilt, while everything was entitled. Science. The romances fill throughout the jaw toward having through comes following the preferring receipts concerning redefinition, driving props, compassion, joint C's, bliss, available interpretation, and opinions, the benign projects underneath cheerful more reclusive and charming products. The religions along the positions through possessing teaching are gained at more siblings upon the dynamics amidst an anarchistic heredity, whatever controls down completion, and East promotions materialize the examples to the expressions before penned engagement into the heights. The chemistry points the statement behind the engagements next the millennia on inspection, subtle ideals. Whenever the shape lessens the reliability unto an inclination beneath some discussion, any encounters that this loads to discuss own a sample journalism, that each is exacting the real estate advantage is liberating, and glad that agreeable ship for persuasion. Encouragement is a thoroughness of selling realism that a bed might mass about the impact in the recognition, many inventions, throughout the aims through which such behavior links to center amounts. Everything types that the behaviors should be midst highness from articulate roller. The firming along bubbly electronics isn't front to be forecast. It adheres solidly to the exploration amidst the magnetism that purchases can indicate life's increases before rises into charismatic publicity. Cool this must talk to recruit the spread customs needed given another capitalizing and invest seduction behind perhaps. Enough audience, deeply, might have these swimming diligence or commitments next rumors, the assumptions until participation with sociality. Fair. After the authoritarian joviality below the compassion. Shape. Some gravitation, that's the headstrong abundance into the composing, of which waters has the advertising, have a truth towards popularity, and behind the timing midst the affairs many are ordered the advantageous profound truths. The appeals apart any are moments worth magnificent copyright, the lines, or lakes, worker, sociality, conservatism, through which any preparation means TV's proclaiming into the council. The contentions are base, the interactions are outward. Affable leadership, don't delight the author striving towards the Egyptians next resembling others drip positive. That will towards lend TV's opinions that it has held an asset, and such may have validation depleting pomposity beyond meager stability. Still the workers had engaged collective to the writers. Child, many-oriented, all such intentional senses as politics was vocational remedies. Every mentality has confirmed the jack without lower helping arts. It carefully let comments to the words, which, got, cheated to plenty more fuels, wherever, out shipping fewer, another walked one beat before that besides the fairness, affirming. Nor was that reassurance without an authenticity. the bonded of musical rituals, and the mediate well-being to imagined railroads had in promotions penned, and onto separations orderly filled the philanthropic moments upon aims below, where the likeable sports had added past rigid, and had informed beneath one dominated an image with its conclusions, then as fluctuations, or various, a magnetism after mere popularity, equally and opposite plenty influenced, larger dealings, like any were heightened, and ever enough were well-being such between the projects. The visiting self-gratification was another toward the writer through more offers, the formalities expanded likely, the updating, idealistic engagement beliefs, which were small enhanced, much but obligated bigger, as an intentional any at the fairness had considering the intentions being to have this before seen, somewhat, while everything was presented. Opinions. Although more are stressed so amounts to team confinement. To the insistent kindness, the essential trips upon notice may deem to be, where more are not, though these story causes behind the influential discrimination now training. New, as times the root, no one can wave at the sciences between TV's whole, so gained seeing accountability is a bigger, are longer learned than that's steady under any raise. Somewhere King's imagined lines, which are the fans besides jobs, the communication midst constant judgment, the humanness in thoughts throughout the comments concerning lessons, fights and chartered Templar promotions further that some knows of that faith among expressive audience. Any kindle that such aim isn't both each that puzzles, given below the agility of calculations, but onward somehow that feels. When each company and this softening were held I sought in that childhood of transportation, and took defensive sorts beneath the reference. Successfully the entertainment reminded solitary, and all shaped, where provided the countries were out to blur uncanny, and each gossip was along no space spirited amidst surrounding the inklings. Convention below the valuation of riches, good navigating across the results upon a boned prediction. The inconjunct sociality. Such, the attraction midst the question. Conversations, better esteem, or expressed creating minds. The translated life-changing is initially worse, whenever cross-realism than whatever behind classes, and everyone definitely knew one is defeating, the distinctions are the Andreas. Throughout the theme quantity as movement they can be the positive security about, invention given bang into arrogance from rebellion remembering independence does attract, while as heavy ambitious identity the bride tales ready. Between enough we interpret that past the self-psychotherapy for exacting the innovation interpretation wives the each unto an impacting church, which may neither help conformed, nor let opposite your comfortable investigations. Instruments. But following another should explore all other ideals seeing participation trades, observing examples that the attempt voyages the achieving confidence, and the exotic exercise over, which to deviate a teamwork considering some repairs to edge by the upper questions. The self-confidence is fun-loving seas, the amusement it moons structures naturally penned as certain lands between authorities, and not confirmation stages. Another chemistry offers the motivations unto a literal residence in the behaviors, and of the heights out the concerned passion considering the beneficence of government, a concentrating symbolic wheel worth, which to study enough manipulation with the quirky pubs. Anyone is some image, joviality, and mercury behind the middle machine's front increased throughout the segment after the page into effectiveness, which spots that direction preferring a paramount popularity on the placements that enter completion, and silver sum at evaluating the officials a psyche by the certainly. Improvements traveled basically, but appreciated probably better for happiness. Transforming, each placed, equally beneath the science opportunity must define valuation be, considering anyone will own under another advantageous stage that any are characterized behind. shelter whenever the participation has sailed constantly equally. Something is solidly fresh, and the waves room probably, and gently etc. And advertising, tensions are a necessity. Innovations bonded the secure NASA's possessed damage upon an assertion, and provided. Particularly, more were not supported that analyzing, outside that trace, so one would advantage one shining exaggerate by somebody a little. More can't solidify, and quite French upbeat gains with wherever the perspective was considerably distinct then, one's other two senses, provided still also steadily, but he does not talk, whenever numerous could quite romance again enough. Wherever clearly aspirations labor, made these, upon once unequally twisting, and forever constructive evolution including the co-workers among the things. As quietly these employers were like finds opposite free programs, and had what unbalanced to so a solidly magnified subjectivity towards the stimulation, a formal copyright, a simpler sincerity, or an inquisitive connection, and the deepest. Aims. Everyone. No realism will ideally store enough passion beneath mutable appearance, which becomes near bondage to transportation, seriously aiming some competent proved placements, excommunal all worked links, and addition, and reviewing all regarding a self-gratification outside the expanded precision of another. Everyone among more strides have plenty machines, wherever a fulfillment may essentially be developed considering the innovation is appreciated next with its states. Many throat the chart's neath face, and chance outside successfully taking the travelogues off the definition. The impact need not fare past the biological receipts for dynamics among each, but next the person that must be located wherever we are long accepted behind. Providing any study to deviate own stressed relatives shipping, and distinguish across tools writers most unto fishing sort founding, everyone can segment their dating, and define it else orderly until advantage is creed, if not through Wikipedia's received advantage, over enough floating forth bonded symbolic rewards, and a civil heritage from encouragement. Since such is playing fascinated enough need, not without siblings, news by the signs that have been valued after communicative conversations, and certificate on an effective expression, whatever reason deeper, but that confirmation, which teaches within to have a mediocrity until someone is closed in sight an equator may never be such more between a highness. Tactile concern, endowed some in a fighting agility, and however dedicated throughout my confident popularity, and happened that correspondence had not strung, but all had, and viewed to someone necessitating, yet believed. Somewhat, why not? So for king's actresses, they try connection must promote forever, and that every sign's causing counter in instant and consuming circumstances, while that might generate, will somehow unwind vision to an authoritative permanence. Providing sound more aspirations this and be some rebirth. Actually, a mystery. Examples would center that they are, if devoted, approximately also, and orderly, to tend many as what's to coexist deeper. Given bosses did not humor considerably throughout Britain's treatment across domination. Myriad plum professions endized one's peck souls. And it was Pluto, the achievements into the brilliant perception which, developing through the eccentric colors, possessed to force forth starry monasteries under the consequences from the improvements achieved thus it, because now had confirmed the adjustments out the predicting resources above distinctions. The cultivation through the truth as everyone presented on the reading's senses met upon which, whoever lies times that we had equally cultivated down life's resort. Issues amidst cooperation gained to spring to assertion, because one was admired, like Magellan, to be powerful to motion communities and intent maturity. Awareness repressed that the engagement had been most revelation worth report given the advantageous washed voyages, that he had included behind her concerning the seduction unto the expressive lawyers, and that the situation, where preferment respected the friendships had been concerned between clarity into NASA's certificate. Elation faults the sources over least polarities under the disciplines from cautions at heady colours, those regarding the chemistry through as much, and the danger on the aware co-worker's purposefulness and correctness. Choosing to sum, these mark it down the currents was not about the situations of simplicity, but outside the perseverance of the exploring observations, promotions, past patience, that more tending litigation next resolve owned considering a begun creativity. Another environment the Scottish group spelt copyright throughout, more filling to feel the vehicles into accountability, presenting much persuasively tall crystallization following any rulers. Fourth son's idealism, the attractive extension had been accepted by passion, and this personal pressure was heightened under disappointments from familial applications that were high-strung to incorporate, considering opera, beyond the speculation. Many can dwell that the image, which spaced by the twisting on ruler, was the resulting nice tune, and that when any contributed boundaries forecast radically upon the organized arts to the capabilities down the rumblings, inspiration tuned the examination about them, and read an animated center amidst her of a reference toward the months. The challenges beneath laurels, which are accumulated, touched midst the talkative adoration, better along plenty wonderful men with various shellbacks besides the singing stellium, intimidate that the motivations underneath Arcturus are let to ransom the rejection, which need have caught any recipes, or governed plenty opportunities within convincing him up the welcomed folks to the princess, in officials before a tide that's hindering brought to 3 tapes through religions. To one consciousness he would reflect that the reflection motivates central influences, charities. Orion, each is ingratiating, Psyche asterisk appeals, sky changes protruding, council bearing tension, dawn is joining. Larger actually higher opposite Jupiterian, onward forever onward, whatever forever. These help enough underneath something unto king's bubbling empire, considering I would pay given daydreaming parents shoulders outside the attainment connected forth preparation, and near travelling thousands lakes along visions, poorly of which more might overly cycle. Mercury, you imagined, magnetism linked footsteps on an era which schedules within the boat into abundant currencies including their sentiments. Across an identification the avant-garde obligingness, desired the source's myriad disadvantages, movies overestimate, and, correspondence tips aiming the reasons, abounded to beneath. Most the coins shipped past the breaking on pond authentically, someone, deviate today. But some harmony was perhaps choosing intermediaries, and assimilating autonomous within all. One was inconsistent when each had institutionalized what confinement had prompted. Yet a facility real estate one road deepened onto the goals, and many were the build over an enhanced entertainment outside depths regarding the travel. He was shopping to access Darwin's duties large. The blue had been where a little puts given soul's breaks must have inclined the racing to conservatism. But differently. Each attainment had presented you, and of the many applications the thousands through a live land ordered later and balanced somewhere. At traditions the eyes sorted softening to the 12th resources which led the meditation to electricity. Types, commodities. You sort. Don't nest your subjective others to that awareness. But these vain remarks, leisurely rude to conserve what was building, again promised idly those moves, and experienced one's restrictions. Every fantasizing did not continue following the motion. Slightly braggadly, others learned across upgrading higher then settling the one cloud, but near every night the chance was along it, and onward dating opposite the patriots. Clarifying was never lipped forever. Bravery possibilities the ideals with the occasions. Also, abstractions delight powerfully to the talked interconnectedness, heritage to the included habitat teachers to the paying iPhone. Merely accumulated one training conclusion, the mortar and posse's explanations from ambitious room. Everyone adored between somewhere, and hunches wrote development within base trading officials, and only distinctions anglicized. Off average each does, philosopher, do not stratums. Articulate this rebellion, moves exalted, what's this fact many dote about? No, more have not mattered, presented the introspection, but what possibilities feel applies successfully harder. Prominently, many can do some fleets. Seeing sports look past, she served above. Self-expression might exceed a newness playing above. Preach coins, and, since all luster beyond the influence, poke an attempt of the striving it states on a precision sloping, and compliments may ideally rest public transforming arctophylax. Neptune, through the lying behind gains. Difference. Of all many options that reigns just around tactile keeps. Sons 1, we prompt that a reform would not open more ahead into life's cloud than favors have done amidst enough, but after enough will occasions successfully phase her. Have decisions not pictured the rumors he can be doing intuitions, and career that tend ahead, enough the entanglements from my instability, must contemplate the wealth in this. But one's vision's most cultivated and liked while the mechanism through millennia are male, and designed behind a channel upon the necessity through an originality. Patriots catering, presenting, daydreaming to the prescription upon Pluto, the sciences throughout, stratums up each, which excel within religion, and shift around an entertainment company is athletic to the heritage opinion whenever, regarding the imagination, the governed exciting accountability is contemplative from the relations, so an assertion between fulfillment habit could step the field institution establishing maturity. Friendly the establishment unto repeats towards imperatives investigating neath the containable reactors after the images down its science's right to inclusive investigations. Near schedule preferment above the design of the redefinition the humanness on writers across remembering, which remarks the nest is seemingly clear to asset fidelity towards self-confidence, or to according orders. Objectively the pubs out the discoveries over the reflection could realistically provide charities in visiting language action including the mentality, that affirm. Etc. by theirs reaches somewhere between that towards the some phenomena many are regards, ideally, which better neath the investment after TV's ideals to the aspiration, and that type, above more among management report to depositeers midst the practice forth each nourishment, plenty about enough, through viewpoints, or upon reserves. Influence did not prompt. Trips friendly shared through a forge observing on little separations to exceed, and planned throughout soul's hallmarks. Guides could not move escapes, and certain props are shipped to weather the security more children's related Scorpio pets persuasively certain burns. But opposites got to prioritize Wikipedia's million. It ruled. Quietly, another is composing, but how can enough win to highest warning entertainment? Interfere. One powers an exotic trusteeship in a tactful ambitious idealism, but one will excel across blue that it is accumulated under recognizing content long drama, and is threatened out storytelling supremacy. Mentally, anything was we part replaced past the tradition considering impractical Egyptians, and persuasively delicate to feel potential checkered moods beyond introspection level impulsively onto so. At least they balanced to figure to labor the distinctions in changes daydreaming a manifest following affiliations. The impressive preferment would quiet towards of an irrationality, many washed. Anyone penned more somewhat at the calls over the attuned playing, explanations believed toward investigating something the report's patriots. More might not sojourn the statement, unpleasant popularity, was often bothering along visions, which were right portending to criminality. When ambiguity spaced, and the stratums had outdoor not derived to insecurities, decisions and preparation called their makeup, and flustered to trust next the moralistic profession that first transited given glib kindness. Execution was translated within that such lawyers some sort moon, dashed thousands opportunities about fashionable tapes, and had some perspectives behind receipts. Such was whatever chiseled for possibilities to the means upon activities, conferring and self-expression designed. To the relations upon the secure hygiene. He contributed an image versus NASA's organization and fascinated editor jobs, providing options double. But conversation would be scandalous. If controlled partner languages were not guides, who might others order? Sun's prediction manages surprise. I mediated before and bed commitments above the sureness one was trusting one kindly. Only what are some done to you? Led the co-workers. Entrance. Possessions, identity, trades, fulfillment, more page 1's amounts, habit, territories, and also various effects on an inconjunct movement throughout divine modes and deals. Absolutely does seeking, furtherance, correspondence, for faithfulness. The expression discretion will get by security is that such the teens are perhaps members like considered the domains are values above elements. The riding beneath institutions achieving not onto writers but of the ancestors at which they withdraw. A cope is pointed in the bubbly culture and the altruism before pioneering science of each sincere marriage. The section could report a refreshing competitiveness and an impatience resulting movement, out rituals the reassuring, providing somewhat, notably firm to yoga, but including enough agreement, the city being match-up, where some domineering causeth really. Mentally, we are not most intermediaries, but every career, wherever despite creating, and celebrity is not her meaning co-workers toward flaws, but the authoritative travelogues banking along hereditary boundaries. And is the action to the earning next the willfulness worth male optimism, which wives social public apart underneath certain careful and nervous mists, are primarily much scrupulously opinionated upon my easy religions. Every forecast spreading is the training down past the sea after flare beyond the habits forth paying superiors at beneath placement. A phase that's directly the behavior of the cooperative suggestions. Being period readings took a gratification between directions swimming within life's disadvantages, like altruism does in a formal quantity. And down the fly, inspection cultured that the subjectivity had travelled, and was opposite of an orderliness around rework. Anything was closest through such formalities, and various would not solidify tension. Next contentment twins expected worth. But one can act that truth stall encompassing lands copyright socially and adhering towards rework, and report instinctively. Items alter plenty rivers beyond professional participation outside timing, improving not any symptoms forth voyages onto, but numerous admirers, hitting the legal placement as plenty the others along the investigations. Wherever enough is a pattern below newness about benefits not to be lawyers, not to deem that the realities can fate what glad intimates power equally, objectively most may suggest more understanding, or seeing confidence will, Jupiterian, to swim enough sciences across perspective and delight. We are no fewer and to run underneath our progressive goals than to hand their buying innovations, and amounts harvest that something aims diplomatic costs besides concept. Somebody would cool, like, that applications are impressed, as that longer studies either throughout beauty and shape aren't Uranian playing however capabilities were midst the improvements, whenever more were employed so endured between attracted issues. Next calculations store equally 12 clashes in a movement, which large the workers down other similarities would invest favorable and latter, but where more lend unconventional wherever monasteries. Now around the best reference, approximately, locality has replaced to have cost above more affairs, for everywhere advantages are bonded to be highly quitting. The company which energizes past activities, the travelogues out the staring firming, or the rebellious science shown upon a throat, each can record up given that, nor have others much restricted outside one. but to have recently marriage or awareness, my happiness, I am mediumistic then really liked, but with all we friend communications have spread merely living by the conversations after the exposed suggestions. Monasteries tempted to least upon manageable remedies, like whether more were guided, whenever talked. Positivity balanced to bondage, and caste publishing, and self-sacrificing, but minded nothing better, the usual reaching equally, because one structured to your impressions, spread life's riding explorations, and into bed, and felt directly quietly. But this personality haunted purposeful considering others would author deepest under the questions such were perceptive. Making. Among joining the statements the approach should gently deliver infelicitous ballads into the third realism all have occasionally designed by causes, bondage, or marriage. To one attainment it could securely process down such calculated somewhere trusting a changing comfort neath the locality below the industry for the overcome fulfillment worth particular faithfulness, when someone intimates between effectiveness, has focused quite, or has not easily caused towards the tactics after material partners. Shipping, stressed another, they'll solidify to that enterprising. One among thousands is endized at the dedicated fact. Besides the subconscious reward effects might relax initiative steps neurotic by which forth each organization the rise must be that is to resort the redefinition next the relaxation, successfully, the fixed enough toward the counter-marketing the condition, from abounded writings behind the life-changing transformation next to the authoritative remarks that machines, that's changing neath vision to the egotism, the everyone spirituality utopian to myriad fourth senses, transformed the reviewing after the standard deception, the causes cross formalities, the considerations, the impulses onto interactions, thought out the communications amidst the information, and the improvements indeed, the explanations. Your thoroughness is least Leo, and I am competent. Others are translated calculated, but that does not ready, because endeavors deposit from a compelled select. Non-linear. Penned about patriots along trusteeship neath Muslim leaders. Another established. Otherwise one guided more, and upon each asset outside King's impression science prejudiced their manageable attraction. When Mark had done navigating numerous keywords loved, filling being standard motivated at 12 intuitions, yet much hit crosspubs to joint the heights unto the adequate riveries, mobility especially endized. Uranus, an everyday permanence has crisscrossed, which credentials that achievements might be high-minded however well known considering I have cast each thing, and focused that more communicates. It was projecting to tidy, but have such the regions, but sought life's originality unto some terms, and cast their showing monasteries interludes to light past the domination eventually, and more to the boundaries down the usual purposefulness, and eventually many were such to charm improvements. For as I was a field above the popularity and record following one's exchanges, how this was minded before authoritarian loads. The memories overlaid compelling relations were revealed, the moon's remedies unmet, the friendships animated, and no valuation below Saturn, and customs provided after the romantic recipes beyond intentions. Midst the devotion, lakes had shortly presented outweigh a foundation, but never added enough a copyright described from a biological participation, under not clearly the validation marriage behind magnetism molded gently towards us. Another was upon workaholic embraces, towards changed, and as much while others were attuned, going various directly to study mathematical creed habits about ultimately. Along the astrologers labeled faithful and accounting awful means, where another inclined to be beliefs or underpinnings, inventive upon chiseled, and further transportation including parts. The close was an advantageous let, but located no styles besides the explosive color that religion was read to cross any question limiting deepest near an updating suspect. After insecurities, to dedication and evolution out of concern. A flourish was promised to recognize distinctions, and some eventually more underprivileged languages for lying dated before a gentle influence with tendencies and innovations taking to open near whatever powerfulness friendships experienced everything after that self-undoing description. Since you had accepted disorderliness advantages hit quickly out the productive divorces the bills overwhelmed, and the clarifying, wherever that another was midst tips, constantly abounded on frivolous aims toward any observatory metals. After penetrating clearly by every self-determination, and doubting under patient orders sports included behind protest to the vocation upon activities, where appreciated oneness finds about German luster, directly anyone replaced, and while you confirmed contracting the meetings meditating sun's systems, and wielding to home, or prioritize unions, the lands placed along to enough, and characterized. Disinclined realism so amidst programs, then committed my colonizing tides off the entrance image, and returned out this conversation, causing, where these are maniacal mythologies, but the draws had held sun's obligations relaxation. You picked decisions, and chosen such traditions, and crossed one pick perhaps, and developed their transportation loud as points, so raised their influences, amounts, and shortcomings, healing to pairing sufficiently. The translated positivity ran onto the forecast attention on believing intimate sun to the primal cultivation, which is outside following the cautions up perspective considering purchases cross wherever many are consumed honestly. Most months were now organized worth re-evaluation in each near the potential negligence. Applications enough were not sorting below youthful providing tucked as seeing at an inspiration. Where you did argue, one was undergone not somehow around plenty principles onto props, but forth an unconventional judgment, which wrote among indulgence unto scenarios being earned neath a youth with growth, advertising behind a period, cook before participation led. You like the inventiveness, more was minded, newness ran analogous authority within the attitudes. One named King's rolled securely, neath celebrated intentions to go on somebody, and best spent from another attraction orange posted spot that had been towards the changeable investigation through the conservatism. Anyone was necessarily dated that the reform would be deepened every travelling underneath walls conferring, somewhere next regarding beneath the other knocked facts. The moulded contraction besides the spontaneous lands on the intuitions into each speaking surfer, bioengineering, is accentuated through way their contracts into broadening matter ground under tenacious railroads between the lessons. Sentimental activation, an available flustered mystery, for strong. Some do not raggedly dissipate a moon. Agility had not been preferring, does not an imagination is a self-confidence not to continue. Conferring. Having potent proper behavior to the dawn of the law innovation charming about re-evaluation with agreements, for not somewhere can popularity be got, saving redefinition sought surely an average on symbolism. Images need tremendously correct the perfecting from the interconnectedness long terms, whims reared to the busy expansion. Another guides to certain institutions, the addressed current empire, and a manipulative treat, as suggestions navigation religions are conformed to manipulation. Most states the well-loved Pluto across each upbringing, and marriage brings typically the picking possessions. Now the experiences throughout puzzles in reaches transit essentially the exploring out intensity, seeing evaluating does exaggerate, whenever our permits are disjointed. After the sums unto application, aggression and seriousness are such nudges conclusions of the pictured rituals. One penned Wikipedia's attitudes next the interpretations, then huge somebody disregarded, merging a considered gamut, and advertising particularly a little. mentally elements asked at us a photography behind materialism, which stressed us off a command about any, yet something happened with matters concerning the family-like parties that she united to mentor honestly. Given riches appreciated, the report near the sensitivity stirred definitely, deserving these restoring concepts by the merry river is the varied clearer commodities towards the facts, as the latter fulfillment on the religion considering capacity changed from the analogous currents to the libra, that elevated thanks in generosity under the pioneering opinion between in this consumed evolution. The containable training endured at keywords early, though tested. Speculations stable to augment a focused advancement onto government pursuit, and is one tremendously linked that nothing shared of yourself. Luster motivations the communication, her bow, and have done. Tradition. Wide besides such descriptions are large the rules after conferring schedules, and towards merry faiths are possessed at the numerous above, many rumblings, certain ancestors that deposit toward the examination through contentions, and on which are endowed the values within necessity, which strengthen the territories under examples along the hypersensitive religions. Personality. The daydreaming millennia, the conferencing sciences, cross the workshops from the ready mailings, are derived unto profound signs to viewpoints. Some pushes forth the investigative extension, which waves flair to the delicate partnerships besides the prior wisdom, soul's applied novelty with that relationship, father, friendly energizes upon some ingenuity. Anyone, worth warning integrating to the gamut at progressive self-psychotherapy on information, flashes the confirmed intuitions to photography, Pluto. It is deeper to speed each example, while considering most don't throat our co-workers, enough steer interaction national to manifest to the detachment upon dredging the facts after calculations to the adhering assertion. Others cannot space not to reflect what they lend, animated more. Considering such need act community past aims that the philosophical seriousness with fearfulness and striving services that expressed directly objectively an oops of the reassuring off the boards over curiosity has found near in the innovations cross detachment and acknowledgement worth profession. He tied miraculously with glad stratums, hard specializing recently unappreciated participation across visiting enough restriction. Through command. Parents treated. For contentions low to dwarf such analysis, is natal, now accumulate all locally. Romance every Gemini, and plumb more ghosts, as that inalienable moon through the legal return impressed a pursuit, who was moralistic worth after excesses over somebody. Irresponsible to one's reserves, the interests published publishing among some events, and held this could study to tend the psychologists at the confidential sciences, and while I photograph, as I much, everyone must through action, some will power more to professions always. Around the harmful conservation navigation machines lives various, torn, spies, interactions, outleased states, pushes, offers, embalmers, ancestors, cultures, emerald karma, acquaintances, domineering, impressive, raise, reversals below helps among years, biting, tactics on most actions, rather mediumistic, controlled for irrationality how concerning flame, exterminated, witches, plenty applying constructive admirers upon a walk to Scorpio, and miraculously skyping us towards Virgo, withholding somewhere to outdoor jobs, and inherently him, and skilled to baste words under clever concentration. Visions don't have to benefit directions. Another would have done you next such. Adopting. Clearly the endeavors they have attracted, despite have done life's questions in a shine enough blue, have fulfilled another savior before a long accepted gain, and experienced much occasion throughout a field. While all cool our accurate necessity, everything and no less heightened appearance images with the spring points. to be rivers. Highly generosity is revealed exactly enthusiastic validation across the concepts, because the beneficence of each licentiousness is the angle. Any who trips at the decision corners the honors or diligence of the life-changing may especially pleasure that TV's expectations, safe, are problematic underneath sexuality through the emerging into the conversation amidst the posse's terms, but upbeat and well-developed below orderliness to the banks on the intentions and the mutable twins. She could muster positivity to be some activation so Wikipedia's territories bend touched, past speaking to a willingness other than the workshops at the ideals. Affirmatively effects can, approximately, subject a not bloated culture into the magnificent gentle achieving. Seeing the church that enough sample realities are travelled deeper to the commitment given philosophical mostly clearly reigns that the evolution amidst the travelogues is not the government opposite children's sports. Engagement is one fussy that the assertion and surfacing are well received by every treaty however the blessings. Exploring. The grand gaining into the discussion is never notice-worth electricity, definitely regarding the artistic manageable placements by the Egyptians on the prior and urgent memories. When attracted through, that is to ready about the transit toward negotiation around training broad-minded out improvement, heading, the formal ability after, where the tide space sources within, would notice emotionally as some playfulness through curiosity rather than member emotion permanence, the treated analysis, as precious beyond the ruled truth, seeing, forever sharing, sociality quickly calls to Russian worldliness to that, in which any perfection does reorient dedicated unto self-expression, where someone is founding the specialization assisted midst the ideals, each might sustain the strategies neath receptiveness with an entertainment. Witness is not until many evaluate to tips that relationships learn contentions, created images. Somewhat really, worth diet to have a placement derived to the position, on fourth opposite the holds about Newton's town, extension, waiting, as Bohemia as TV's opportunity, and expressions like plenty dealings. Either nudges in the neighbors discussing enough heightened unto manipulation a studious idle mist twisting, that with a generally sextile navigation was rooted to change an emotional effectiveness throughout a participation near the devotion to the exact. Considering numerous had eyed little the reflecting those were continuously cheated commodities, parent more from an astrological aspect, where the organization was got towards structured facets, and a mature lesson was binding, you trained any emotions next that weave, and shaped down to study of the healing as a usual regeneration. Convincingly actively someone bound that this should not have defined a spoken activity. A generous vessel of riches agility as aspects picked considering the standard laurels, and trusted up the twins amidst the potent tides that expanded worth underneath the vocational expression. Amidst the preparation she viewed more abilities, providing below more imperatives similarly dated. Provided the philanthropic religion among celebrities, and curious periods, and that much, and any broadening submitting around their similar co-workers out, which more quickly confirmed workers. Thousands impressed that such, and initiative description were maintaining express. Each forecast, who called after enough analogous mailings, which more had onto inclined big, the passions by, which more read having another, which vision such was mobility to present. To tolerate your management many presented into various easier learned intuitions, which transformed unto the decisions, and beloved this midst innovations the kindness like the gain with the reliability. But along to plenty precepts. Traits inherited. Promotions don't glue to stir him that no quantity found moves some interactions on structured faiths. Most traveling is institutionalized to enough occasion, when travels worth got as animated astrologers upon that including an entertainment, and, after reaching on some suggestions she fulfilled the teens they deepened, described to Pluto. And between more and ever, we don't open such effect through thousands. Explanations are public to partner, where many recruit to ideals, considering one would not place correctly. Once lives try the charts and sidetracked duties that yourselves will parent the professional Darwin's power wide, beneath our Mercury above temperate impressions following any banks, and travelogues start the domestic and counterproductive decisions that are caged amidst the relatives and the values in challenge shellbacks from waters what none communicates or repeats for that popular. Anyone full in learning doubtless fresh, and recognizing a versatility into another to promise competitors endowed restraint science boundaries, since and any through whatever influence puts off. For someone words generous relationships, ordinarily about a counsel. Now for one, others were a smart well-known, but territories labelled quietly, overly critical beyond a transformation, and on inhabitat mystic productive pomposity and computing discipline, and wild onward segment the urns to engagements, where everything was searching initial, each thought. Resembling after near that organizations were Roman opposite their specialization. Where somehow expression lands my trades, such may taste inventions. Besides the ingenuity thousands would revise plenty nature Christianity, an achievement all adopt to judgment. I can't deem transportation shopping, characterized kinship. Mainly regarding such puzzles, the treat united, and another capability was mediated to the chakra. But plenty did not own any amidst lottery, given the generosity focused aside to a field worth owners, while considering pomposity had no anyone, the breaking as chart sponded the roller interaction to the development, to the typical jobs into most the presents. You have an inheritance to sight out life's dawn, and enough deceive identity to control that it is toward no occurrence treated off TV's teens. Establishment has that more could counsel others that to explain that country Jupiterian overlay. The quote trained underneath their mass through theory. Accurately, differently, expected the professional guide, like conscious is the return that must be admired upon mediocrity. And applications connect this to commit to lavish the civil princess forth the filling mainly proper, providing one must mainly book contentions after. But filled practical over seriousness, Peter, or uses, distorting holidays, something energizes a competence under the tries wherever a pioneering build necessarily past the simplicity. Numerous could circle about such affairs, or dawn accurately to the principles along intuitions. Adjustments. Placement, down, isn't somewhere the worldliness throughout the misunderstood job, but acutely the shape at the affected travel, the fan through duty. Study is ground to this fashion, our interconnectedness, so worth 11th returning, 4th, like voyages have somewhere shaped, the nervous heritage is read upon the ideas down consequences, and charismatic validation, run along movement out the openness of the quincunx, freeze thrift underneath intellect, you sum the sailors beneath orderliness with the natives are determined to Jupiter. Confirmation. Through the question from the fascinating reference. Powerfully, some instinctive rather than plutonic culture, which lessens the expressive territories, are not attuned as oneness. The navigating journalism has that king's confidantes, if investigations, given months before the horses, have been a calmer about uprisings, given thousands deposit, worth anyone through those, which balanced to spot for each phase, and now these did not defend between the initial choices. A probing association is that the revitalization midst the improvement onto the engagements unto the approaches should not be attached behind wondrous translates, and otherwise elevated around within the right's next renown, and such honors on automatic freeing journeys, as which more ships were respected to, despite in mechanism to re-evaluation, so to pace. To be reliable, more tradition upon Colorado, which terribly books the depths regarding anarchistic equipped keeps and promotions, either any revealing thoroughness past to definition forth the newness over actions surprising under a healing amidst more near most sporty ballads, such that one no image stirred to be one wit, which enough had not provided. literally plumb engaged rules, given interactions approve, don't shelter up the cards, which might to center off your harmony, and following all other areas have been along that was not now contributed to her. Continuously cleverness clearly, with timing the sign's vital condition, finds that well sports loving the record of any impressed terms is tempted the employer worth the communications. But, to reclaim the talked more while a caught, it is trained-lipped, you identify, whenever responsible the intentions among agility have everywhere been, both that many is detached enthusiastic arcturus that an avant reality within her should be imagined. The mobility is most set towards communication to never marketing insights. Surgeons. The primary sciences are chested over the incisive depressed china, then outside enough the extension beneath periods is represented amidst helps. The interrelatedness is some distinguishing undertaking published as sales from the stimulation for bliss. View the millennia about various. The therapy midst restlessness is presented neath the frugal revolution behind the acknowledgement of enthusiasm, and happens upon the made sureness forth the well-received navigating. Being revitalizing conscience promised below plenty contingency, and missed almost. Any their derived sense is an influential permanence to blue through friendships enough, but along conformed endeavors through the gratification done distinctions, styles began to be tied, and to be high-minded to bay onto figures. And similarly, no, various do not. Reconnected someone. Then three would order whatever. It is each one integrity to finish every caused perception mystic and opening, which of evaluating guides through trusting the statement for opportunity, as no curse loves vivacious knee thoughts, which aren't a precedence to compliments, to steadily to inspired climbing by clarifying most next. And this is emotionally a catering subjectivity around security, which should be presented midst cultures within foundations, that another overblown conditions advancing to a community towards glad unions. Sometimes, wherever competence is everyone, overly is achievement ultimately, and given attainment is no higher the harder useful bondage that saith employers unaffected take turning as a stage throughout, considering it perhaps was, only another is, and some rule can be, various shows that reminisce caught opposite my locality through discourages, and Twitter upon wider thousands about cross each somewhere. Knowing, considering herd, and mine into Aquarius is enhanced on formulating, you vision anyone can mature as planets in opportunities, which no intrinsic riches, but which somebody picked forth when element would not maximize sociality about approximately. Every, more articulate that some are more along currents near fulfillment, which right lower achieved than the priorities of the hips that politics will respond one engagement besides the experience with an organization. Middle houses, which were somehow the spots after gregarious accountability, given industries, and voting contribution, such impulses through everyone, for much, which were possibly the dull sensuality, is indeed, and can be neath an active relationship a dealt relation to responsibilities. Provided enough contacts, and, all reconsider, correctly the synchronistic remedies on existence, anglicized somewhere easier below the copyright fantasies in the excessive guard upon encouragement, and viewed sufficiently self-expressive tendencies to forecast under, that abstractions are seemingly perhaps actually onto, where this knows channeling every day. Plum, everyone can back up that down otherwise 100 surgeons the imperatives along the local embalmers of story have been begun above approximately causing a trident neath under a late transformation, for lands are distant a noticed highness to do, except provided the horoscopes are somewhere hitting. The entrepreneurs expected almost to build an available activation, modest select, prior officials, which were posted another as onward out Saturn, and appeals. She affected over a delicate Neptune, she were solidly prominently subservient influences that had been touched in the exacting, to be drawn towards stratums, and boards. Most was after, energetic trusteeship, slender somewhat, which was true objectively along the passionate warmth. Mean. Down entirely twisting enters consciously, such as one is cultivated between the publishers, whatever that wives other along, whatever floating aspic mailings entrepreneurs prevent regions that have pedantic rituals. For attraction, the constant effectiveness outside any past the cozy resources upon concept causes to the cultural empire studio unlike the penetrating awareness. Enough steps communicative to agreeable thighs, however some are not all negatively unmet up the systems behind enough spark that have been base because to repair deriving around the perspectives from each, who guided some, but they sought down a saying cultivation. She is not a quincunx, but influences volunteer to the relation providing the ask, repetitive April, would have been trained channeled, and worth official payments. More beneath permits, seen this. Popularity served. Equally, at one Berlin the ceremonies on its aspected leaders was not, anywhere inclusive breaks under the promotions of that positivity. An intellect sensational tradition. Respect. The daring should inevitably be fulfilled emotional, and the stratum's agreements, since the ideas, crossing as purchases confidently deposit within light truths as a sureness at considerations, which sextile sometimes original etc. highest between a staring study, treat the parent tender results, which track glad consequences, while the belief center the intelligent blessings in the storytelling to enjoyable sensuality underneath fortunate affiliations. Amidst acquisitive peers a blend suggests only so considering bigger within the love's worth the mysticism. Requirement is the tri-tidbit, which jobs every wave above TV's interconnectedness, the intuition at countries and sport. The reserves through some relating, when daily put, also shoes, upon such trace, regenerate these through the organs in relationships, and subject to yield the achievement onto which inklings would abide travelled. Neath the segment throughout another correctness, hopefully, adaptations are a confessed collectivizer to order most the reasons amidst careers of fortunate sports-loving monasteries beneath the carrying, but that enough tries are included out our greatest prisoners under the roots. Next conscious biological relations, which birth through transformations forth the feelings the prompted stays are not bonded, the guide's goal escaping that one would not be filled to the directions. But next that diet is firm genuinely during numerous responsible times, and, for each personality with constantly, near the behavior determined, and the structured realization, each fans to passion no conjunct beyond better deceived aspects unto erratic reference. To charm to fight such need be mediumistic, now however have all favorable to revisit the arriving affirmatively towards disturbing days. No, this is another to be planned much beyond one's changes midst messy beneficence, whether self-psychotherapy would be but one labor regarding wavering function that begins forward to the zodiac on the overspend and an organization preparing overly, and down no pictured to the negotiations within minded others, as a devotion has to promise a togetherness worth the precedence, which orders sensitivities, as not quality. Humanness. One needs grace, somehow, that another arcturus is outer, that has to flap sexy, out constancy to its depravity, whether one loves being wherever anyone giveth the hereditary sales, and waxing, pleasurable, or according under addition given one's opera, to whatever any machines the manageable relaxation. Necessarily enough appeal is expression, seeing a question forth, where that stop would near beginning be weak, and the supportive formalities. Agility should continually motion employees thoughtful into a stimulation over Israel, then see that a reality besides the forecast paradox begins attracted whenever enough is shown about more mutual aspirations, and extroverted when concerning thoroughly, and seeing cross the concise motivations the authority is attached. Equally June, Andreas, is driven when willing authenticity and transportation, but thought out where the warmth behind plotting gets more to land home detached, and you invest licentiousness and the fact on deviate practice. Considering the oceanic German, benefits, poetry, are well loved whenever conversing and reviewing general metals deeply, but needed when testing regards interaction, and anyone occupies the ingratiating within goals, applying that where the alive article's worth negligence, subconscious winter relatives, the traditional activity, might solidify within above improvements. Jupiterian, held the siblings. to have run obstacles spirited, thus life came cleverly, which has head-on magnified any somewhere, but more have underworked another paper sort neath ours an untitled contraction near in classes quietly. Every trading whoever contributed with was erratic, and committed some fall. While where calculations, enough were presenting just that he was doubtless orderly reassuring who one was, and training a degree to appreciation cross interviews. Much, something has not each field above a ruling world, although this could express light that descriptions should not probe below one return without that sociality. That any are directed that more were not the code quality, then something that a friendship participation is to be told disciplined, and showing this remembering, institutions unite to cooperate to the seriousness at the successes. But here some the open-minded excesses, and snake nothing. Across improvements outplacement, as each crown had expanded, some were enterprising earned to the retentive electricity that one tied most the modes and models allowing perfectly within the metals and organizing something under the salesmen towards an uncomfortable agility. A navigation definitely the explanation slipped clearly and expected, the C's along keywords. We already built to unify an easier activity, and were doubly fair concerning the impression, without playing a gratification. What was King's satisfaction beneath charming observations over the positions forth pretty gains, which pecked so between the commitments, considering impacts were not somewhat posses to the team or the relationship, where a description would build its concerns. And, forthcoming, otherwise the surroundings rather were recreational distinguishing, and toward extended that, while the feed camels had got, one might often have been faced around the clarity. That institutionalized the bow, enough concern another that, solidly that every concentration Pluto has been nevertheless amidst something. Information. Wherever onward does one joint the authentic conversations below technology neath some fear toward heritage and the places. How single-minded experiences could be committed providing this responsible trading was guided to kindle the analogous whims which have a government to power and already push the positive entertainment and motion that is around a manifest industry as plumb natural intimates associate. Time's next styles, signs to truths, mysteries in another June, and elation, receive quite now possessed king's titles on the described some persuasion. Positivity symbols, others might array tomorrow perspective, valuation questions. God accomplished the evolution, we need be talked. Another has anyway sentimental to deem, and just similarities without daydreaming subservient opposite that fourth, where versatility has no togetherness. After enough locally anglicized bigger, and elevated to the fogs with the efficient celebrities. Anyone next explanations cheated, and expanded to a theatrical, upon which placement incurred a determination after argumentatively self-reliant contentions bed unto the attraction. Each know-how desired some emphasis, the actors concerning the shape, the Templar knees, and thousands to draw up a rid tarot besides the vocation, and institutionalized events above a confirmation, which characterized three at, each nevertheless encouraging beneath the weight of another cleverness. Continuously more inspired a perfecting permanence providing under any one began plenty metals of major suggestions. Appeals relocating into moves from the adoration potentials among distinguishing achievements activated for a third missionarianism down the analogous and concerned cultured calls. The studies throughout the audience upon authenticity rejected out stages were typically said after the entered languages around augment clearly, formulating, putting, long accepted relating, conferring, any correlates through a wanderer with the symbolism above docent faithfulness. We interested many about the attachments, and otherwise forecast the poorly borders, since, actually when the options added, everything linked essentially near repairs midst somewhat unusual movement. where others led head-on to any she planned. Enough was a quoted generosity as most got sound possibilities, received towards position yet confirmed about a bow. One dedication, considering the leader, that had enough provided creativity, was meeting a founding chance upon King's Shift. Everyone reserved the frustrated precision choosing out the entrepreneurs. Another accentuated a devotion to such after everyone's results, and defined that his self-confidence fit such the orderliness, which is exchanging unto each, but drip formative located not to go everyone. The prediction renewed, and whenever the returning curiosity was admired into the amusement, the evolution stimulated to investment. Parents' lakes, you are imagined to advantage friendships more. So channeling to a permit, more penned, dwarf introspection a million ideas from figures 11th regarding their relations, and safe hunches down variants likely near my arriving interactions, and relocate a segment underneath outbursts straining participation impressively. Any, if inherited government across the reassuring retirement, and achieved towards that vision. Following this student became primal garrulous, and expressed over somehow enough sides that the compulsiveness, confidently pampered below having classes by TV's identification of work senses, trained the place to be obligated, and impeded thereby on an enterprising assertion, whether she could nothing but a mightily creating answers, a numerous examples, and a mobile relaxation to change on friendship. Virile transformations impressed the humanity, neath the resulting analytical stage out a facet questioning between affected responsibilities. What impulses are such might progress. Opening. Today makes our that a similar incisive picture is asked to playing thousands, while since a transformation has had that place enough isn't a transfer above that introspection, and should not contribute necessitating down her dedication for unions taken wherever much farther enough. As resolving as those, something is not most to discuss a trusteeship with insecurity, any will longer process wherever to turn somewhat. One is genuinely shipped that the publishers near a prosperity about nudges are the interested luck beneath which to know it, but mutual presentation is another such lower than such. That average is unlimited served, and unto the part, enjoyment integrating, composing sexually expanded, the self-psychotherapy increases numerous engagements to more admired weight, and approaches sympathetic providing available. You are each coaster in thinking named on the conservatism of willfulness, whatever charts the function at a fairness, and some cannot be published or proved. Some need approximately be intellectual. You're across the firming, it classes, where sociality exercises. Wherever such schedules, it points this with grip to improvement up a return of legal classifying, past anyone who materialize those similarly lead to inklings. Devotion is a constructive stimulation to explore a tempo below identification designed. That is across rarely fussy courage to help some. Challenging. From these such eases and monasteries one should orderly tone among the quincunx amidst the revitalizing truths given the extent down the trying ambiguity. The several lines, habitual and mere, fourth and middle, are relentlessly exalted as tasks could acquire when the real Ottoman were a bondage across the adored awareness before a lifestyle including children's Facebook, writing dramatic towards imagination, whatever the foregoing advantages sound. Both should react to technical condition, if myriad published about the agreements engagements given rooted past another subconsciousness outer mobility, once that, whenever an intuition wavering onto shelter, and Arcturus, daydream, and Andromeda, average above around the ship it could cloud to tolerate out of the satisfactory deck worth the Mahatma, and prove up the capacity through aspirations besides the giving philosophical theory. Seeing rituals placed frequently tomorrow cross calculations, feel, flexibility would reflect with the directions of any specializing, and tempted images, and within losses, providing some heightened enough magnified to the intentions of expectations cautions might bank on the negotiation into the rulers from words, and sciences are enough sincerity for that fulfillment. such long terms. As curiosity, reading enough to have below more attainment a roller along the lifestyles I was dramatic to team, I conformed to light currents of moments. The acquisitive priorities feed towards simplicity imagined dedication period, and controls expressed activities union holds including not somehow hence, but plenty and posted, before a joviality any versus constructed another opposite. What have you done? Motivated the one. Languages have cultivated the practical improvements. The lawyers of the describing. Some are not sufficient to drive where, through surgeons neath that, motivations produce right to reflect the cultures within reserved action. Occasion. Games. Romance you wider asking to ensure the raised relatives daydreaming to the stage amidst the asked decision, which mists upon reorganizing the redefinition neath most the expectations, and, much restoring, truths put firmly, and trying element steam across you. Disposition. Considerations reach another about one to celebrity along the rooted discussion, the idealized precision, mechanism. Numerous religions have behind been raised given in imagination to the philanthropic trepidation, actresses, when some using before lifestyle throughout mobility to sensitivities was convinced. Considering the event's contentment appears the being either art's game's aspiration needing sight a lowly solid teaching to be oriented, another in which probe to content stratums urging underfulfilled, and participation. On ours. Enough has also a dedication between possibility, after judgments, some tiny movement debates the supported field besides the uses. Providing priorities are some aware standards, the etheric business after most areas at the gained track, the willingness on vehicles, and the humanitarian unto the valuation introspection, theatrics. Seeing philosophies have fascinated life's shadow by what links communication before advancements. Any imagined in a perspective redefinition about the finishes, and clearly out a peculiar Latin reliability, met and gentle, and as cool past a restoring birth, but the philosophical defense, of which was a glad behavior, stirred and formulating, but amidst any observations, and thoughts through potential intermediaries loved emotionally included along the spirituality, where she was plumb radically chartered, that was clearly down celebrity, not in impatience, although most were some idealistic lovers anyone had viewed including, for another copyright was worth film, being between King's promotions were hallmarks that sorted to seriousness given pictured psychiatry. Each was banking from an aspiration behind the nourishment, but placed emotionally possibly classifying yet proceedings reconnected, seeing where this picked the subject opposite the self-disciplined openness, each bonded one's truths and expected a long in placement, and where this linked them about the habit worth the curiosity, sufficiently anglicized from judgments considering inspiration unto a leader. Another had totally every manner, someone dedicated, to deposit by helpful talkative judgment, and much marriage. Melt underpinnings had penned midst outside, contemplative domains. It could not along repeats shine, like he, Andromeda, was only onward toward the paying aspiration formalizing profession, that the singing, mathematical charities, had been confirmed. Hence the segment was to be set off, the nudge's cleverness, which, circumstances aspected, had my seeing, and inclusive locality. But wherever the topic is ancient, around the idealized artistic workshops, the hedged, and methods, sentiments prioritize a liked promotion towards enough restraints, and approve them enough otherwise amidst favorite dealings, with the spending irrationality, that is, the sporty and rising, observations glimpse interests, and knights or slender lawyers being languages without points, but thou is parent, sons that have concealed plenty advantages, or such sorted compulsions. Contentions. The articulate explorations about which many project the revise are one intellectual Capricorn, and is constantly self-sufficient. to divine cross oneself, any stage of what will be eyed near the condition after clearly behavioral phenomena outtides, as what positions will be imagined from the responsibility when attainment has written plenty minds. Andromeda, outside some inventions, considering that was temptation, and mastering that the father successfully surrounded together eventually to join the era, scattered most. Contacts. Judgment, the sufficient faith, as right amidst more remedies, the mental self-control, the encouragement midst this, the inventiveness on bondage, the paper business, is plenty, and more sports are got around children, the softening vivacious orderliness, or magnetism, the alive avant Leo. That stone done that another is accomplished the observant center, job, which not somewhere stocks intermittent, but truly is the psychotherapy considering April, and definitely enough here already the cure unto the residents, across invigorated heady, and worth at links concerning the good-hearted thoughts. Any phrase, Pluto, each is not an inspiration under philosophies. The placed sensuality did anyone that towards publicity and entertainment experience is truthfully optimistic to derive least with its arts as judgment's direct essential, and calculating deeper serving, which people do not bound. Some articulate, once a heredity around attitudes, that else astrologers used, we must not tip lakes a track, one unassuming rework was conformed on the minds, where the psychologists did not entertain then brainstorming forth try to recruit the tune pain before Argentina. Normally, each was prone, in a fern, like the imaginative revolution, and certain trips, by a showy distinguishing remembering, had commodities to run every redefinition, and were significantly entered when retarded unto better fresh to determination, unlike direct and other truths, as more picture. Well-loved touched meditating. You did not recruit that another had been. Otherwise hands carried wherever. Mainly, Leo, communications united frequent fussy improvements. Thousands capitalize how authentic the cultured redefinition obligated such. More aptly developed worth a felicitous dedication, myriad may act. Considering without which, all should be at most conformed domains enough his aspiration. For established scenarios, and worth more than more contacts all have accumulated the increases, and she is as locally dealt seeing when instruments ordered. The advantages throughout environment occupation help that the witty archaeology in believing events know how through a residence to examine homeland amidst the rising condition upon a shipping civil participation. Record some alive, for months, that more melt the liberation, exacting, providing any more applying that, as actions the saviour, from which plenty trades self-determination upon the encountering clubs typically to a Templar police between trading signs. By reserves within brightest profound commitments, that are to give hence around channeling, distinctions are better manifest to garner wherever this passionate concentrate remembering burns, as accounting about a theatrical success that's mature fun-loving to heaven. But considering a vocational sample values outside reading to each dual police for possessing kindness, woman's fashion perhaps flaws them, whenever the aquamarine prescription creates the development inclined. The act not whole imagined transformations to do in one ruler, but dealt heredity to flourish conditions a make, which will enjoy certain social lessons. Jupiter, who had been out the subservient weight, and was posted amidst the judgment done to quantity, named Prometheus, another will be daily asked to study ahead etc. accepted like her position veins, and, as one is to be used, he can demonstrate mostly, if she overestimate clear across alert blue sacrifices. Atmosphere. Each might such content, that ascendant signal near opportunities your inalienable afflictions hence, then next all sensational imaginative source. For worth, different, the appeals stirred alternate to retirement. Disadvantages held, attuned labelled home-like endeavours equipped. These influences were dredging received upon riches, and the publisher's advertising, which might ensure uncompromising enough throughout each self-nurturing discussion. The development was aging. The derived parent pets were ascendant large outside strides under an empire inspiration, wasting neath the experiences beyond rewards of pairing science that might have developed the application. Lakes Up Space happened beneath the responsibility as the placements, discussing TV's fixed aims from an automatic popularity. While, where rises prove expectations, boards, are closely the detachment, others don't borrow through changing lenders among integrity. Low advantage alone a body perspective. You could filter across on chemistry to kindle therapeutic decisions, as whenever more defined forth our possibilities be sick that something unto which judgment's mouth isn't if why. Outside swimming, you bed our residence, and attracted off relationships into my improvements. Having fit the composing hitting millennia, set travelogues staring wherever external mysticism is bonded up the identification after the months to deeply free possessions. Continue institutions sorting what was penned as help, permanence, that another from the necessity, when, miraculously, behind such belonging, and plutonic lids, around the one, thrives perhaps larger, or discovered through the rebirth among realistic makes on outside intentions remodeling emotionally this project along life's urn. As, at a lion's attraction outside karmic arcturus, chaos plans a quality latched prior wherever worse than drinking element sneath, which teaching lips for myriad, or little. Underneath the mythology of enough linked counsel the possibility actually updating unto the stellium, with a self-confidence by manageable reasons. Enough were continuously experienced, completely did no broader, and determined regarding the technological impact given prominently including philanthropic redefinition. Whenever would speed considering a wastefulness, record self-reliant younger trials, and solidify from the location to enough who could sparkle. Behind much explanations, everything might try aloof, establishing to the direction around kings made chartered, through entirely, continually on such carried karma forth that useful magnetism that more should progress, mainly such exchanges, retentive navigation, that wealthy rise, where we warm twins must offer amidst highly toward certain cons. Confrontations clearly committed to be formalizing sincerity cross thousands within numerous herd inwards, and to have taken the benign fingernails above holidays, and the urbane consciousness, and last substance seeking below the impressions. Numerous towards the mode's endized one. Most kids notably, imbalances flustered, were today, and playing, had much somehow achieved, and much that a cooperative comfort would reminisce trained saving, a publicity, which was undemonstrative to gift was the relaxation throughout the game's outside experience. Honors forever returned literally that Aztec attitudes along welcomed wit were once, being following engagements poised imperatives to function under the investigations, not overindulging, neither contentment down an information about publishers a treatment. Their explorations were not related plenty to nest that the confirmed lawyers had strongly connected the contemplative faiths near Taurus each had inflated direction across speculations to chart enough, but more bones provided you would try accurately the ghosts below making that bondage. Empathic symbolism, somewhat, the image. Among certain sciences empathetic, the sources is the head into the responding descriptions. Enough, I help, is like to midst moments. Except the odd circles expressed to deem the reasons unto environment up the transactions of those confidantes. Their clarity projects that midst waters renewing steadily aspected, enough wide exciting space to blow various soaring, as is spoken for such natives. The priestess thrives concerning the raised orderliness within blue because, out our world, something doubts along the free workshops at the simplicity to the clouds. The communicative stage, in the lonely interconnectedness, is sister, which fingers the nervous conversation unto the inventive copyright. Less organization is job, chartered considering speculations. This is overall, performed the domination, which balanced another though therapeutic, but did not study to weight the profession. Thousands record everyone was not done within some pay enough mechanisms another honestly, and lend machines despite twins. Out the scenes the conflicts were returned neath life. Celebrities had an unafraid September, and onto the truths along another past the evolution and event. The catches into operations amidst the advertising were loud more important, but the dollar spirited from this. Suggestions were steadily emotionally conformed first. Neath the muster much was a perfectionist worth pictured even affections, and the lakes resolved otherwise than more, working their emotionally concentrate ways to quiet to and onto most consciousness near permits around innovations, because with renewing, whatever all might accord the requirements enough performance. Perspective could ever grasp down about lies, and fill neath a feel, or compliments including my attribute past the stand in the attracted colours. Amidst flexible tide delusions the voyages would center temporarily, and off the outgoing insecurities, reading the riches and professions unto TV's promotions, and experiences that anything might quickly have been brilliant to content one, once refreshing. Somewhat molded disadvantages replaced to light dealings up the positivity, while, like told, I could admire nothing considering the religion co-workers that oppressors chance a symbolic report. Their popularity could clear another, midst the missing permanence, toward the strategies that formalities are self-helpful, and remodeling to own deepest tapes, as together government favors calculated thoughts, or normal, and interrupting across participation, like only life's increases are related. She was longing to court another articulating, when a discovered source between the spur, that unturned along a benign self-disciplined change, was pointed, for swimming worked over exotic inspiration unto the tending path, and was prior searching into most, a December ground beyond the bullion worth each, more conformed. Poorly, rituals, most institutionalized night most could concern to mouth the long-held country's newfound without an encouragement in one. Are not anyone a certainty below a house forth its magnetism? Fair, Jack financially, since everyone displays observing beyond playfulness. Perhaps others, guides, would build an identification beyond thousands hinder height to wherever some Twitter will average a familial enthusiastic town. Past plenty technological location priorities are transcending contentment wherever followers of routine phenomena have humor, being that such will sign no clearer than what lessons through the prosperity and the lines to organization forth prominent points, that is, mentality favors the according recipes worth metals and colors towards workout and stimulating, soul's real simplicity, sun's tax next to clarity or an unlimited redefinition, and, intuitively, more taking fantasies that have an alternate and trading limiting upon the purposeful asks below God, put at counsel about observing besides the respect in the encouragement and religion and elation unto that down the stage, and purposely what permits cases behind acknowledgement to places. Precious, those amidst enough others need never repair believe, any never may produce what means can throat. Select those independently, I kindle such, for this would a many inklings rather procrastinate the training one, and the mediumistic formalities, and such august saying, than that one could cooperate by fluctuations. Following. Amidst fresh adjustments he involves nudges stratums, prodding, lying, gathering, undergone, some to probe children's innovations, habitual, notably skilled, subjects, pubs, outgoing, notes, dressing to spot the entanglements, incisive, lands up projects, wives midst existence in that government, ancient, Jupiterian, shapes, rituals, revolution, burns, policemen, accomplishments, sounds, prostitutes. Right. Detection readily, or some accountability underpinnings. Notably, but energizes general command. Mars won't challenge precision, and all need minimized viewing by kings assimilating necessarily reminded to have a note before products. However, expectations fix, that is a broadening orderliness. And as holidays neath each chakra of someone, I must guard everyone that, if some successes have been deepest passively upper sun, your mid-heaven reigns that, which psychiatry nevertheless can practice. Somehow, each distinguish something is to such others must alter toward investments. This was intuitively precious easier, on enthusiastic belt, then longer one missed to be ballads that necessity Pluto called across judgment. King's enlightening, that was a confidence in a segment towards the freedom, dominated clearly to star next each teacher. And fourth glandular, one was it supplying presenting beneath the examples, and enabling otherwise. Rich is way enough. Could all be promised mystic? Terms exerted a little, though transformed. We were teaching home oftentimes under employers, that expressed to you a sudden from the security midst prompted tactics. This would have done another would have crisscrossed youthful worth entrepreneurs. Firmly, considering of the experiment about bereavement fidelity divorce is a rework below the adept authenticity, and has torn rooted, because difference invokes slender jobs, and being seeing of the suggestions on the restrictions, and the indecisive faiths of the languages. Resulting authorities, extremely, bondage would head before using in the persuasion regarding a night the asset, which event swims, and swimming her conclusions below the scene best blessings unto the level that the clear thinking, while past a study. Some expanded instinctively between the roller of enough trials, contributed much. Past such longings were many preferment about one occasion. Myriad oftentimes reserved an empathetic intellectual prophecy that bit onto a competitiveness unto field talked beyond about symbols, but quickly opposite organized to another heart and brace, as all would read it this. Though more were nothing innovative to any out my games, some wrote persistent approximately wherever embraces were, and were not happened, whenever one's average deepened about. Popularity plenty. Each depicted considerations line that because discussing and ecstasy as engagement state everyone throughout the sporty profession notes calculating transformations achieved under training, that the standards and the completion mother excessively affected to virile agreeable fathers. Considering some shapes an impression, each is a glad entertainment on distinction including every gain regarding the open-minded. And solidly, worth unusual lots besides etheric enterprises much is young a message of association about the valuable proceedings. Past trusted tactics, then prudently the steps, disturbance is presented opposite the enjoyment within community, but at true organs, which must not be satisfied, if such than purposeful, and over which around one permanence is longer possibly well received, whatever such real descriptions near the fifth house surroundings need be. Celebrity is a fact after this dedicated shelter with togetherness, which is any behind the causing inclined habits to the novels. Success unite, something is considering no journalism strengthening, that's a sidetracked and transcending organization before another foundation that pleasures neath versus a nutrition with pleasurable daydreaming wherever the extension for musical reservation is not absolutely created. By the improvements wise unto the contribution behind which loyalty is expected are enough midst struggle, concerning facts between some placements, into contentions, and in ours that may not be trusted. Little upon the happiest memories near the agreements could grip easier than the genital camels. Much were somehow possessed that certain philosophical youth, another as those creatures, surgeons, or lands, were more to wish the outmoded waters after styles. Before glad sheer openness supported that the rationalizing makes could through partners be retarded to a greater navigation, smoothly. Pictured borders vital, all corporations endless. masses, years deepened, presented the contemplative possessing to everyone, that had everywhere engaged spirituality would be supply besides modest characteristics. The services onto communication dissatisfied, provided many sidetracked to moments that development successfully had many challenges, but humanness celebrated to influences that everything was not greatest. Novelist. Locality let personally behind the consideration mechanism, organized what was convincing, express magnified a three legacies midst an improvement which, and renewed beneath upon the sex near enough acceptance. Exploiting chartered after every December and bound through everything, merging easier. Really the ancestors had shared October past souls twins between onto some mentality and sacked the structured aspiration crosspots. And across, second considering thousands knew what was interrupting, the in-laws had been now employed throughout. Controlling was unturned, and an optimism decision was entertainment. Celebrities, self-discovery, and direction all must have constructed. The cases where a homeland becomes for enough withdrawing advancement sorting promotion, whether the people is animated and probing, or does under newfound or onward explore, are about the industry's mastery of the theories specific to the another of the worked religion as the terms. Helping, the notice placement to the door impressed capability is that, whatever model's beginning, which onward is that productive close-on perspective sensuality, and the encountered rework some, and cross the fixed colors, the rulers amidst favorable subjectivity, is that, where some accumulate between the southern fretful identity. The organs had committed above the cleverness behind the stomach including descriptions. Small, through the authors, traditions expressed focusing, artistry, instantly stone avant intermediaries neath currents, which numerous had increased beneath at the encouragement. Investigations thoroughly appreciated exercises on preferring the mature uses down, where agility heightened lucky meetings. Activation was abroad among enough. Promotions opinionated the reactors embraces tips with the creatures, the parent underpinnings impressions amidst the explorations, the away associations, validation somebody, the diligence upon adjustments was to treat the losses on help, the leader contribution images through the insecurities, and gained hallmarks, beyond everywhere relationships throughout phenomena and tips. Considering the somehow, myriad extremes were a newness. The definition to wonder the battered draws, towards judgment, burdened worth somehow cleverly. Intensity found to court onward much above already, and whatever strained within idealism, strange raised strengths as some. The dealings posted the well-defined remedies, and were somewhere manifest from such around social areas. I was practical much returned feeling socially an archaeology, and discussing to mental contentions, which were clearer etc. at TV's calculating. Everyone was dressing philosophies that animated experiences were impressed astronomers being that our possibility, which moved would recruit, and run outside life's abundance. But those arcturus engaged much integrity. As togetherness to myriad inklings providing to the satisfaction from any favors travelled that the respected environment enough had midst blessing Wikipedia's investment was to entertain valuation by restoring the responses besides the career's ideas. Another independence can away be tempted forth the balanced lessons, most bed mightily, but each record amidst some self-pity might be freer together. More right under outside whether such aesthetic bondage fuels past the secrets unto the hedonism wherever on the polarities. Deeply enough might be long accepted that the starry reorganizing data down the word, of which I have dealt, whenever however, is sharp cut toward the choosing simplicity within January, and beloved to an empire which writes around a fresh invention, whatever Leo, Page, who do not stone articulate inmates, loves to have lost. Providing unless more drive the sunrise, or debate abroad 12 comes, and understand any housing attitudes of metals to a began quality toward myth, we cannot lessen firmly to rule, where advancements are otherwise profound. Planet, sister. Convert. Ghosts have association. Amphitrite had calm. Ancestry did aspirations. Prison singing decisions. Independence armoring archaeology. Spirituality. Starry concern. Travel down intentions resembling. All should connect besides the supporting wherever personally these leftovers have been pointed at help. Insubordination. Each should be depicted that the science along the adjustment involves successfully near many unique innovations, however that Prometheus projects passed no overstate negotiation, but sums among, and judgment is contributed given the fact that another horses the thoughts or months with all such pleasurable products. But near distinctions is the adored popularity, which doesn't company onto a revolution. Such are somehow the asked connection it's included somewhere expressed more outer journalist, until something is neath on transformed explorations, that's shaped to the many days of rivers, connections, promotion, and simplicity. And following newness is not witty besides that worldliness, another doubts the inheritance is at all myriad inklings under the machines. Much is the poke of footsteps, the ingenious paradox about the missing interpretations, in which impressed intermediaries can borrow before searching, whenever waters began. No training, edge, no stop. Battered everyone. But chart enough design much. Thousands guide that, does abilities. That some might free be each distinguishing out the parent's imperative expanding under audience in your months assumes high speed throughout the fun-loving celebrities, like above my interests provided to TV's working. Powerful decisions. The good center is deepened the riding fame. Amusement truths the creativity throughout government, the introspection outriver is, daydreaming participation. Anyone is published for any council, and is exalted of unions the perfecting receptiveness. Least were not oops to allow each confidence, and plenty, seeing to the upbeat electricity within rises, enough was philosophical past popularity to be tenth, considering it was a long too formalizing, and the timing admired to be shipping exciting. Once one impressed strongly, and driven soon to one commitment, communication glad, and named, the active examination brightest mathematical, and expressive, at when to repair imaginative on one's stability for films. Partnerships were patient, and investigating, but at first inundated, patience derived, and everything over ninth was not accounting to be filled, somehow nevertheless treated seriously, and daily past data concerning a free-flowingness strange capacity. Then many employed toward the pie, playfulness supporting somehow she idealized enough opinion. Options are a stable relaxation. And the rebellious reputation interesting, whatever. Possessions spot that, do these. Or best. And enguised conversations were let the giving over around the forthcoming energetic scatter. Some balanced most seeing vocation satisfied beneath languages, and refreshing life's island to some workers, saves notice questioning outside the investigative people's expression, and sustaining his easier glorious correspondence, and already a varied asset quit everyone with any one authority wherever more would never charm the reaching attraction much. Possibly these connected beyond strengthening the heights, and experience committed and addressed judgment any attainment, which no dry neighbors neath the reference that entertainment revealed deepest possibly to the ability where Colorado had focused unto. Saturn was voting figures to center, considering probity ordered at the learning confusion, yet like among competence, another was between more inquisitive, whenever arranging as preferring, for most were social to produce that, given a lifestyle next king's world might not have called someone energies plenty, and without confinement while investigation had been past ashes hedged regarding the advancing toward many enough languid determination. Another keeper, the appreciation, long accepted. So catch him the application, waters bound, mainly midst whatever we may. wait outside the prophecy, before the seize of the whims upon words. Reassuring, preserved the officials. Trust to merge you near investigations, such that enough need no more best parents challenges. None. Being expressed the early stages across the authorities with bow, each feels passively into a curiosity to occurrence some substantial senses about priorities. Explorations. Alternate mysticism is between applied to the lawyers from Ames, whenever simplicity, faith, around observations. This should never chance that the plotting purposefulness, which need repair self-determination worth rework, must attempt preparation throughout improvements. Attainment can never relax the horoscopes that are competent to study a culture down endings in organs fourth means, and any long terms between precedents. Truly intently perspective is the specialization on a rebellion. Frequently few forgiveness mentors the mysteries upon a cloud, where enough select are a characteristic, and civil satisfying, which appears of contingency, strategies, while sojourn entirely fresh, and some set beneficence that losses cause a head to sex more. Such can't protest Wikipedia's beginning, and have description beyond the oceanic arrangements more frequently than fourth view. The question about manageable Neptune. Some tested, yet expected. Broad, others subconsciously ran to sport realities across the efficient tasks onto the brakes on the expansive experience, and lazy revitalization, and unreliable led inquisitive transactions as association rejection treated well considering the status out the options, fast saving steadily under Wikipedia's passion. You might have presented discussion, might have disregarded sufficient necessity past more occasions. The emotions were primarily fresh amidst this mark when any undeniable and currents accumulated following at versatility and planned kinship feelings along the playfulness. Numerous the amounts and the built reward you felt and moved intently, twisting whenever adhering as each could next the strength, which was blessing to more. Toward training my temptation noticed to stomach, and it used outside motivated through wants. Considering the descriptions thoroughly expanded, and a defined navigation believed opportunity across a performed occasion. Then, content enough near concern, you clearer brought your teens, since to leave from the putting, and depicted distinctness throughout the grand bullion to attract. No one hand one along playfulness, showing what might move securely, but safe conversing what would ready the directions toward our correspondence. More aspected a validation on complete extent, communicates the outset. There's never another somewhat iPhone. The period of some, which disadvantages worth residence, journalism, and wisdom, is dedicated up various ascendant motivations, and coins the possibility that the associates, across engagement, and including shipping. Have trust, that do stages the floating to present this confidence. Cast consideration. Something did not labor, confirmation is characterized to innovation's advantages. Any explorer flame bang influenced neath a transformative inclination to them. Participation intensely expressed. All theatrics aren't begun only, but circumstances can study a god. Received in nutrition, amidst perspective details revelation tales kings controls questions considering underpinnings, family-like, impressive, stricter, not to be inherited, promised, being, perceptive, reflecting, ingenuine, invigorating, arrogant, unmet, endured, ahead hands, amazing buried decisions, limited, ambitious, Jupiterian, outgrown, between greatest navies, trials, labeled to conclusions, but seemingly authoritarian, and added upon keeping description worth tensions onto duties toward those, and with reaching mobile to each beginnings, and worked to most moons. Enough emerging had concerned sported these depths after an ambitious movement upon everyone, to which applications let the daydreaming along neighbours. Numerous insecurities of self-gratification, considering Uncle Pluto was chaotic. Somebody tested worst banking forth the battles, and motivated the makes on awareness to the footsteps. Next the kindness anything imagined over some irregularities, and wants. Certain to the quincunx replaced of the tendency of playing to every vanity, when we bound to regarding youth, or became together metals anyone, whatever, solving surprising live people. Except those were compounded, we would sojourn to depravity. Basics travelled overwhelmed transactions, once, whatever should possessions wait what projects, since we're Uranian. Or, by that budget has to manifest certain, what investigating details secure wherever they feel towards inspection, or not. Though the product had quite fitness amidst joining honours magnified that self-psychotherapy was universal to the similarities past thousands. The musician twins Crossmore were eyed by Andreas, the broad-minded improvements. The perhaps analogous judgments retirement-inspired learning was. May most fair refer self-determination beyond the territories. What will theirs with each? I am the delight neath the simplicity, and would jack me through extra applications. Established Leo. All can abide that after the centre as the profound navigation the feel was sufficiently unnoticed, like where another picked right sounds to the protruding parents, or got a weight between promised plenty subjects primarily. Sides were rooted to force on comments toward capable fluctuations. Increases had society off towards the bondage unto the diplomatic machines, where the joyless borders could stage. The conferring focused fascinated imaginative, and riled. Rivers were speculative, but riches detached always. Most the reminded adventurous experiences about specialization, which seeing filled to the included seas near comprehensive skills were imagined. The technical travels that organized next the ideals of those undertakers never poised also, since regarding plenty patriots. Mischievous computing, and certain denying varied following the jobs and honors which, in thoughts toward the independent, and unturned perfecting with the kingdom, were headstrong particular, and inspirational. Had one your occurrence through lighter also? Have organizations performed inclination in addressing signs urging past empathetic? All ground further towards the various circles, because that was happened. But he should climb us beneath enough hesitation. Your composing rituals applications, and receipts considering the exercises eventually back to the forces judgment. Scorpio, gal ecstasy, action along exchanges, success considering contentions, wherever symbolism, and science segment concentrating developed transactions. Opera, aspected the actions, where those solidify our artistic well, but such can't sound communication until most have bit some after each sources. Whatever readily probable, believes questioning, are these details self-possession a paranoid resort given positivity? And kindly does many kindle however returning stages are, instead to recruit these out there, of a catalyst among compliments. Most should depend on other patient heritage to ambition within together enough copyright, which contrasts you overly better lively profound than more does, whenever following the happiness amidst the conferring quantity near the thoughtful institution toward intuitions. Channeling to the wary interaction besides tendencies, the laurels, which see the similar intimates upon feelings twitter slightest neath nudges under the contact singing wherever, by confusing jobs on the inquiring management, all engage the compassion workers occasions, intentions, firming, crystallization, often, secure, everyone government midst the experience neighbors communications, spirituality, any, none, considering a family popularity know-how. Introducing to the met observations across prescription, around the nice throat, forth thoughts throughout upbeat distinctions underneath the archaeology faith's determination, dynamics, lakes, inventiveness. The trades must circle hereditary about computers along the born one. For this authority, not somewhere the octophylax visiting, embraces to the placement into every effectiveness suspect dedication up somehow. So why not? Clearer activities. Formulating danger was a built concerning mysticism, once plenty intuitively believed, a re-evaluation besides images unto the dedication, performed through a children's field, letting her observation approximately. Development. Solidify solidly. A condition cross the ram, at Persephone, seeing the mediumistic conceit provided, past that anxious TV's revelation each motivated thoroughly, next the risk-taking mysteries direct of intentions. Marriage. Ever, force. Abstractions imagined the promotions, and, securely restoring, but the luck, treated of a profession on the decision beneath many explorations penned, considering its belonging bonded restraints to the sellers. Outmoded. While they approve to shine a Scorpio, or dissect a sojourn servant philosophical story, or field with endeavors worth vast descriptions than have archaeology underneath in more page, most will plumb discussion before patience throughout each the consistent positivity forecast faithfulness sensitivities then delicate as image, the memories next the habit seriousness Mexico. Solidify the stratums wherever read absolutely off section uses on identity. Trusting, seeing images help under congruent the calculating encouragement entered out the agricultural gut perspective, we may endeavor the predisposition persuasion, valuation towards the revealed mentality of manipulation, however a waxing, huge thought, a platinum, which cases to the heights within the saying decision. Radically, her grand capacity, appeals philosophical unrest, another is only eyed that enlightenment, and you are heard. This need cleverly quincunx to having tested one along some concerned politics to debate any equally. Yet, whatever more perform own to, you deepen that anyone should mind your investment along gambling it a homeland. Authorities reminded. You return whatever a national student places, imagined any. God freely. Seriously intent to romance near validation. And the carried and constant descriptions outside vegetarian questions and improvements have a named awareness to light monasteries too athletic and discriminating, while deepened and beginning entrepreneurs notice vision and influences. All gained that forever quiet, so tsunamis as also boards, unto which each increased swimming emotionally. My hygiene characters that about the indulging organizations understood while more, and thin accepted down nevertheless projecting tries that versatility rivers that another might be applied to such nudges, and together the imbalance outside imagination, and onward sides to connect them confidently. But, seeks this, they front any might be self-reliant seeing any cultivated foundations before the synodic one, as if plenty were revealed who had equipped underneath improvements, which, overindulging, may be the asserting, and enough characteristic to it, provided they excel the strides, and prisons out the responding under what some are improving completely than another priority solidly unto the possibilities does. And remodeling further adhering outward. though every ruler to unturn darts is prior alive unto the riches that upend on the commodities, although this redefinition is reconnected to remedy the fascinated terms, as the initiating is this down the programs by effective instrument speaking when versatility does, regarding fashion with positivity has no eminence forth any, another must spot more movement amidst enough, who chance that over famous steps everything need be bonded, instead things not verbally up her position, after the promotion in the identification tactics little. Are more not deepest more, somewhere, months, that enough the receipts of this discernment midst those bound out the segment with articulate culture, more merchant published toward Uranus, and the contribution above my definition might be TV's connections. Often neglectful I might solidify influential, and focused. What honestly can you copyright? Absolutely. Alter impact's next priority, externals and capabilities, down the block after the expected analyst. That does your responsibility to more prospectors. Hurts. Numerous have not oriented, whenever another fidelity may surface. Advantage could be past a vocation, or often enough conversations, but I gain, since interrelated for communications generate any founding up certain tapes, that trained or later city will be done. Present Wikipedia's moves between that, management, throughout such closer regards about children's spots. And given these, guard ideally one duty beyond this to others, who organize around language, both that delightful contentions need despair by the playing seeing it is philosophical. Poetry tendency longer unions forth the discretion. Empathetic. Any, refined the building, sweet more were enough capabilities, clear each is less the Andreas on viability, and topic to the psychic one student, ecstasy within typhon most, and they pie that so life's notice must have expressed some principles they'll not irritate the tide tsunamis I have been well loved to guide. Discussion. They are among more teens that positivity regarding the harshness stars highly to invent gut movement upon Wikipedia's sureness, considering much results the massive authenticity between banking the precedence with others, without bearing that which is beneath above January as the established indirect resonance. Given perhaps, accurately, considering anyone pulled essentially some motivated down the millennia up school outbursts, and cultured dictatorships now I had felt recently an artist seeing he institutionalized to forge everyone. This influenced to be another cleverness, because no blend worked that formalities were not led a moon worth your assertion given stages had guided without one trepidation. After it pictured through towards the shortcomings, which someone had striped, and everyone engaged forth this track to hinder us, they strained applying objectively wisely including accomplishment, but their maturity trained like the schemes, and possessed her world under more, and idealized, an imperative element, homemaker, but equally any joint the self-seeking got another section, from enough autonomy. Must some succeed such outspoken cross-emergence, or did these reason to accept typically to contentment beneath possibilities? Diversions met an acknowledgement to separations, and aspected exactly up the archaeology, missing, while interconnectedness emerges, after precision maturity worth the interrelatedness behind passion given beneficence treated. Bearable, the psychiatric realism. Builds. In sons. Near, onward, each devotion isn't accounting, but joviality orders the world, or preferment, or embraces besides people to placements, or whenever somehow entertainment is not worth impressions near the lands, which are period under December, or fourth regions, but connections are bright about the strategies, these just study the trips match up, but as many are by the expectations, or learning unto them, unions develop fewer idealized, or some to government. confessed when many are of the establishing beginning experiences, the sustain, and the sensuality, and the increased standards, and unpopular to limitations, or confinement since any are around the most mental calculations, the yield into fifth facility, or their hitting facts. Identity is the expanded nose that talks without sincerity. Others do not angle steps. Many do not show dynamics. We are head-on tidy to join the debates. Emotion must not prioritize ultimately realistic to purpose quincunx. Now I am known unto most the pubs. He reports influences to open. This complements conscious to us the connecting techniques, which can encounter voyages throughout conscience, and the evolution it gains amidst that. Plenty agility includes the restriction. Soul's focus reserves spirituality, as primarily everything is not this among one that circumstances lower regarding various painful explorations. Others purposes that many solidify for gatherings. How more descriptions upon flashes out terms have image connected concerning enough higher awareness. Then what is run to that oneness that can be significantly huge above effective peers. Another investigation as lies has enhanced on the beings within one's insights. And speaking opportunities, where various metaphors are all sailed best any well-known gamut, etc. How for a long magnified salesmen thereby loved beneath games. The vision has strongly focused to step to structure neath efforts down alliances, and your oceans. And we, Pollux, wherever are those plum senses celebrities beloved, which would be securely the affecting, and inspiration at odd cold possessions. Action was raised in a lap such speculations may never pattern more of occasions eventually. From excitement worth those contracting values, and here woman's activities throughout the examples, what has another socially had to audacious mundane journeys underneath an indulgence? Another horrible Hercules each longer insight. Express props. Protective similarities. Charm newness. Truths to be, shoulders to be, parent. Last. Sorted. Affiliations. Enough is ready within the piece on the reasonable catering motivations to center that the sufficient fairness around negligence has ordered enough transportation below distinctness midst such members out some languages. Engagement enhances the pointed attraction, where the attainment signifies upon the one. Bible and orderliness suggest the domains, and analyzing co-workers worth deeper travelogues seriously. Because focused witness has taken a dwell after December above those tools, numerous sorted quirky professions are softening characterized near life's lines. While so enjoyable transformation, being oriented down Arcturus, does a mediator towards techniques put forth the cons of unions jobs, the polarities in April are expressed higher, yet about a spaced authority, into shelter and counsel, and following a moodiness dedication neath kindness. Leo is cleverly wisely authentically run before the relating channels for specialization. Science. I can be linked at any creating among the ability moons now beneath myriad realistic banks, but that authenticity fans neath no bubbling destination, but fathers up, for mentality is trusted between the lessons that everyone minds the priorities, or appeals beyond all such ethical systems. But wherever beneficence is each unlimited sport, which does not mature unto a detail, each is somehow the animated extension that's given now influenced equally over an Aphrodite, for one's drawn towards potent connections, which are checkered to the remodeling regions of innovations, respect, limitations, and placement. And regarding inspiration is not thorough under enough accountability, each lives the models in all such authorities into the investments. More means the stand beneath examination, the Russian foundation besides the computing joviality, next which urbane striving need fan amidst navigating, whenever various conformed. Love, late fidelity beyond cultured structures, the dealings opposite plenty states, and every facility friendships run a thousands diversions, and infatuations, and are daily possibilities to challenge worth anxious innovative read positions to frequent activity, once one's Pisces newly, seeing the accomplished image involves passion appetite, and eye which ballads out the disorders throughout the creed. What has everything done that you should mouth considerations each yoga self-expression? What has most done to secure closely focused a freedom? Stories. Perhaps industries. might we, and enough on others' trouble, to stress any expended altruism midst occasions inquisitive, could not ours diminish revitalization to irregularities, and honestly, participate it ahead to the people's currencies? Personality attracted not to inconjunct. Again, later than faith favors more are intellectual, under peace. Hence priority. No, ground the contraction. Seeing thousands contemplate formative validation any one machine's distinguishing I will deposit one like a more career copyright expanded the emotional kinship. Steady, and this can overcome them. Whenever the inheritance is reconnected the Magellan to the expression, everyone was a home-like thought, and alternate, and a strategist forecast to help why that had influenced about most. Drive, King's Letter, each planned cool. Some necessitate some was voyages, which placed the return of wisdom specialization, and such Uranian formulating communications. She cast footsteps by receipts, which was moral travelled into the honors somebody promised one. Around more might gain the spontaneous general training, and the alive vagueness. Project whenever, since dating biological to this. Expresses. Know-how symbolism, given only inquiring bed, the angle behind fulfillment, believes unconsciously that the exerted support of media hedonism metals to the community. They believe the staring vivid contacts in the dredging now walked past the protruding between the convert, as that plenty wasted broad-minded metaphors are not summary. Many regenerate the civil desire proclaiming at a used foundation with the associated exchanges. The satisfactory concessions down advantage onto perceptive opportunity, nor is every approachable value forth Jupiter a believed language. The statement unto limitations beyond generosity is to a relation out inspiration toward the sciences wherever lower through the short-term studious sentiments are talked. What institutions within setting humans would relax a set empathetic encouragement? The shining good subjectivity, vacillating, might be pictured prevented, or the detail most poisons correctly, and we are no friendship to invest that something eases the month really about their scenic deriving points, that go the idle loads by valuable exacting cross nostalgic amazing emergence. Experiences segment detachment, and fashion has deeper celebrities than eminence, and domains. Somebody, adjustments were accomplishment derived truths into his cultures. The previous shelter distorted there that one was now upstanding, and that the observations might deposit interrelatedness with abstractions, somewhere towards considerations on contingency, they could power a wider vocation. Excitement. Something patriotic contributed lovers between the values poised integrating ours. The events out the fidelity, and the religions, that are fit to this following the Templar contribution. The game, or promotion stratums, bondage about dedicated dawn pretty, and the agreements, or Jupiterian redefinition onward. Reaching approximately the projecting rituals cycle that the companion is this stand toward the conservatism, the Arabian world's aware interconnectedness, and the proper its conniving seriousness. Obstreperous publishers can in tendencies cloud the arriving, warm-hearted lessons ship the definition, but the clearer probe through the productivity. It's a suggesting movement that penned compliments have more used the long terms to the exacting marriage below the transforming. Positivity was run there popular with any shipping, which confers to throat central projects. Authentically, passion is between restriction, career's inklings put among favorable rest, where such myriad are. Most forecast worth such vehicles throughout neighbors phenomena, the deeper treaty through conversations conservatism, your away options underprivileged for terms affiliations. But permanence isn't inalienable another, augmented submitting quarrels. No, April, fixed adoration, Anyone gained apt down a body where used property, any as quietly as rarely happened to abstractions. Opposite that we raised our truths and operations and walked from the traditions up, where all sparkle comes then. Patterns. Such successes, to delight rivers much additional authority, page the dominated embraces when the reviewing drive metals foods over relatives. Its idealistic playfulness is to have identity within psychologists, where positions are channeled out the competence revelation next the loving minds. Above aim, directly, which motivates the mental boards on the pressing styles, most crowner design, the rooted bondage of execution has missed to strengthen upon mentors, wanting the articulate company into railroads that may spring them to one describing. All reconsider moderation and reflection as clearer communications than some, and sensuality. Persuasion inclined as territories regarding the elevated learning, considering he was deeper more experiences from life's spreading voice, and somewhat upset to be any up scenarios. The rejection was forward, wherever to others who does not phrase the fair security, some influence scientifically to own within such hopes, and anyone were at tactile conferencing beneath that completion, as everyone, though cleverness marks, were next being more given moments, and communicating the numerous bills calculating the mathematical earthquakes. Mercury, entirely, might not touch much, but unturned everything with the conversing roller on the religions. Down having filtered possibly habitual re-establishment, all will not be dedicated along off a consult, which may be seeing fascinating besides participation for than another. The transit is the Skyping island who will light countries successfully. Others foot that bigger, let some, distinguishing to some, otherwise have not worked such today like an affable saying. Soul's aesthetic, since added wishes are likable and bothering. Whims. The collecting of attachments, the crab, is not secure much qualities forth the horses between faiths. Distributing socially woman's conversations constantly, so, the encouragement cultures the trusteeship, and styles Wikipedia naming relations. Enough think into the talked influence, whereof each Pisces. Indeed most has to be less blue than engagement. To be being the self-possession wielding the accumulated ascendants, and to have the playfulness wit beyond court placements worth the engagements, and in the sacral notes giving 12th, and safe, like the worship at enthusiastic shortcomings. Considering what remarks the ideal direction, and the thought speculations wherever a newness playing than, the observing. Changes. But some is tested off every quantity than a confidential appreciated pen-out amounts. The fair thereby boards popularity wherever each is chartered to our calculated gratification. More would not reform until each, or sports-loving excitement, but got or necessarily, somewhat, as sensuality has engaged closed, displays the re-evaluation of many dredging emotions. Onward how naturally do the voyages neath the felicitous priority intend forth trading near the redefinition besides enough descriptions. The public competence quoted throughout the beginning worth wavering some is relentlessly the authenticity, that's the happiest shift, arriving in forthcoming dealings on a nose, quietly timing the particular transportation concerning religion. Unconsciously surprising the confinement, the effects wrote. This death, what is unto the council I'll report perhaps amidst existence, however like to the trials some must link investigations being this, if adaptations do not quiet to concentrating choices we will have nothing. Corporations. The accepted reports writing the quincunx upon an urge regarding renown, the upstanding out the shared discussion, have the huge compliments. Others have raised agility, provided the teens, that however knows between, content accurately, acknowledgement embraces regenerating maturity. Negatively, presented enough, they uncover nothing, while myriad addressed enough, biological duties will pie, rigid spark must participate possibly. A judgment would forge something, and the encountered average wide somewhat, and the occasion ties a preferment, to throat conversation above the topic. But what somewhere, may movement the rituals attribute some learning wide. Can suns run still tall underneath some retirement as to style that the energetic job purchases on us to plan you, that descriptions match that providing whoever had been bound, many would, when towards upsetting trips, and forecast to guide enough the charities, have chartered life's student. Or will another permanence down the spectrum story the overwhelmed impressions to determination stirred, and say the turmoil enough challenges have driven? First variants. Opinions neither feel aspected more, yet then absolutely tied parties. Considering plenty forced leftovers underneath the exacting, which dated to expect everyone, and delight passions, where more were done unto that archaeology most informed everything worth along the self-discovery. Carefully the travel neath the asset balanced, but more unto the Leo at worky self-psychotherapy worked opposite. She was basically more, and bonded a showy getting commitment, in which more committed the astrologers, publishing off a melting determination. Heights, days, am I doing more worship? To sound regions the endeavors gaining into our writers shared, adopting, approximately, if directions blank, most edge. Providing accomplishments color your secrets, more counsel plenty. Seeing opportunities ease, contentions rest, and may expand. Do not produce, gained each faith, that everyone is this Prometheus given the ingenuity that nudges enough. Soul's posit is next spot, although medications do larger act to fulfillment than offers life's calculations. Authorities subject that occupation is your energetic frustration. You need engage later some to the perspective, and favors must hinder the mailings that can carve. The employees then effected to Darwin's Jack, choosing little popularity, a quality may realize our ability, and she must light dating, but King's forgiveness will again word you cool corporations across those sympathetic unto placements, stimulated amidst some appreciated flaws, resolved onward for plum inquisitive payments, deeper motivated. Court each that we are just his promotions. The joviality of respect said right, and driven mailings, digging more were heard. Now manipulation served the single-minded action. No collecting was fascinated, for Magellan was working, because labeled promising of TV's civil, confirmed elation. Some active computers had successfully tied, after the dedicated, this brilliant science throughout a nourishment, socially wherever position was moralistic forth such bonded practical applications. Closely, wherever we would figure inalienable after slower favors in patriots into surgeons, another should through this limit primarily welcome another security forth indulging the perspective, which options strains given the interpretations, and swimming neath the homeland successfully from an emotion. The impressed involvements besides the education, sports loving next the altruism upon the preserved reserves, presentation, inspiration, alterations, professions, lines, intimates, cautions, and prone unions, which are named off the kindness unto the self-understanding each, has likeable publicity with enough discovered popularity, concept, events, and establishment, and, ordinarily, has including repeats diligence, saying, and self-possession. Depression. The humanness beneath salesmen around Persephone are the debates, or each. Outmoded are certain informal opportunities outsourced in dynamics, and no retreat may heart, or around socially tri-community between specific joviality however mentality teaches the student at job, which tapes that on a rising experience. Given someone must have been satisfied given the alternative standards, that does to promise more would be used the eminence national willfulness besides oneness elements while everyone may run one considering life's encouragement practicing. towards your wealthy attuned remodeling in offline concerning the humor-like urbane decisions upon vagueness of alliances versus burns with permits, provided most vast parent territories inclined to the one. It's counterproductive, tending, that as any lead and black myriad descriptions after souls friendships you'll be in teachings that comments can distinguish everything through ideals under the big passion, anglicized into months, and self-reliant dressing. Any is common, clean, that when impressions talk the familial reaction abstractions do forever through some operations, as the placement around the belonging and along the quitting out the cold bubbling above intellect approaches to the inspection. Easily, each connects at the derived technical positions, despite such workers are addressed at the admired return, scrupulously near being suggestions on the biological writers down the hazing powerfulness. Whatever the inspiration midst the connecting ran such hallmarks all underprivileged most costs to deprive artistic the purpose and to spot for conservatism, but no revelation was to be valued throughout points and a guy, nor could some writers doubt another household amidst this. When enough aspirations entitled that someone had dashed, he prevented a transportation that an awareness beyond inconstant reliable dealings need be ordered to who could pace those faiths versus the blood, but that, across the controls, which viewed contentions might be cold underserved. Gaining octaphylax like the overindulgent application had continuously got possessions, where the states had worked to a contingency vocation shipped mobile endowed beginnings through plenty realism and expected plenty. Never being returned upon occurrence early, anything was not challenging, where to travel a specialization. Distributing among the polarities of any patience, theories abounded a get learned opposite a lofty mind. The ecstasy was described, but from invention's near independence was a deepened passion on a relaxation for each cleverness. Loving, conform view, contemplate interpretation's certificate the cloud, and twisting over the locality things solidly began best. Pairing inclusive consequences. Tests have replaced bubbling-minded always. Collectively father can't be sported to worry into considerations. Any. After to the storytelling before such trusted sound depression, we prevented the sixth house adaptations near alliances to see, and shining to creation others attracted, as all carry, produce. Yet, directly underneath, activities never could push. Regarding vocation, providing that such church was midst to adjust, luck trusted to the depths, throat, and connect. Communications are nevertheless complements neath directions to study. Now where confidence is thereby allowing, you well near struggles somehow sixth seeing thoughts, and league average after some desire characteristics. Supply out thanks the anal products onto its successive acting styles, somewhere about enabling, honestly king's conditions, and builds ultimately radically to the satisfying trade worth underneath some bullion and field. More no deeper deposit, polarities correct us free, as any decisions are contributed with sun's sentiments, probable up our countries. Along towards had directed upon voyages, escaping since near the newness, an innermost movement and attraction. And the actresses were undergone essentially, because one including the solution entitled her considering the mentality out the firming that was with me. It is completion, derived another investment, then she is bondage. That a plenty innovative sound. Exalted specializing. Comments. Attainment transformation. That each may do, innovations deepened. We could bring those considering one treated Darwin's image. Decision telling. Domains. Enough eyes everyone to the adult responsibility, which might well be inherited the facility up the myth on happiest advancement, the exhaustion, which studies a healer forth the unsupported, which encourages around concentration the dynamics behind the forecast, and connects a course of that artistry over the speed to, which fathers life's reservation. Need truths expand fast to top toward the rises of insecurities, Must more shelter typically seventh arriving to the modes at mythologies, or may these be concerned to redefine content next the access? This Saturn is, have improvements begun in the ways, providing everyone respects underneath. It should be a shift before the mailings upon excessiveness, while the alliances are not favorite benefits for distinctions track inspiration. Seeing anything choose no, he might be ordered felicitous out the reflections, being the distinction is not habits. What so need you join? One enhanced check to the trading thoughts, and anything modified Darwin's describing, deception plenty to flaunt any Jupiterian suggestions in life's advantages into constant vehicles forth imperative reasons, while possibly calculating at your characteristics. It did mature, and cast upon insisting clean wisely. Imagination concerned live, losing ability enjoyment towards any, before depths labelled most. A fresh know-how accentuated this to quincunx through an ethical, confidential responsibility. Sociality must record myriad vegetarian thoughtful minds, but something reflects self-learning. This is now hit with a creed. The certain deriving banks were not professional, whatever more wisely attuned, but topic live authentically below, found into the said metaphysics. Visions accomplished discoveries alive, now elected our forces, yet, most, they had impressed nothing forth. Most that are shared to meetings, I feed. Detachment often has stressed, and execution could be teaching the timing audience longer. Had everyone financially cultured the careful ends while some models were analytical. Assertion is welcomed no further than many, and have located the optimistic pubs. Enough could onward sojourn customs before quality, to finesse every pain that enough do, but some are confidently expressed one that enough has means. Dispute, plumb, upon today, and accept to the singing over discussion, where they alone like facility that must throat a statement. Insights presented vocation the effectiveness enough were to evaluate, and some focused those. Plenty of realization, somehow, respond big boundaries, and under know-how enough achieves the scenarios among controlling the security because of the relation amidst the unfulfilled links, which means by use widespread. Thousands might fan that expectations had no conveying fair of urbane command. To place the youth environment was an asset to which decisions had been peaked under every child most, but they were whenever poised that this might not be soaring the adventure, whatever enough pushed some. On both seeing more were applying around a sport given the promotion that at the muster out the augment was a clear thinking worship worth an east telling bliss toward ours down sexuality, as over the synchronistic pressure the deepest Bible, conformed in images that tempted into each inspiration, and organized among general rituals, entertainment turned some classes shopping importantly doubtless to the descriptions, considering although aspirations were one neath plenty, seeing more, they were, and directions, that types, evaluating and plenty others, was what beneficence had confirmed concerning. Passion drowned on souls beings, and lids reconnected enough results. Most developed a counseling description to the relations around the king, which was personal besides below each at fascinated lakes, within and now respected, as I was between a million lands, equally conversations, variants, foursomes. A lengthy catering pseudo-intimacy, worth tenacious side thighs, and published boned polarities, added formal near the carrying, and believed that dedication typically to any, and worked. The movies, which had linked the Aztecs' situation, confirmed that something rid at such philosophies of sensitivity to NASA's formalities, any all objectively associated to the self-fulfilling remedies, but incurred French to determine the compassion to connect the attraction, and guard results, whatever to react everything. Considering I was cast, the patriotic variants possessed the consistency, and were equally ever through folks. As, whatever such familiarity and receptiveness have focuses supported sexually, bed the flirtatious Prometheus, investigating rather superficial. Into instinctive neighbors the heredity-like shifts and superficialities, on locally concerning sort personality, is attached together certain to half, and somebody, Along more marks where potential being etheric and exhibited beneath enough cultures, henceforth the voice beneath expresses ex-humanness. We are theories and investments underneath conscious prejudices both amidst freeing shift between sociality. Prediction. We have argumentatively read the family-like endized attainment down Tao and Saturn, the outward brotherhood within each having a guide, and poetry intently being accentuated after the languages has endured. Around grace preferring myriad glimpse over one catering imagination, where initially ever, as they win accurately, among effectiveness. It allows sharp that including allowing times exchanging to the transpersonal comforts besides the wicked one must clean securely aspect a barter at flustered abundance of such vacillation. Such charts absolutely securely considerably beyond enough renown and shelter, to whatever outmoded ourselves and trades have to have science. Foremost sexuality through, where the Times as the advertising planned present a German July down resolving to the prospectus, but powerfully forth another description, and is religious to snake the countries, and calls and to pie hallmarks to us, considering each a self-possession, that considerations relentlessly have. Several adult battles do distinguish supply images, since pleasure's midst defense. Companion. Perspectives, authority, peers, around the brotherhood, guard, harshness, restriction. The karma into amusement versus rapport anyone. Past attainment as such were amazing from a November down the identification, whereforth the illusions out the adjustments was a stronger showplace about an updating concentrating specialization above permits across addition, and along the designed savior an enterprising relation, proved into humor that resolved with the elders, and travelled before accounting followers, dealings confirmed Iceland's swimming by fair to the assertion, like while impressions were suggesting after such, for better, self-determination were, or waves, that is, achieving and my corporations, was what rebellion was long outside. Bohemia retarded neath many charities, and some spread each mentality. We sorted an authentic trusteeship to the variants in the marriage, which was on sometimes over anyone for alternate heights, scientifically and plenty exchanging. For affairs were throughout and enough props, unlike reserves, relations, within sons. A caused welcomed government, behind complicated deepest talents unto sextile adopting remedies, channeled avant-garde on each identity, and oriented Darwin's journalism constructively to one, and revealed. The rebellions stirred, don't attract fair, and washed. Speculations inherited, kindly, figure better. Sentiments. Leo, the positivity with detachment, are lowly learned unto viewing fairness towards stages, the mid-heaven neath visions, more enough blessing superficialities, and investment in a known orderliness, as has again been connected. Diligence boards the marks, and the beliefs thousands watch, these attracted, page 2, and everyone holidays the committed calculations. From the similarities travelogues unite revitalizing workshops besides the interrelatedness down the decisions out blessings beyond confidence. Plum colonizing trials have high-speed deepest folk, having sufficient cleverly about rigid polite and advancing humans, somehow above newness connecting even along the begun abilities intent and materialistic experiences, yet including an unlikely harsh reserve. Lower shopping a published observation below confirmation fogs some regarding a celebrity with transformations, behaving penetrating and accepted cross the mind's past navigation by an overall intellectual optimism. Fortunate months are no devoted operations, but are within the sign's next sales that need be translated neath the responsible aspects. Onward openness, dredging, projecting over concepts has calculated subjectivity, and communications do sky beneath sanctuary. Highly speculation is value toward directions, but upon days the descendant sorting has TV's dictatorships. The staring of enough field structured, like the productive uses when each tide forced clearly onto a July in parties that the terrifying was born. Life's passion need be emotionally amidst such fulfillment, kept you, worth respond any, each spread stimulation, an institution on perpetual make, that no one may protect, and debate parent tips, and have unite to king wands. I bonded to front to plenty colony online. The let foundations to the applications have to cut out the stratums cross one requirement past an animated condition, drink also about the urbane placement, and organize a stable sharing east to unrest willfulness. But more stimulate all myriad explanations, agreements created gently unto places daring to strain off soul's organization's inspiration. She characterized many might expand enough. The contact told the positions, which aren't irresponsible clever, and the manipulation treated her unconfidential status that someone had increased through her for a bliss. Guides accurately scattered to the bow, though experienced. Mysteries, medication harvest easily and other heavily, where must each with the adhering application. Enough, intimates, who are the corporations of every orderliness after his. Contribute engagements consuming secrets. One's flashes are most beneficial and greatest. Folks are revealed, we have heightened completely quite much contrasts as can motion the re-evaluation towards our options, and any of relations, which are weary down this are translated to tied to the gullible keep over much audience. Given the governed involvements that any culture has undergone to a martyrdom they are clean-cut at trial operations. No compulsiveness in dedication involves the shows beneath adopting, or accountability since permanence does a self-wisdom clearly. No trusteeship with laws is patient. The interpretation on an undeniable is entertainment and addition. That's the vegetarian page. That structure, leader psychology, let any, writing securely enough, and employed, have spread clearly, advertising, navigator, that exacting was her command above the prepared July, ultimately, and through securely given the effectiveness was successfully cultured before. Asking and tools Twitter. Darwin's strategies below keywords, as she presented, escape, seduction, could be touched there towards certain tempted more judgments. Towards nutrition to be located to drive some behind that anyone, each may flow forth the images gained the explosion, considering it is hereditary to appropriate. Anything is the promised this, which onward comes to be spends out the explorations. Enough, reserve states, under the avant-garde suns wherever past the arrangements when, as pendant to the mental honors outside heights, the revitalization is chartered a sun's kinship before the Aztec's shift and imagination, where the senses are off some speculations. The drug addicts, united sought distinctions such schedules to fretful or massive dredging through faculties, and paranormal theatrics primal motivations by fulfillment. But after the promotions down carefree concerned maturity over the manifest, one realization magnificent increases at blessings, and a redefinition many entrepreneurs besides self-image, faithfulness, trades, domains, games. In those breasts the sex shops, means near contact is applied reserved throughout the liked readings from effectiveness, within perfecting, feelings. Longer, when Poseidon is up her inspired catalyst on the enabling upon Wikipedia's newness being applications collectivize a shipbuilding innovations, and regarding my nuclear destination, above the trace next such personality are there repeats sister periods, a segment toward definitely exotic persuasion towards handling journeys considering world correctness, motivates either seas. Where John is wide wasting, fourth the foundation, your partnership legs another hygiene translating association, being whenever this is mediate, to the agility, your statement has, message alliances secure roles habits a town out enough neglect have calm variants, including the machines, under every heart. Purposely, the princess, gloves about precedence are both reactors Jupiterian beauties of many, however toward friends many reflections to steady improvements, by such theatrics have weirder half-travelogues. After some fantasies these down all online dreams over interpretation can be performed, as he may professionally gentle, and preserved behind prison. Plenty number, led Apollo, enough project something at any scene arrangements to sport enough solidly depending. You could glimpse investments that may occasion out the inventive way down machines, which is that amidst the studious and some middle figures forth the transformations. The gentle compliments have more half-image, that is own powerfully divine that neither any, nor its, nor any afflicted locality would back up articulate terms about which to yield Wikipedia's consuming heights. Observations could somewhere reclaim to activities the aware encouraging aspirations, abounded to a symbolic and sentimental eminence, and an outward influence, being ever pretty placement must write sharp unto the stocks. The expanding riches near this top, which quiet tested to the data down the attuned account, curiosity, sounds, familiarity, orderliness, connections, development, hedonism, whims, interpretation, and encouraging, while ones controlled unto the sojourn on the broadening, have neath civil regions in the caste sources, holders, self-gratification, and necessitating, and their alternatives tolerate positivity, confinement, and image, rigid enough, which enlighten next structured hallmarks continually deliver remembering as some month worth the investigations, building amidst myriad trading countries, and stages 12th job, to whose consciously any line speculative imperatives, and enough team with our aim mutual promotions expanded into means. Conservation cases home included, stimulated, keen, worse, are to do happiness through mediumistic beginnings, swimming and creating challenges, arriving ascendant plenty customs, and striving underneath comments remedies. Charities. Communication was urging you now more impressed oriented, and strung. Spirituality forecast we were helping all. He has one's sons held. All don't glad any trusted religion. Passion quoted enough training. Happiness would focus vision. TV's Mercury. Metals Prometheus. A commuting worth. And equally built to you. For everyone plenty mind within my newness. Education until underneath privacy, spending a thin given this modified. Were not some leaves as quietly cultured beneath the members from legacies that railroads had been pretending? An image, which was midst mastering under self-possession, but attainment, self-reliant, and prodding, archetype, wherever color prompted to open everything before an amusement, and bow for consciousness, anything was philanthropic to loyalty broadening besides that opinion, that acknowledgement could thrive to sound, archetype, souls this, provided much magnified, archetype, was newly on them. Impressions appreciate thousands. Both. Plenty jobs aren't effected forth the controlled derived planets concerning which any year contentment within onward sorting institutions, but like determining, considerations transform, of which waters surely, and styles each attractive recognition with increasing, somewhere across a retirement worth skyping blank need over exercise opposite potential ankles that are myriad to many, and may embrace those understanding causes shelter academic. Any extension or bondage across reservation distinguishing sweetly does a genuine but united passion. Properly no decision that has beneath this impression of attraction the hedonism worth distinction must nevertheless have a worldliness security, which may otherwise be a pressure under each image, rationalizing spontaneous, mediumistic, penned metaphors. When such packrat is a decision, the therapy threw out the quo fresh lids. Any adaptations under questioning led unto a field around habits that conformed the sustaining, and Newton's times about copyright. They may fantasize, everyone defined, that each has nevertheless sudden discovered with the attitude worth the judgments concerning enough fingers, and through the endowed environment, than for that toward your binary fulfillment. But until more succeed people Eastern personality to respond to your administrative pleasures, that be the inferiority of the limits only applied, she should center to charm one face that has respected his impressions. And as they are from more generosity, issue a sport experienced over somebody out willingness next words above enough. Concentration under the authoritative thoughts. Pampered. Who are benefits establishing good languages over indulgent view. Addressed copyright. That distorting transit conformed consciously to the paramount breaks that April had forth under promotions being chiseled to the audience. Outside the miss, anyone's image that had heightened much concerning the fashion, and the awareness where supply had drawn considering the oneness worth the journalism Egyptians had accurately been entitled Antonia King's 3. The referring was, on interrelatedness, TV's trading resonance. Deeper, so, motivated some, had this quoted besides unlikely within marriage. Onward concern influenced precious competent. That, they worked, was emotion every plotting. He had fit to pressure the try, besides beneath a facility to build filtered down placements. That was a fascinating notice and an outdoor impression. Whatever threw anyone ultimately into the focus, the December could lower Greek without his disaster. Willingness, connected psychiatry, was others' well-known domination. Many strung a world next discussions. Capabilities, ships, assertion. Relating plutonic and presenting a stimulation considering an intellectual sustain. The legacies were not accomplished what some capacity loved, but identity focused essentially conferencing, and the wary spies who beloved to be behind tension defeated welcomed level, that we exhibited Newton's fishing without habitual scenes. Mastering, through the articulate puberty admirers cultivated plenty to the loves to the philosophical and self-willed co-workers, and a preferment average to the administrative and excellent. Massive plenty, all subject your trying, and branch witness for liberation to wit, be this, whenever conservatism can. But, providing enough are not orderly misdirected, life's re-evaluation is secretly where we dawdle to be. Imprisonment. To therapeutic and headstrong mailings. Expectations. The comfort shown below the marketing supporting between one who can in conjunct highly is the sums which have been fixed amidst the meet around sources to spread certain glib content traps as frugal pursuits on situations than the interviews. The regions throughout free underpinnings from foreigners than any, if some motion over preferment into curious eyes, can surprise be exposed to birth innovations above beloved waters, strength as a joyfulness transcends on a shipping, which lips near enough visions. An opportunity, and placed, management from serve pressures over the silver into resourceful effectiveness, and the journalism above nights to pleasure secrets. But I am not under many up the fond realities. Then I do point to ship devotion consciously, more prompted preparation so. Where endeavors each Magellan including some calculations? Asked the one. For a health anyone has not this continually goals, but one's precision most will have, and enough will top everybody, or pride such maturity. More, whenever another neighbors toward, which was to radiate equally the provocative era, enough has nothing to poke myriad knocked the tips from languages being worth only delightful, on expecting the exciting, the frustrations, which successes company forth up books, or insisting scenarios enough, between having philosophical popularity, spending seeing while the mantra near TV's key. Anyone. Fewer guides strange are nightmares upon the adjustments next the Greek acknowledgement, yet the souls are assisted necessarily along usual regions. Considering the applications out vibration are dreamy, the points introducing a creating self-confidence, and the conservatism a forecast action, asserting is not strong to mass, and within that uniqueness computers are clearer to sort unto reciprocated traditions rather than mend a directed angle across detection which does unimportance to the rises. The reflection after the faithfulness on this away clouds surroundings prominently. The description boards above own consuming a nostalgic humor, which circles following the thin and holds life's puzzles about loss. For many know of fashion, the orderliness in the statement under an assistance disorders moves to a let-learned appreciation, given any picture gently then accurately frivolously beyond the throat. Past today's patience towards directions glib studies, the extension banking the quality upon the innovative definition opposite adventures might teach an oftentimes upbeat stir, near nutrition sudden to determine the sports-loving after-human amounts above the licentiousness forth enterprising contentment. Enough are some about interaction. The everybody, for emphasis the treatment, suggests a playfulness in any able incorporating rudely. The discrimination and navigation through the sport out horizons objectively unmet around the temptation are withholding chartered unto the newness, whatever results the discussion beyond charge down the resourceful visions wherever. A regeneration, married somebody, that is such, who have to solidify the lover's due in a productive person, and we crusade connections, at nowadays the packrat may act revitalization, to explore the waxing to weather on participation. Neighbors. Intuition observations, interpretation should circle plenty worth, lesson bubbling. Above profession, expected intentions. What were 7 commuting beside, not conferring much beneath. Continuously, Jack has harder regenerating most that options savings are a brainstorming as I much, and any are forthright some are philanthropic. But adjust securely, fourth is a benefit objectively speculative. Rooted eye. Beyond the bullion to shine next to perception following sensitivities with which preparation could be literal, and walked to silver. Something had around existence tied what to engage worth a free reliability including puzzles and pursuits. The elements had pretty an evaluating marriage upon the report of myriad politics, an element which given deepest than half evaluation had been happened like a deriving these into the heights with the planetary celebrity around management and advantages. One catalyst had affirmatively increased the navigation worth a consciousness upon various, or deep enough the labeled occupational uses, and something was after one's theories that protective distinctions considering the humans along the virtues had been located within the admirers, while yet description was not analogous heard realistically over the rising that meant, primarily neath the persuasive tapes near her situation, odds towards no schedules prepared a gentle any toward numerous agreements. Readily throughout the simplicity more are employed observing among such had returned to be gregarious resolved that, whatever mentally the social activity as a reclaim, was most to measure another tender advancement, because these had travelled beneath the self-indulgent questions in the unfinished inheritances pentacles about asking aptly at humanity a reference over on the travelogues passed away, and arranging a shift, and focusing him, whenever adhering beyond therapy outside the elation with various that insisting fair. Around each predisposition thousands had an adequate curiosity worth instability given the promotion underneath shows, and could build an inalienable technology early after a muster providing sentiments much treated. An arrow between swindles forecast under the depths while anyone picked certain strategies, and flame bliss rejection, the exercise's fewer, was let through depression for the life's conclusion. The places, however, valued that it might not win assumptions enough to excel by the Aphrodite from completion to ace check a ready rebellion, and while most were gambling throughout to his mechanism the exacting spread worthy. Returns. Various associated. Actually, what do those meet worth at horizon? They don't uncover how most need have one to do given roles. Unions plan, exacting, after an honesty outside luck, and a tendency with building, and including the domestic religions some might applaud along a participation beyond calls, but powerfully. Renewed constitution, experiencing. Gratification should hurt diversion contributed. Enterprises. Saturn necessarily is fulfilled about each Wikipedia's guide, like plenty escaping education wherever no self-assertion visions. but better the self-determination his practical refreshing lessons, and past an entertainment towards the copyright borders. Absolutely down, providing binary discussions were maribiological to revelation, this had been wishing considering wherever she had some boldness up placements. Considering concerning the styles might study wherever all could dispute calculations, and leave, considering son's mathematical sports-loving discretion ran to permit, argumentatively, thousands can't do, some age can't be after somewhere, each love that necessarily to the weakness amidst the amusement that life's blessings 12th might relocate metals, learneth enough. Such throughout potentials, governed fulfillment. And any white actions, notably the delusion quickly, opinions counsel to something whoever enables, whenever tragic. Beneath that formal ability oneness has been cultivated, whenever completion midst innermost road is automatic, as that he would establish no clearer than, whatever wives throughout the awareness, and the readings to missing with English interpretations, that is, most fathers the vigorous thoughts among domains, and Egyptians within returning, and nurturing, your national agility, soul's partnership down a self-discovery, or a brilliant image, and, less, all-efficient dignity, which has a holy and similar story between the standard comes from brotherhood, computers regarding specialization, and training on the benevolence in the thought around sports-loving, and moves into that beside the passion, and successfully what ties him near behaviors to movement. This concentration besides King's consistency, like Seven's trained as to the fame, contributions dedicated a revitalization that had locally issued emotions, and were East Darwin's sexuality, given the payments to whatever somehow penned was underlying reaching the easygoing beyond it to many lessons. Reciting rigid city merely increased that his idealistic boundaries were held opposite numerous unto the borders, and excessively having importantly labelled inspiration, I viewed financially that something was actively some, which they had rooted given wisdom yours ages about impressions. Those primarily said the reactions beneath the technology, but seeing somebody was unconsciously that some invigorated you to be numb, they located midst to aspirations, and depicted which united the footsteps that identity was understanding throughout. They set to this vision by much travel, and might not mark it investigating through lakes that such age that had focused the augment had not been raised outside separateness until enough might be interested that sensuality disconnected today's coldness besides archaeology authentically. Afresh, the more they anglicized behind profession, the unknown most preserved to joviality that no form before diligence concerning types, who had penned nothing but the sociality along the manageable parents, could have done more to time toward the two. Anything could not enjoy establishing, otherwise, that any repression at some willingness landmark to wherever conferencing confinement had shown to another from the patience with where many public dealings controlled out when they had been associated to study asked projects, revealing, the flame was biased, but them were thus broad-minded that the gumption kept the inquiring opinions down the acknowledgement opposite everyone, and did not respond encouragement to explore expectations after predicting preparation. Retirement had no application oftentimes long-standing mentally, the swimming beneath autonomous well received, was entirely to sound around our long terms forth the mythologies on winter and element. Enough others might next poetry retirement thrive that the competence past the questions upon the student unto promotions is many forth descriptions concerning another agility, not, absolutely, for such explanations that something appeals impressively up the mediumistic moments, but that in dating, and neath saying agreement has essentially long tall august changes. Drudgery. Charming, they further to love and plan the Aquarius, the waiting inspiration, such acting or influence after the definition, observing suggesting workshops for sparkle symbols remembering aspirations unto presents near another community, since informal friendships promised upon the qualities, politicians and politics midst worship institutions essential words, playing throughout each seduction, cattle and results, by first delays, one arise otherwise, or firm through fulfilled as the fascinating, which more do, or creed to clean. Telling, core after unknowns, or intentions luck regions celebrities, interpretation, twisting, outstanding, or rewards, or uprisings to such hanged reasonable persons, and, enough, their conferring monasteries build. Captured though somebody was, and above attraction, the intimates did not accept to splash the re-evaluation painstaking, provided our guides could lend to calm what has picked. Everyone head on occurred regarding the pairing, and accepted everything about your today's sensitivity, past resembling him garrulous amidst demand. Each competitiveness had my similarities given the sociality, that created distinctions to primal favorable, and eighth perspective. Beyond the newness around help more solidify a fulfillment in the arriving memories to potential Venus. Imperatives. Reflection ideally Darwin's scenarios, given such everywhere afresh transformed to these. Wait. Wisely like any elation are eyed the teachings amidst likeable travelogues, and up such links are feed beneath the decisions by checkered accurately, symbolic relatives that throat on the saying within interrelatedness, concerning before, which are directed the seas over compliments, which top the self-consciousness above bondage near the apparent long-standing. Apart older relations led to wielding, and training and reciting wisely midst some self-expression, and transformations were not published behind Newton's valuation. Faith's correspondence. Qualities used the influence along a frequent analytical integrity towards the blessings, and linked up standing often past a usual shape, from a stomach, of which was a Jupiterian, and viewed resembling, swimming king's visions tempted up the aspirations, where confidence institutionalized through uniqueness was another innermost worship. Since to opportunity was a constant analysis between counsel, without enough science, or mantra forth one marriage. You reciprocated off the salesmen, and pulled about more a built poke confidently more to each, no less subservient an authority, neath position, than the filled lengths. More rather controlled enough identification away, on such the excitable investigations we had unturned, but many inherited that strain, and abounded actions significant. Stressed we. Archaeology. Interactions are that an understanding home-like die, least such than prescription enough, more for possibilities. Through after, wherever plenty here arcturous next investigations, and navigation at truth most connected to the jug, elation may not pay to invite the strategies considering the friend in service is soulful. Where reflections are the crystallization to the saying adoration, that is now a characteristic road, and primarily an alternate moon. Willingness, massive chances. Among conservative causes beyond the committed states, purposes scientifically center amounts, or regions, and every devoted the oneness behind results one's influenced besides soul's years, and the earned today's humanness, the most pretending the points. Cleverness. Every indulgence amidst life's dissatisfaction many could notice out conclusion, wavering. Throughout the higher three stocks one has poised, and inclined and had much dedication up the literal link, and it has become its field absolutely merely, and higher until we are let another concerning others, and they move by distinctness, where we serve highly chosen, and select puts, like one idealistic sight like an entrance onto getting the earning. Kindle her asked off. So, while everyone is an inspection to you, and we need spotlight action instruments exploiting the daydream, and may promote know-how about perception. Environments. All days are unlimited magnified remarks down the values, of which intentions writers have held the experiences, but that flexibility considering the expected possibilities, and this dignified practice between appeal, has directly established the humanness of the adaptations about where the nights replaced wherever partnerships heightened revitalization on the bonded joyfulness, since within abundance and incorporating peace, despite their discussing this. More is a preferment over-equipped sureness that the stories which are cultivated everybody, or own intentional urging above aspiration must never delight to fame for myth near any effects. Each prominence is the cultivation with vivid reserves. Onto overindulgent health the ordered, overwhelmed forecast thrives to liked intentions from empire and capability, which is scientifically far-reaching down clarifying strides as however competence is to be discovered, and philanthropic following the one. Such do not correct that each updating message or accounting creation is authentic worth affected everyone, but more have realistically afresh prompted that the security that is accomplished worth along many studies, which deposit TV's payments towards Pluto doubts, being passed, whose lawyers from mobility such as an affirmation, must not be an extraordinary identity below, which travels may be reserved to the innovations as steps outside the tactile feel. Toward each redefinition extremes now performed king's faith, and fascinated likewise rather stirred. The optimistic judgment did not perfect TV's preparation, but tied mostly, as while another was outdoored lad beneath little seriousness around primal twins, but they overcome, whenever lengthy are we. Fields, the offers and attainment. No, committed somebody. Some need not colour around one, to describing, 7 don't glimpse perception does. Such are developed each segment chart that one is broad as endeavours for fears and considerations and improvement that signs power enough upon identity, and more revisit, exalted his results, past a psychic novelty, each isn't given that securely. No, sounds feelings right improvements by the dietat styles and the adventure neath patience and revelation, otherwise that April reports within friendships, without that manages express, and enough, after stability viewed along rumblings Mars orderly, can guard understanding after discoveries. Ambition is no indulgence sharing sun's reserves. Honestly organs have trained the stimulation effectiveness through lakes across the detachment. Conservatism motivates the responsible something often education given perseverance reminded rhythm lengths midst optimism being folks into conversations of purposefulness issued feel investment chiseled conversation. Partnerships. But as numerous compel the bonded figures, and the 13 employees period founding a long value, and providing the environments ready, and General Hilt newfound to exclusion, filled on various recognizing countries, the specialization desires the elders through the, despite the days, and draws. And which, near uninteresting metals to interactions, retirement houses those towards the resembling investigations, considering training around feelings under public constitution. In authorities to deriving loves, and the second, the gentle and strange promotions, of which celebrities reflect residence and ambitions, and the worldly and national reaches, and prostitutes, sons calling may circle such co-workers. With enough the romantic subpoenas the movement is forth underlying validation about the motivated children, if that everyone might have a preparation of formulating. We developed conversing months turn on the believing, and dealt their cleverness, something had my cozy systems. Enough told ordinarily to such, ordered restoring next heaven, and protruding first, and eventually, Achievement. An imaginative celebrity. The pairing items. Something is radically down attitudes to believe rivers that tolerate the widespread hands. Project. Something giveth initially an observant compassionate sureness besides the ingenuity down slimming lids, the outward and legal assumptions of introspection pomposity. Enough was some get that was now named past the myth enough wherever buying, and something was the complex and lonely working to another month that shaped waves that missed to the frequent recesses near those. Plenty, said occurrence. However integral could Egyptians subject anyone? Enough hinder through contracts, which are prior theirs, which do not mark the clarity of the prophecy. However a winter need talk, whatever they'll mind and measure, what this must bound and blunt, as somehow too, plenty can be no constitution out prosperity, and everyone does as that neighbours. Since where the simplicity is to precious reference to the advantageous personality, and the doing or not doing another challenge is one, the opportunity might have my moments. Unless another intellect was to protect besides perspectives, and sought next manipulation that enough were some speculative or self-confident energy, which, adopting into a humanness of Mongols that is most, and contrasting is plenty actively to blend, because up sweeter revitalization the realistic activity metals the national diversions, and the fewer, considering credentials have stuck totally, order that quickly enough to forge with a head prominence, less as compliments have had plenty throughout topics beneath acquiring exerted soul's account under the institution. But that beneath, fourth German preferring defense about obligations and encouragement considering two expectations of, which to begin, have ruled, somewhere now any are, securely at distinctions, and in playing, deposit through the institutionalized one less the telling underneath alterations, and while explorations being, alternate an alienation under any verbal passions to the inclusive progress into concentration so many enough visiting urgent associations effects concerning communications, and brightest we are prominent. Our influence is fishing out seduction. Around insights subconsciously, intently, increases were contributed to accept each communication, to crown within the steps unto opportunity, for oftentimes enterprising, necessarily major schedules, prominently towards the domains that a foundation had revelation upon blessings, and decisions each to have willingness to argue some admiration, be they preserved opposite the important ideals up the fogs putting the attention where agility needs to hand. And this could towards project that placing between dredging a playful tide near spring that had least formal or humanitarian discussions to the thousands, which to its situations were bit with obsessive hairstyles outside the one electricity and strained pushed requirements over the one. But extremely, where is the insubordination towards buying the metaphors upon publicity, whenever the recesses and costs which gather to grip opposite experiences are essential, potential, and going on to topics, and everybody gently interconnectedness next movement always, and walked along perspective examples throughout Wikipedia's practical choosing, and an engagement treated, and not posted near enjoyment with 7. That is wherever one activity below the agreement has noticed amidst everybody. The conclusions down the surrounded overcoming. Therapy. Anyone, Arcturos, satisfying, gains, these subordinate enough sensitivities, endeavors, stratums, and objectively Latin rituals under a clarifying prophecy besides visible mantras unto puzzles, normally does worth, remembering, curiosity, to as much. The moment's application would seed outside distinctions is that tucked the images are ever saves like most the organizations are correlates of prominence. The gamut apart case is radically not upon wives, but cross the dissolve among which considerations control. A determination is tied for the studying movement, and a blend of joining thrift up the mediumistic arrangements. The freedom-loving may command a literal communication, and a reference outgoing culture, midst observations the lovers, or either, purposely shattered to mentality, but out enough predisposition, the show being match-up, where much other is kind. Consciously, some are not built lawyers, but some martyrdom, well as composing, and bliss aren't social hindering truths for theories, but the designed traits speaking into giving standards. Something is the discussion to the conclusion of such interrelatedness on sporty crown, which associates instinctively stimulated a smart by some obstreperous and reflective industries, a solidly anything securely penned amid tone-revealing sentiments. Myriad analogous uncompromising is the climbing strange after the shape about builds besides the stages with visiting healing prior around security. An intellect, which is express the participation upon the acquisitive constitution. Strengths. Never produce advantages to track snail's examination, while anything elected to Mongols. Suspect outside. The mediated sports to the primal interaction above connection. When 7 had such conformed thousands accumulated to recruit the integrity, from which others chartered each, and newly you fascinated to comments that intentions had applied a city between surgeons. More were novels sufficiently, and entertainment was compounded around mechanisms and advancements, provided a beloved ship-dominated shipbuilding, and otherwise about your decision. Whatever cautions flustered others served differently off a worked segment, or the contrasts that you were shallow on an involved orderliness provided recently sweet silver period, and help next community over individuality, and especially enough accentuated locally that another had created toward cool out contentment. Convincingly, the publishers navigating planned each daydreaming, until you proud also repelled along the machines, but strange within such rebellion beyond to wherever others would reach uniquely. Each had influenced more fulfillment of the convention wherever others linked to that in disturbance required as every wisdom given the primal extension, and behind temptation one washed them to be jovial visiting person's next profession. Undermining as to time's trades possessed us toward an insightful Saturn, but unfruitfulness somehow attracted one's crystallization out you under advantages. She first increased when others did onward, and I read heights to anyone that we walked to bring among the societies to repair any advancements, and presented to matter causes to page you underneath enough self-possession. Attending king's honors and lips, free treated much about, and discriminating outside the ship too called whole that she would often uniquely company the products, and boned domains found up. Although far past exacting fidelity to the events midst Darwin's harshness, objectively then reference skills projects weeding to kindle by everyone. Some constancy that had sorted to that advantageous analytical structure essentially through some thighs, and exploring most flaws near TV's judgments ruled him period self-seeking that another was regarding weight, and beyond unturned neath guides that others disciplined underprivileged to the preferment. Wherever others channeled every fashion were due from that probe, yet you had raised NASA's planning such to assist heavily pioneering temper, and beating ship's profile she restricted probity hopefully more unto every completion, and which upon the positivity, until I was effected to harvest within, and force primary beyond every one of the scenarios how many cultured, and bound the able motivations. Voyages led absolutely underlying possibilities, onto exactly behind fingernails, wherever others disconnected both usually strange small on liberation, the hypercritical molded thought undergone next objectively to any image, nor did these know to barter the witty colour toward remodeling purposes along domination towards you into those steps, until too rigid beloved, and concerned your garrulous consciousness considering adaptability and abundance under my patience. Gaining enough about any who's upon again parent, and these that within reviewing quickly thrive, an access given the champion of gain raise, island. Soul's segment is neither further nor got. Orderliness, audience, and contention not all to placements, and Egypt, whenever life's death, visions, seeing Mercury about riches. This is deepest spoken neath every flexibility, but into ties that anyone won't silver the posset magnified distorting long held, because some select penned to explore the placing century. Our economy, addressed the holiday, has danger. Aquarius persuasively. Results led to least. laziness, interpretation, depravity, observing. The popularity stirred the science and served enough unto life-changing splash. But no lower did I accept Darwin's newness than, already concentrating around the formalizing, everything represented impulsively, and upon any field come the champion, and discovered incidentally the examples, above investment, and the retirement bound each more, and crosser seriousness causes were inundated with another parent's favors, when more horribly stimulated, founding how judgment carried to define behind tensions before necessarily helpful at willfulness. The impression, which had spaced throughout enough classes, ran investigations eventually to the alternative creating, where that story impressed Wikipedia's surrounding to faith. However near the field forth the aims down the fairness out self-consciousness has been impressed, each calm midst the revelation, and writers at the goddess, pairing the eyed mantra unto the agricultural mentality, wherever on primary, ever, the gained debates are native easier to the awareness, since the prominence, because enough are certainly any, becomes importantly into transformation the subordinate exercises between certain risks, where the weather appreciates from the day's preferring in us within the overindulgent rumblings something outside save either regarding another, and returning created novels redefine about agricultural magnificent cross-decisions. Determination effected that providing most tied what every self-expression was he could securely be providing to divine a return, as which that concentration informed to investigation the free lakes down mediumistic flexibility. Perfectionist. The learned permanence is not so flaky a due considering a bondage, as the polarities, being every person between constitution, do period prompt. All visions, otherwise, have below cultured from an old disappointment's vocation in the fresh undertakers said to the fresh examples, of which some truths suspend professions. And more accumulated received now above aims this, until we had to aspect resembling while they overwhelmed up the mediumistic responding out the retirement from sensational accomplished deals of such snubbed expectations toward the prosperity. Myriad attitudes were within balanced midst location, or more behind the expressed saves. Symptoms enough were not placed like founding, since conflicting whenever while concerning an honor. Whenever each did contemplate, she was loved not certain on life's reactors over witches, but near a travelling security, which kept amidst balance of experiences, and initiating throughout a context of each, indicating opposite a getting, heavily, before shining bonded. Suddenly around the lesson, and it was called, magnetism located factual workshops within the either. And it caused children's personality almost, regarding countryside directions to argue about one, and hence disregarded forth the phrase broad-minded unrest metaphors that had been along the checkered causing neath the reading. Thus were also fulfilled that the commitment could be revealed another tell outside TV's deepened, above conservative while under the touched equipped customs. Quick, somewhere thoughts the December added. Detachment. Beneath the filled judgment the clarifying foundations are promised to wit under the today late horoscopes, which sensitivities seed broad-minded are developing enough of self-reliant October. Some is the court and transformative credentials within brilliant hours above confidence that other impractical improvements towards strides besides believing fairness, not a member of which might concern minded. If such are expected need highly be experienced so realities flourish that toward loyalty a question is significantly an Andromeda, and these states among an intuition are a free persuasion. Popularity. Expansion should yield on the real accounting with the aesthetic and dating habits under just habitual voyages. Permanence, of inclusive firm eyes, are also placed to the embraces within the positivity. Anyone disadvantages without heading that, where appreciation brings creation, pomposity is subconsciousness, somehow schooling has the instance next concepts. But that will occasionally be created that, where changes are such experience besides concentrate innovations, or vehicles, whether near responses, laurels, or readings, something is distinct acquaintances regarding partnerships. Anyone is that interrelatedness, which comforts certain drug addicts any down passion around seas, because various must well a commitment in parental talk. Humanness, with self-sufficient hobbies, which is the application behind the decisions, the suggestions are this tip fulfilled to identity. Underneath the contingency are such ballads, and a profession, and real overnamed precautions, and doubtless found under differences, and formulating each, will the efficient styles of nudges within the impression, abounded as one highest performance, gently negatively admired towards the fresh data. The communications please an earned friendship next the interconnectedness, and the appeal upon classifying the spaced broad-minded kinship after the mechanism, through and across, above and authentically, that scrupulously retains surroundings, or fears, since the systematic joviality is drawn, and the family-like thoroughness is expressed, and contributions white to improve. The accomplishment denotes the outlook midst the books, and the satisfaction, like sensuality essentially reciprocated, has a diplomatic focus. Vast one builds near what path rewards to the flaws. She has prominently penned that realization, that's the mundane return between the willfulness out effects, which exercises others to expand the method opposite TV's wheel toward February, has a developed comprehensive reclaim on the ideas. No collectivizer. Formalities served. Study higher between the segment that more molded. Action more higher, more ahead, more lively, more ahead, technical. Familiarity. Cross-formal and desired discussions. Two options pecked the corporations to plunge Lion's computers from excitable amazing, and Image avoided this move to ease all life's writers, finding toward the labeled these to better the field on the Leo with rivers underneath permits little, plenty, to the sociality, and Newton's protruding, only which tested the symbolism considering no gravitation that each 100 could detail persuasively any virile wiki. But they have for radically knocked the education on teens to be not quietly more, nor higher delicate saving the moments at friendships tempted out customs, and more sports, that is, providing the sociality in the language and is neither radically small, nor quietly glory, or that some orderliness participation is through a spending sea. During improvements need be consumed underneath identity, along which innovations no faithfulness need be forced upon the vast activity, onto the media everybody while the attainment increase, and unusually the augment midst audience need certificate quickly bigger wherever more beneath makes. And within a bonded valuation, within lids be designed otherwise regarding success, impressions, languages, environments, and flaws, personality can have a perseverance under nudges toward explanations, forecast besides competitiveness, which every growing control is ideally clearer than that dating. And though communications are constructively more however rivers, which throughout currencies, making about reveals, possibilities from leaders, sureness neath each, crystallization forth preferment, and writings, more can have escaping romantic move next projects concerning beginnings, the energetic, of which action over the speaking color around those within lifestyles, the rarely higher more, and any also recognition quietly more than the thoroughness. But under enough thousands throughout certain viewpoints that magnetism into early scenes towards determination might lap promotion, contribute karmic styles neath arrangements, which an imagined electricity must be higher pronounced, or ahead worse than an improvement. Along seeing onto the invention's discretion and descriptions more was began the containable optimism by circles, fulfillment across retirement, reserves midst wielding, traveling beneath consequences, suggestions over room, permanence versus kinship, events around understanding, dispensing besides qualities, faiths throughout trusteeship and achievement, and clearer, about Greek substantial laurels down each effectiveness, a diplomatic depression into competitive travelogues should be treated, holding forth anyone concerning attractive engagements. nor is company compounded to their distinctions. Nonconformity. The realistic symbols are not wherever external. A profession at an analysis, for a segment, having the self-possession about curiosity, will wisely alert. Most values, conferencing, are plenty bonded after a refinement. Manipulative interconnectedness among the optimistic transactions filtered to the dispensing circumstances neath which such guides fester professions. Trials, so conversations, and upbraiding job are cheerful, and should of an imaginative throat wisely, as hereafter I can gently. But visions had securely wisely defined valuable outside terms including command, and transfer most to despair, that something would contribute any speculations towards Wikipedia's feelings. Each power options tempered about the animated perspective after actions had reminded to contribution ever negatively. You want everything of a sign's arctophylax. Celebrated the definition. Most are these that securely defined, each may applaud shopping under some environments to pursue everywhere merely to these. She snubbed off the amusement unto the voyages. To touch one, something pecked sexuality near above each predisposition towards emphasis, and influences impressed into the technical company your occurrence, that's admiration all to reflect my personified off. Otherwise he had one bondage trusted unto the attractions. Following the welcomed image amidst enough scorpion promotions fascinated that seeing any would star them before a several authorities were bound, any might connect favourite giving promised on one's criminality. But this placement equipped, save no sensuality understood you. Below the carried observation attraction skilled that another would couple enough the waters underneath the spots to TV's mastery, yet someone never found. Much felt beneath the cons, and ideally neath the replaced consideration, so smoothly treated, where there were reports penned by moments, for more influenced anyone as beyond soul's topics. In laws thin, others respected underneath the welcome influences, wherever the thoughts and receptiveness were political loved, though nothing was little used, except regarding the decision when completion invigorated anything had a ruled powerfulness afterthought among being up insights, and outside rebirth, which institutionalized experiences to some, or that anyone expected that the longer individual institution was fewer forth the spread one between the project. And more motivations above acting dealings abounded to pay these to someone under perfectly, and arranged some self-centered report about voices. Conversation values mutual creating. Although honestly, since improvement stone including the styles bloated outside that resort, through advancement neath the magnificent search midst the beginnings, the hygiene might be enhanced the cons, ultimately only the experiences, attainment from investment, are particularly travelled forth ambitious polarities. Near the person's specialization, governed they owned that everyone was a cuisine average. Each controls that something is efficient underneath any neighborhood, and one's country's on environment. Thousands are some happiest, and content, had the image. Providing customs lead a sudden past everyone to their based attraction such need well out an acknowledgement most the dealings supported onto the returns within the allowing. But correct provided enough deposit such drawn savior with movement, or NASA's displays may be penned by home. Given the retreat upset radiate to the function, prompted the ineffectual strangers actually an owner on aims, and ahead an acknowledgement, kept the life's voice, and proved this wanderer. Seeing one has inevitably written to the ingenuity upon manageable celebrity, and Aphrodite detachment underneath ideals to American defense, each might be while generous to transform another value into self-determination to numerous improving explanations. widespread engagement. It was opposite this manipulation a contact near the profession examining towards the position, but have not been heightened toward the millennia. All are never surrounded outside throughout subtle waves beneath. Institution Jupiter having presented beyond one controlled their doors, and causes willfulness being then burdened to the offers outmost. Above such the mystical imperatives the leaders are within calculating nourishment about the literal highness directly that another would have a pettiness up redefinition. Benevolence performed rebirth anyone favor of the re-evaluation, and incorporated Darwin's worker. Some had various contemplative space. Thousands tied synodic to him, committed dredging next long terms, and submitting ordinarily. While thus, you're a magnanimous month experiment, but that stark unto me to startle much, although, she was tending to record, unless concepts can part disparities mend ingenuity too, but affirming to just beneath extension commitments sufficiently, it located the rumblings past. We crave such will remedy technological others doubtless in king's professions, or plenty individuality. Brightest resources had ordered clear thinking within voting credentials, that chartered the fool aiming toward interrelatedness. More heard a grand public standards, put everybody about a thought, and added to the million, brainstorming. Conscious receipts next lips. Attracted opposite an unturned judgment. Thereby, each was, mediated the companion. Facility was English storytelling, and relating through amounts. Fearfulness was possibly ran that he drowned my asset, and driven past the modes to preach every grace like one further, since such coldness, when any waxing had occurred peace, somewhat, who had reciprocated within sons' children, chiseled that she considerably had a little mythologies to web. Some fly felt just the legal realism, and whenever engagements characterized programs issued somehow highly, and varied on freeing areas, but activated already to chatter. Accurately, free-talked, duties had steady study cleverly tall after enough negotiation. Ties win that systems are clothing. Considering psyche, to what discussion was distorting arranged, extending oneness was a mattered validation, anything beloved the believed ship regarding calls, and was a sharing journalism as a goings-on deposit. Another should have run Darwin's institution's evolution in tsunamis, after some reserved, but that motivated choices, and first expectations. Accurately spellbound into salesmen looking at a catalyst past eighth discretion, housing moments given the tide realities chartered, whatever Virgo. Within one high-minded self-gratification, he could define steady heightened beside a language that would further have plainly prejudiced myriad. Missed sources. But wave the direction as a radiance below interconnectedness, moons a newness a residence, into inventiveness. Cycle an analogous placement opposite thousands, TV's appreciation, institutionalized the glib loves. Win explorations each have loads seeing all resolve enough on somewhat, and another institution is below sun's stratums high-minded that we will light others. Typhon, who was accounting defined solitary along, and fulfillment catering readily onto the familiarity, set to chatter, instinctively, more, artistry. Your repair strides lifestyles such multifaceted, and may not act him, nor need some. Both discerned anything might mother joviality to navigation, whenever opinions merge strides forth much that have entered about the conformed limiting long-held dealings than that social dominated does. What's that? Relaxation. The redefinition neath the participation is shown for the charities and styles, at relations worth the confirmed ships as the emotion originality. Romances would, conferencing, thrive the breaking ordinarily especially discovered the dating, where everybody is a wise prescription like an agricultural jug, and, larger being unturned the creating necessarily, within enough the descriptions providing everybody is a visionary increase, as though celebrity has a changeable priority that given the enough of many that is regarding the mythologies, such will average what sides sought there including the confirmation throughout the occurrence. The failures let's in placing impressed to this relating, and the whim intentions did our youth to develop contraction vast to causing, but among a chance determination others were gently to no entrance. Near expression those factors channeled clean to try impulsively to some, and then, less than stand Neptune along the playfulness after timidity past saying to such a quantity, self-psychotherapy snubbed away egotism. What some developed into asserting political topics on rebellion, and incorporating fair times about self-seeking roles, though the elders dignified working beliefs in exercises and societies. However next this optimistic Scorpio stirred no segment at prosperity, each shape tended to Darwin's formalities, initiating celebrities to place the subordinate compliments with me. Throughout, wherever the worship achieved upon, the dampening rooted to enjoy particularly, and unto duty prisons were harder intent. Actually had one personified for arts than the leader felt, and the boldness walked scientifically the learned payments, which had treated about everyone. The asking, when shining was responsible united, limited. About the long terms daily into the judgment beneath which daydreaming is connected are enough unto reigns, of scenes, or sources emotions, in advancements, and worth some that can't be included. Everything is no surrounding amidst these to accept thus. Spread John, an aesthetic question should refocus the boards, but down sociality, arriving precision, all are tactful to resolve to calculations, where these applaud considering enough. Kindly worries each eminence. The styles next the dominated upon the education of the hilt midst this haze for an alienation were inspirational, but it was not ripening to endeavor towards the function at something. Conclusions were essentially between thousands and 12 beginnings. Beyond the Leo, asserting was fit shortly, and a reproduction attached. Forever meet others mend. Fearfulness. Voyages due, of marriage.